to get better results here today, and that's a 50-50 matchup for me.
We want to have a look at just which matches we're actually going to start out today. Humble Big Talents, second quarterfinal. We have Navi versus SK Gaming. And then Foot has a little scrimmage against their own roster. Foot Esports is playing against their academy team, Team Heretics, to close us out versus Madrid. Super excited for some of these matches today. Who do you think is going to be the closest one?
I think quarterfinal 1 might be pretty close. Big Talents up against Humble. I'm rooting for the... No? But Dompe's on the team. But that's my boy. Am I not allowed to?
Caster. We don't do that.
No?
We don't do that here in the BSC.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the closest one's probably going to be Navi, SK. In all honesty, I think you have a lot more to add about that. Guys, I'm not the EMEA specialist on the desk. The two of you are, so thoughts on that?
No, I think that for me, that is a matchup which absolutely SK need to win. There's no doubt about it. I think Navi are, in my opinion, like the better team at the moment on paper, but SK Gaming have been putting in so much prep for this monthly final more than any other team in the EMEA region, so they want this.
We have something new for you as well. Well, it's not that new. I hope you all have seen this view before. It's our event website, event.brawlstars.com. Make sure to head over there right now to lock in your predictions. You can do it together with us if you so want to. So we're going to start our prediction here for quarterfinal number 1. And I know where Ark and I stand. Who are you rooting
Go on,
for?
tell us about it, Spoo.
Big Talents! Easiest prediction ever. Look at them. So position 12 in EMEA. That's a lucky number for them. They've got 180 points. Look at, they've got a pretty good win rate. It's above 50%. That to me is enough. And they've got 2 players that have, forward experience. Dompe's coached RNTX. Mine has, been in a monthly final in NA. That's like the best region in the world, right? So totally they're going to win the world champion.
You have to take a vote down the desk, I feel. I'm going to say, what is currently the number 1 seed in the region, Humble, for this one.
We get a lot of information here, so yes, we see Humble number 1 seed at the moment. They're standing at a strong point already as well. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Humble as well.
Sorry, Spoo.
Please, be wrong. Feel free.
You
Now,
also
get
get some more information. You can go to the team page down at the bottom, have a look at the rosters. It's just really, really intuitive, I feel, but we're going to do it all together today. Now, Navi versus SK Gaming, we already said it's probably going to be one of the closest matches of the day. It's only our quarterfinal number 2, though. Just looking at scrims, once again, Ark and I like to do that.
Love
we are the
scrims.
stats nerds. SK has scrimmed as many sets as no other team. They're almost at 400 sets scrimmed, whereas Navi is standing at 150. So I'm gonna side with SK here. That's my vote.
SK, all right. Democracy, right? SK.
I'm feeling SK. I mean, I think that still Navi have a very strong chance of winning that, but they just are looking a little bit underprepared, in my opinion.
Foot Esports and Foot Academy. Now, sorry, but that's kind of an easy one, isn't it? We have an academy team. They did make it into the monthly final, so that's the top 8 of the region. Foot has actually 2 teams that are top 8, but I'm going to go with Foot Esports.
That's right. I vote for Foot.
It would be silly not to go Foot in this situation, in my opinion, yeah.
Well, both are Foot, so you can't go wrong in that one. And then we have Team Heretics versus Madrid. Madrid, the younger roster here. I'm really rooting for them with my heart. I think Heretics is going to take this one, though.
I'm with you on that. I think IKOS has just too much experience on the board, on Madrid. I mean, I respect the hustle, but yeah, Heretics is too strong.
They're looking very good at the moment. I think that, for me, is pretty much a no-brainer. But hey, we've seen upsets happen. It could happen. And of course, voting at home, go with your gut, go with your heart. I'm going Heretics, though, today.
Then after the quarterfinals, when you have done all that, you will also be able to vote already for the semis and the grand finals. We see once more here, SK at the moment, is that a 6? Sorry, the screen is kind of far away.
6, 7.
6th place in the leaderboard at the moment, and then Humble at position 1. I'm gonna go with Humble.
SK for me. I'm voting with my heart. I need them to have a better postseason. That's for the story. SK is my vote.
My vote's Humble. I want to see that Humble for grand finals. I'm sorry. I'm old-fashioned.
In this one, I'm also just gonna go with the scrim route again. Foot Esports has a 70% win rate. I'm gonna go with Foot.
Yep, Foot's gonna probably win it all today. They look too dominant, and I'm sorry, IKOS, I love you, but it's Foot for me.
Considering last month's grand final came down to a double match point between Foot and Humble, I'm still going to go for the semi-finals at least, and then the grand finals. This is kind of where I see things leading.
What are you voting for? Let's start the other way around. Foot.
I'm going Foot. It was by a narrow margin last month.
Humble. I'm going Humble. I mean, it has to be a back and forth. It's a storyline. You can't have them winning back-to-back all the time. In this case, I think Humble needs that buff going into the Brawl Cup. I'm voting with my heart. Lukey, Symantec, Boss, I got you.
Unfortunately, Ark and I are gonna outvote Spoo once more.
So we need to get Trav in here. Where's Trav? Trav!
We don't need Trav. Leave Trav exactly where he is, please.
Let's see if Trav was actually on your side. We're gonna go with Foot here, and then we also gonna submit our votes. And that's how you do it. With all that, you also get some rewards. So make sure to lock in your predictions now. You still have a couple of minutes before we actually start with our quarterfinal number 1. These are our actual votes. We do see that Spoo disagrees with us on pretty much every single one.
Well, Trav is with me on Navi, so you can't really say that. But yeah, I mean, I am all for the underdog storylines today. I would like to see the impossible be made possible, and I might have gotten the second quarterfinal right here, but yeah, I think the rest of you are pretty on board.
If he gets any of the other 3 correct, then we're going to have egg on our face, put it that way. But I admire it, Spoo. I admire it. Adding some colour to an otherwise pretty much united screen. But I think that's always good to have on the desk, united and also differentiating opinions.
If you do get your predictions right, you also get rewards because we know you love them and I love them too. You can get a new icon at the end of this weekend. Next weekend, it's going to be a pin, so make sure to lock in your predictions now. There's also some quizzes during the show. Did you ever get a quiz right, Spoo?
Of course, I wrote the script. I'm the one always getting it right. Nah, actually, to be honest, I get everything wrong all the time. I can't remember my trivia, but you guys at home certainly can, and you can get these nice chaos drops. I can tell you, I've never hit it the highest tier of it multiplied by 8. It's just such a good stuff to get.
And now you have a few more seconds before you can not lock in your predictions for the rest of the day anymore. You can still do it during the show for each of the coming up matches. Quarterfinal number 1 is going to be Humble versus Big Talents. Seed number 1 against seed number 12, as we've already seen. Symantec looking pretty confident, I'd say. They're in their bootcamp once more to make sure that they all play on the same ping and they all communicate to each other whilst scrimming and whilst playing today. We have the global bans for you. This is something we introduced in March. We now have global bans in the BSC, meaning there could be up to 10 bans in total with the 6 regular bans as well. Mortis is double banned here though, together with Sirius and Leon. Some of these bans we've also seen in the East Asian region. Mortis is something we have never seen global ban before, and here it's in the double.
It's respectful, honestly. With both EMEA teams, I think there's something about this region compared to East Asia. It's a lot more strategic. They don't like chaos in the mix. And Mortis in his current state is an X factor. And taking both teams, respecting that, taking it out, I think that's completely understandable.
I think looking at the maps as well, it makes a lot of sense why Mortis is kind of valued so heavily between both of these 2 teams. And it does leave Crow quite widely open. So I'm kind of looking to see that particular brawler banned more frequently than not in the regular bans. 95% siding with Humble. And I don't think, under the circumstances, that's the wildest of things, given that this is Big Talent's first monthly final.
It is not too surprising, but Big Talents did beat some very big teams before. They could cause a pretty huge upset today if they so want to. And if they do win their quarterfinal number 1 against no one other than the former world champions, than the March monthly final champions, Humble, it would be a big upset.
They've already upset one team here, Novo Esports, nowhere to be found. And Big Talents were the executioner for that, beating them 3-1 inside the qualifiers. And to think about Novo's performance in the last monthly final, how well they were doing, they almost were able to bring down Humble. My math is like, if Big Talents can beat them, which is a team that almost beat Humble, in theory, they're pretty close.
And I think many forget that actually Big Talents almost made the February monthly finals. It came down to basically 3 consecutive base races in their qualifier versus Navi, and Navi only just scathed their way into that monthly final. So we could have seen them in February, but they didn't quite make it. So there are some chances for them to come back here, but it's Humble.
So Big Talents came close multiple times before already to actually making it into a monthly final. Now they have the chance to show what they're made of. It's Humble versus Big Talents. Humble is looking as strong as they have always, really. They've been playing together for 2 years already. This is their 3rd consecutive row, so they really know each other well. They know what they want to play, and they're going to go with Clancy as their first pick here. Clancy has got a recent rework. We talked about it at length yesterday already. His shots are now a little less widespread, and that has catapulted him into the top 10 in my opinion. Sandy's going to be the next pick here. He has always been a mainstay on a map like this one.
Like the X Factor and the kid coming in immediately, Big Talents realize that when you're going up against a Titan like Humble, you need to introduce as much chaos as possible. But Ark, you and I had the same oh no when we saw this Clancy. Why is that the case?
It's just so good right now. I mean, Otis here, open 2. Yeah, he's like the #1 brawler in the meta for me. Beyond that is Sirius. I think Sirius is definitely still worthy of a global ban, but Clancy is just so good now, especially once you get to that maxed stack. You just are able to go on an absolute tear. Otis as well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to combine those two. It's not a bad shout to play an Otis into the Clancy and try to just prevent him from getting those stacks early on, so I like this pairing.
But we still left open as one of the most picked brawlers in scrims, at least offers a lot of value because of vision. You can also break up the map a little bit. Once those bushes are gone, neither Kit nor Sandy really have anywhere to hide. Let's see if they're actually going to go with that. Meeple, usually also a really good gem carrier pick, would also be an option here still. Janet, of course, has always been a super strong gem carrier because her kit is basically made for this mode. Can always jump out of the way with a gadget, can just take it off to the skies if some danger approaches. So once Luki on the Janet has a super available, Kid comes close, he can just leave.
Whether it's backstage pass or drop the base in terms of gadgets, where they want to go for more vision control up against the likes of this Kid and the Sandy, that's also something that Janet is really good at. We saw this being played in the East Asian meta already, that there's this sort of shift in the trend for gem grab. So a second is, whoa, that's a Humble. But the second assassin can be picked up here by Big Talents here, and that's the strength of the Janet coming out. You have a gem carrier that you know will be safe when these assassins come online.
I'm definitely favoring what Humble have brought in. I mean, I just cannot side against it. The kit might have some opportunity here, potentially to make a few upsets, and certainly the invisibility, the cardboard box gadget, of which is pretty much the meta when it comes to kit, can cause a stir. The hypercharge, of course, is really where kit can thrive.
Some younger rosters want to show up with some surprises, and I feel like on the right-hand side we have a comp that really fits with that playstyle. They want to come in and surprise us with some aggressive plays with that Mo and Kit. Let's head into our first map of the day, Double Swoosh.
Big Talents looking to make a big entry and potentially a big upset here inside Double Swoosh. They've already locked down that left side bush. Ness is going to go down to boss though, and Ark, this is exactly what we're afraid of. This Clancy's almost at that top level.
And it didn't take long, really, did it? Certainly the Kits made an attempt to shut Boss down, but as long as Boss is in a dangerous spot, I mean, he's only going to be getting more and more dangerous with those taps as well, and a nice amount of gadget potential. He's going to find Ness here as well, and the helping hand of Dompe, they should take care of him, but nonetheless, Luki with the gems, perfectly, they're going to take the skies. Yeah, I think it's worth doing that to keep hold of those gems, to get some damage, and be able to earn it back towards the end of the game.
This double assassin comp working out so far for Big Talents, but Boss, as that big gun, big win condition is coming online, Kipto gets a good latch onto him. Kills flying abroad, but then Dompe is looking for another, taps down Luki. Ness wanted to pick up the gems, but with the rotation from Symantec, couldn't make it in time.
Well, gems will still set the boss. Will be able to go on the aggressive a bit more here. Be cautious as now Mine has got the drill and does take care of that right-hand side now as well. So pressure being applied here to Humble. They found the kit though. Ness is going to be exposed. So Semantic's aware of him, and a bit of a lane change now as Boss has got those max stacks on that Clancy.
Swapping over to that right lane. It's certainly a better lane up against Mine, but still not the easiest one to get into, especially without the bush control. And Big Talents, in an unexpected way, will be the first team to enter the countdown.
Now, can Luki, oh, he's got to evade that. He's been forced into the skies now, which might not be ideal, especially on that low HP. Semantic pops there, an early hypercharge as well to try to get an advance onto Dompe, but Ness comes in for the support, and it looks to me like Humble are definitely much more in trouble. To be a slight reset, Big Talent's got 10 seconds to hold on to these gems.
The boss even tried to fire the super, but Mine with a quick stun onto him. Both these aggressive assassins in the front line taking down all the advantage there, and Dompe can just sip coffee in the back. He knows he's got this game in the bag.
Wow, an upset first game is got to be said, but Humble are still in this set. They can make some adaptations. They did a bit of a late lane change in that last game. Maybe they'll start this one off in that same format with Semantic on the left, as Boss was struggling to really handle that line. Although he did get quite early off the mark with the Clancy. So they can actually double lane this left-hand side. That's kind of interesting. This kit. Now Ness should go down, yeah, as quickly as that. That's really nice.
Boss unfortunately couldn't really capitalize on that gadget. Would really want to get an early level 2, but that double lane gamble that they did on the left lane will secure them full gem control inside the mid. But with this kit coming back and Dompe surging forward, Ness is looking for a jump here. He wants to go for either Boss or Semantic, but if they keep holding hands, it's not going to be a good target.
Yeah, I like this from Humble. Adaptations are what make a turnaround in a set nice. Fat splatter there from Semantic onto Dompe, but now Ness lurking, gets some good swipes, gets Semantic, and now Boss could be for dessert here. Boss will get the final say, but nonetheless, it's those moments that can really start to slow down the advance of a team like Humble.
This double assassin comp is shaping up really nicely for the side of Big Talents, but they are being pushed back all the way inside that right side of the bush. Mine has farmed up his first super of the game, but no good targets to go for. Luki's already got a super online, and Humble continue to aggress there, but Boss there, overzealous, popped the super when the kid was ready with the jump. They still retain some control though.
Semantic's going to be outnumbered here. Mine gets some good taps, now has the drill. Luki, of course, can still take to the skies, but got to be cautious where he lands, as now Ness does have his super and can jump straight onto his head. I like the aggressiveness, though, of Semantic and Boss, as now Boss can be so dangerous. But look at Luki on the bottom left. He is being advanced there by Ness. Could be cautious. Ness gets the connection. It's the follow-up there as well. Boss will be able to take care of it just in the nick of time.
That was actually a good play made there by Big Talents. They needed to take out either Semantic or Boss. And with the Sandstorm now being able to push back the entirety of Humble, Big Talents have regained full control of the gem mine.
Semantic hypercharge, lovely stuff there onto Ness. Couldn't do anything at all. That mute will also stun, so it's going to give Humble some time in the mid. Boss will just take one himself there, so they are split slightly with Humble, as they are, though, on the other side of Big Talents. Ness still dangerous, fires Luki. Nice backstage pass. Ness going to be taken care of by Semantic, and Humble should be able to survive on here, but the battle for the mid continues on. They do need this gem.
The next one should be spawning on the side of Big Talents. Dompe is going to make a big run to get there, but Luki commits the hypercharge super onto Janet. Being able to rain fire from above brings down the gem carry on the side. Mute flies across the board onto Mine, stopping that super from coming out. Ness gets the stun there onto Semantic, but there's no support for it. They managed to bring it down. Now 11-11, the game is still completely tied up.
Yeah, Luki getting that super is crucial. Boss for hypercharge, a huge hypercharger. That finds two. Mine just going in the hypercharge himself. Will get 2 gems though, and that's massive for Big Talents. Mine was completely outnumbered, but came back with the goods.
Overextension there from Boss for sure. He's just feeling himself too much there with that super. Over-aggressed and didn't respect the power of Mine's hypercharge there. Now they're going to be continually punished by Dompe. There's no way to scout this one out and stop Mine in time. But now 13-13, Big Talents, they just need to pick up 2 more gems to get to 15.
Now Humble need to stay on this mid for the remaining gems to come, but Ness is the hypercharge and Boss will fall as well. Ness going to find Luki on the fall, but then Luki takes the skies, and they've got to find the resets. Humble are in trouble of losing a set.
15-16 gems now on Big Talents. There's no way for Humble to secure a reset here. Mine's even got the super. Boss has to do basically the impossible. And yeah, Mine's already taken on the ground into his little mine. An excellent first set for Big Talents.
Well, that's a way to start the day in EMEA, isn't it? And yeah, so Spoo's predictions, you write the script, you say, for certain things like the trivia on the event site and maybe some of the storylines here and there. Did you write the script for EMEA today? Because that's not what we expected us to start.
Ark, slow down. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to jinx the other team and make it sound like, all right, don't worry about that. I understand what you're trying to do. Semantic does it all the time. He said that he told the social media team, prepare a losing graphic. Well, I don't know if this is what they meant, whether it's just losing a single set or the entire series, because this double assassin comp, you said that you favored, you know, Humble's comp. I agree, it seems more coherent on paper, but that's the chaos factor that comes from Kit, that comes from the Mo.
And all of a sudden, Semantic doesn't look as confident anymore, does he? Big Talents actually are stepping up here, making their mark. Like we said at the beginning of the show, we have some new contenders in the race here with Novo and Totem not even being here today. Teams like Big Talents are where it's at today. Really wonder now if Humble is not just going to take this as motivation to grip even harder, bite down even harder and take that next set. It's going to be Durham Beatles, which has been a really good map for Humble in the past.
Hey, has there ever been a map that hasn't been a good map for Humble in the
Good
past?
point.
I mean, they are the 2024 World Champions after all, and in that year after that remarkable run, they've just been at the top of EMEA. But this is what I was afraid of, right? When you're going up against these teams that have nothing to lose, they can pick questionable drafts that even I don't understand. Ark doesn't understand how it works, and then it just works because it just plays like East Asia.
I think some warm-up time for Humble. I'm sure that they will come back in this set one way or another. I don't think we're necessarily in upset territory just yet. It is the first set, but nonetheless, it's a statement.
It is a statement indeed. And once more, we have a super funny story, I feel, on the side of Big Talents. We have one of the players who has played in the BSC before, in NA. He was just on holidays there and played the BSC for fun. Now he's also making a mark here in EMEA. Getting at least a set against Humble is already something you can, write on your CV, hand in, your job is gonna be secured. We're now heading over to set number 2. Dueling Beetles. Once more, a map where you usually play some close range brawlers unless you open up the map completely. It's something we see quite often at the moment. Ruffs as first pick, open up the map, and then you can still play something like Pierce. If you have Humble against you, banning Pierce is the way to go. Luki, probably the best man on this brawler. So with Pierce banned out, they're going to go with Otis first pick instead. Ruffs is actually banned out by Humble themselves. They probably saw that one coming. They do not want the map opened up. Could also hint towards a later thrower pick. Ziggy, super strong in this map, also banned out, but there's still some other options. Barry is someone we see very often.
Humble opting to go for safety once again. They want to really show too many of their cards. Otis has become a mainstay in that position ever since it got the balance changes some time ago to just become such a ridiculous damage dealer that it also fares well with range. Now, on the side here on Big Talents, they're going to lean out with this meeple selection, potentially setting up for some kind of thrower shenanigans that could come in, or if they want to, just play with the rage quit and get some sharpshooters in. It's also a very versatile brawler.
Clancy still going to be open here. That's the dangerous one to consider. I gotta say, Luke can still have a very good place on this map. Also, Pam can also come in from time to time. But it's a bit of a cheese strat that could go the way if, Big Talents want to bring in something like a Grey and sort of cycle those teleports onto the map. Penny to come in then for Big Talents. This could be the Clancy pick for Humble if they choose. Do they still feel strongly about it since dropping that first set? That's the question for me here. Definitely still some options here for them, but that's my biggest concern is the Clancy.
For me, that Penny just screams either I want to have a thrower on my side to get rid of the turret once she has farmed it, or I break open the map. But there's two metal walls that you can't actually break down, so brawlers like Penny will always shine a map like this one. Still, there's the thrower that I talked about. It's not going to be Barry this time with Herbal Tonic. Barley, of course, can also drop some heals, but he does a significant amount of damage, a bit more than Barry, so they are just looking to make sure they have the damage in case Big Talents decides to pick up another tank. They had Mo and Kit in the previous set. I think they like to play aggressively.
100%, and it's the way to go when you're up against a team like Humble. And I was thinking to myself, Humble needs something to wrap out the comp that's probably, with something with a bit more permanence. They've already got this Barley Otis set up for the control side, I think, cover all those bases, but they've got nothing to really punch its way into the center. Now, on the other hand, though, looking on the side of Big Talents, I wouldn't mind, a tank selection still for them. I know they've still got an Otis on the board to contend with, but they do need something to dive that Barley.
Interesting for me as well, they may choose to deviate away from Clancy here because obviously in Hot Zone, you haven't got as much time to get those stacks. So it could be that despite being the strongest brawler in the meta, teams are really kind of valuing where to bring it in. And it's going to be Stu as the final pick then coming in for Big Talents, a brawler which works exceptionally well here. It really, really does. And I think normally Speed Zone would be the ideal, but you can choose to wall break as well if they choose to get rid of some of these bushes. They can get an advantage point to do so. Could be an option. But the Meeple's there already, so you can expect that Speed Zone to allow the Penny to land more shots.
Super exciting draft here from both sides. I feel like it's a winnable draft. Can Big Talent extend their lead here? 2-0 for them would be huge. Big, I'd say. And on the other side, Humble really is looking to even out the score and then after that just roll through. We'll see what's going to happen.
more coherent approach here coming in from Humble. All of them on comfort brawlers, I might add. Boss being one of the best Kenjis in the whole world. Yeah, Lukey being one of the best Barleys in the world. Symantec just loving his Otis. Big Talents though, this comp for me is one that requires a sort of higher level of execution potential. They do need to get Ness's first super, start to get the wall breaks down. Otherwise, there's really no solution for Lukey's Barley.
Yeah, that's good early last call then from Lukey to then allow Boss a little bit of a pathway forwards. Good stun there with the Rage Quit gadget. That's now down to 150 HP. They've got to secure this kill on the left-hand side. Now healing up accordingly, getting behind it. It is the wall break as well. That's exactly what I was saying coming into the match.
Mine now aggressing back inside the mid. It is currently being zoned out by the last call. But Humble's biggest threat here is Boss. You know, the amount of permanence this Kenji can get, but he overextends there, and that's going to bring him down with the help of Mine's pinch there. And without the Kenji, it's very difficult for Humble to stay on the point.
Very difficult as well to find. Ness is just dashing around so successfully here. Boss coming back into the mid, another Rage Quit gadget, and now in a very susceptible position. Lovely salty barrel there from Dompe as well to secure it, and now Big Talents equalize this thing out.
Lukey gets two-tapped there by the hypercharged Mine, who can continue to hunt there onto Boss. Big Talents are currently running away with this Nest. He's going to pick up yet another. The Stew has to be super close to a hypercharge, and Humble, I don't believe we're seeing this. The 2024 World Champions being pushed back into their spawn.
Hypercharge, last call from Luke is actually going to burn the entirety of their push, but they know that it's pretty much down to the point now of being a final push. Heals coming out, but then Boss falls on the right-hand side, and Big Talents are all over this game. Now it's just Semantic, and he won't be long to follow suit. Now just 10% needed from Big Talents. Boss will try to get some damage and miss everything on the mid. It's just going disaster already wrong for Humble, and they know it.
The Sabbatical squad defeating potentially the 2024 World Champions. They're going to need another game here, and there'll be 2 sets up. The draft for them, I think, is just absolutely wonderful coming together. Boss couldn't leave the spawn because if he left the base, he would feed the Stew. And if he feeds the Stew's going to dive the Barley. So then this catch-22 where the early game is just a complete mess, and they allow Big Talents to count up such a big early game lead.
Boss taking a much more affirmative role. Ness goes straight in with the wall break as well and gets a bit of a herbal tonic down for Semantic. But look at this, 2 members of Humble full, leaving just Semantic alone. And as quickly as that, the entirety of the mid is retaken.
They go for a gamble play here. They tell Boss, you know, there's no way we can stop the Stew from getting super, so just get in there and get some early pressure. Didn't work out for them. Now Big Talents back inside the mid. They are being pushed back by Lukey's last call, but yeah, Ness is even tearing up his own side of the map, creating space to continue to kite, to corral Humble.
Semantic just trying to find a little bit of a closing of the gap for Dompe. Actually gets Mine there from Lukey into mid as well. And this turret is going to be raining down fire continuously on this left-hand side. Semantic's got to heal up here, and they've got to contest Ness, who's just being the thorn in the side of Humble so far. They just cannot find any taps into him, and he's just got free roam with the map. Oh my word, as I'm saying, a double takedown, a hypercharge to hand, and Big Talent's already now approaching 60%.
Starting to look pretty hopeless here for Humble. We've even got hypercharge available for both Dompe and Ness. I reckon Mines is coming soon. You see the hypercharged penny turret raining fire from the skies. Ness even pops his hypercharge, goes mano el mano with Boss, and the stun coming in. It's going to be an easy one to pick up. Just 15% more for Big Talents.
This is absolutely ridiculous, and Humble are nowhere to be seen. It's just Boss coming into a 1v3, and again, a salty barrel to the face, and Big Talent take another set consecutively. Now we are in dangerous territory. This is getting out of control fast, and for context coming into this match, Spin Rehearsals continuously was saying that he was going to go for Big Talents. And we even said, maybe just tone it down a notch, you know, maybe just in case. But now I'm kind of regretting telling you that. And this is me saying you've got every right, Spoo, to rob this in and embrace it.
It's not over yet. Don't jinx my boy Dompe just yet.
I'm trying my best.
Don't
really
jinx him. I know you need it for your predictions.
For the sake of the 95%.
I gotta catch up on event.brostars.com. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm pretty behind there, you know, with E-Stage's predictions going sour. But right now, this is a sweet treat for me indeed to watch underdogs rise up. I mean, I feel for Humble, but come on, you already qualified for the Brawl Cup. Let some of these youngins rise to the top.
I mean, look at that. Look at that. 0 for Semantic, 0 for Boss, 4 for Lukey. Just a complete outdraft. Not a single moment in that set. It felt to me like Big Talents were out of control. It's just disgusting.
What is happening to Humble right now? They're absolutely falling apart. It seems this is not the Humble we usually see. We saw last month when they won it all, even took it against Fleetwood Esports that we thought were unbeatable this year. At least they came in like that in February. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Both of them have really good scrim rates. I just checked once more. Big Talents are looking strong. We have just not really seen much of them in the monthly final before, and today they're showing up big time. These new teams are so hungry for an opportunity, and now they have it, and they are taking it. It's 2-0 for Big Talents. Golden Gulch could be the last map of this series. I kind of thought that would happen, but I thought it would be 2-0 for Humble at this point. And I know I'm not the only one. The votes clearly stated 95% for Humble.
I told y'all. Big Talents, y'all voted Humble. Y'all told production to put Humble. I'm telling you, it could... Nah, I can't jinx my boys. I can't jinx my boys.
Continue what you were saying.
It's still 2-0. And, you know, looking at these bans, I think Humble may need to get a therapist. They have a bit of PTSD. The Meeple's been banned out. The Kid's been banned out. They have had enough with these cheesy, difficult to deal with brawlers. They really just want to have a clean game of Brawl Stars because mechanically, let's be real here for a moment, right? These are the 2024 World Champions. They've got some of the best mechanics in the whole world. But they're getting completely clapped in the draft arc.
Yeah, it's really a struggle so far for Humble here. Let's see what they could be bringing in. Potentially Ollie could be a final pick or like a heal kind of comp to combine with this Ziggy. Ziggy going to be really tough to handle, especially with that kit ban on the side there of Humble. But a brawler which I still really rate is going to be the Ollie first. They might combine then the healing afterwards. I feel like they value Ollie enough to be able to take it away from Humble in that regard. So a brawler which they would bring in themselves as well quite often. Sometimes Humble will bring in Rico here. A brawler which with the kit ban might be brewing, but let's see how they feel.
Big Talents has doing a very wise choice here in their bans already, banning out the brawlers that Humble is usually known for. The Angelo and the Pierce are two of the brawlers they pick up the most, especially on Knockout. And now Humble with the next pick, they can either break open the map, band out their Brock though. How do they do it? Or they go with the thrower themselves. That was what I was about to say here. Tick would be an option here. I think Ziggy is a bit stronger than the Tick currently, but Tick is just the only other option here really on Knockouts, and Tick itself also has the head available whenever Ollie actually comes in. He can try and use it to defend himself. Last pick now for Humble. Is it going to be something aggressive? Do we finally see Humble popping out a Mortis?
I think they're a bit timid right now with the way that they're drafting and pairing up, you know, Mortis with Tick. Bear in mind that Mortis is, you know, globally banned as well, so can't really be selected there. But Humble are gonna, opt for safety here. They paired up this Rico Tick. We saw this in Bell's Rock yesterday. It is truly one of the most hazardous kind of things that you have to play against. It's really so hard. It requires a very high level of mechanical skill to dodge out all those attacks. But that does leave them a bit vulnerable to, you know, all kinds of anti-control from Big Talents in this last pick.
It was the Rico then for Humble. Piper. I love it. I love it. I mean, I'm always saying that in this meta, I'm grumpy that we haven't got Piper have her moments. We saw it a little bit in North America with Team Electros, which I absolutely loved. Maybe we'll see it again here today. I hope it pops off. It's a risky one, no less.
I would have put money down, actually, that last pick would probably be a Byron, you know, support that Ollie a tad bit. Piper, though, coming in here, probably a comfort pick for the side. We also now see for Nez specifically, they switched to Brawler. And Piper, of course, doesn't have a too bad matchup into a Rico. She can open up the map, which really helps that team to pop off a bit more, especially into Rico. Ziggy is going to struggle. We're going to see what goes down now. This could be the potentially last set here if Big Talents takes it 3-0 versus Humble.
Interesting gadget selection there from Dompe. They're using the teleport to come out of the base so early, get an early scout onto Humble. And Semantic already so low. The information provided by Dompe allowed Mine to safely aggress forward. And Big Talents, they got a bit of an advantage there, but now just leaning to the left side of the map.
Yeah, Nest is going to be looking for a quick double tap onto Luki. Bot's so low here as well, and Luki's got a body block. Semantic in the early outset of the start of this game, just overextending, not valuing enough where Mine could be, and therefore almost went down immediately. It's Big Talents looking really, really comfortable. They are not deterred by the idea of facing off against the 2024 World Champs.
Not at all, and Ness is going to be starting to tear up certain parts of the map. He aims for this lower wall on the side of Humble's base. A bit interesting there. We see Big Talents making a little rotation here, just trying to egg through most of this early leg game. Now jumping onto Boss. He's been caught out all alone. Had to rock into the smoke. The hit does connect onto Ness, but here Dompe has managed to farm up a full super here. Big Talents kick things off by taking the first round.
What are we seeing? What are we watching? Humble are just floundering all over the place right now.
Oh my God.
From their former selves. Zeke Super coming in, going to force the hand. Boss might just have to eat this on that bottom left-hand side. Hypercharge, tick head goes through, not going to land really anything at all, just buying some time as Mine coming into Boss, gets the hypnosis once again, bringing him out straight into the hands of Ness, and a snipe that lands perfectly.
Much needed there from Big Talons. They did lose the Ziggy in the back, pinched out by Symantec and Lukey. So that does even it up to a 2 versus 2. Where in the late game, in all theory now, a Tick and an RT should be able to clean up Big Talons. But they are looking to try and push them out here in this early to late game stage. The hit is connected early there from Lukey, but Symantec shows why he's a champ.
Now Humble need this really to be locked down. If Mine gets a double here, it will just be surely the final nail in the coffin, and Humble will have nothing to say for themselves coming back in, so whittling things down, taking their time is the way, and Mine now forced into the gas, but he's got a hypercharge coming back in on this round, and I think that could be the way to start things off if he goes in on the aggressive.
Once again, Dompe just teleporting out of the base, trying to get early scouts there on Humble's position. He's most likely calling it out to Mine. Hypercharge is committed by Ness. They see the target's going to be Symantec. He pops his own Hypercharge, tries to defend himself. Boss can't get the clip in time. 3 versus 2. A head connects there onto Dompe, and the entirety of BGT trying to retreat back into the base. Mine is going on the hunt though. Boss left by himself there. If he had a hypnosis play there, that could have been it.
Now Big Talents, they can just take their time with this. They know that they are thoroughly in control. They just need this round so they can exacerbate all of their utility here. Boss trying to find an angle, trying to land some shots onto Dompe. Nothing is working. Lukey with a tick head coming forwards on the right-hand side, immediately shot down by Ness. But a super away might be an opportunity here for Humble, but Boss cannot go down. He's going to be so cautious of Ness and these sniper taps.
Big Talons have had multiple opportunities here to close out Humble, but they're playing it slow and steady. They know how they have the numbers here. They're just waiting for the gas. Now it is coming in here. That's Humble that has nowhere to go. Boss tries to stay alive. Lukey throws the head out, waves the white flag. And I don't believe I'm saying this, Ark. Guess who's at match point?
And I can't believe I was saying this, Spoo, but it seems that you were right. And I don't take that lightly. I'm looking forward to hearing what Trav's got to say when he comes back, by the way. This is actually unbelievable. Speaking of the devil, just walked in the studio. I mean, I could have understood it. I could have understood it if it went to a 50 final set and it was neck and neck. But this isn't even close. Humble are not even in this conversation. They're all over the place, not working as a unit, and their drafts are just not supporting one another. I mean, Tick, I get it. It has had some results. I think Lanam was mentioning about that, and some comments on social media that saying that he was bringing it into qualifiers and why, and it has had some glimmers, but it's just not helping Humble against this pressure.
Dompe! Almost getting the double kill down to Symantec, and Lukey does indeed get one. The hit will be chasing down Dompe, but it is taken out there. Lukey almost getting clipped there by the Eye of the Storm. But wow, Dompe just finding all these aggressive plays.
But now what can the Tick do here? It's going to be Boss alone, having to handle everything again, down to 980 HP, and 2 taps there from Mine, again getting inching closer towards getting that hypnosis, and now in a 1v3, you've got a Tick. Of course, you've got nowhere to go but the gas.
The yesterday's meta that Humble are trying to adopt here, drafting for safety, being completely decimated by a newcomer in the form of Big Talons. They've been drafting sharp, they've been playing even sharper, and they just need one more round to eliminate the top seed of EMEA.
I mean, we were saying that Humble and Foot could be the grand finals match to determine the seeds. Who would have thought that it could just come down to Humble losing this in the quarterfinals? Then Foot have only got just to win their first match. Mine coming in and shut down this time by Symantec. The legs are exposed and Ness is tapping away. Now down to 804 HP and Dompe low as well. This might be at least a round here for Humble.
The last round is always the hardest for Big Talons. If I were them, I would be nervous as well. They can taste victory. They know the comp works. They just need to play it a little bit slow, and it's going to start this round out with Dompe popping the Storm here, zoning out the left side of the map. That does not. Okay, falls! That is a huge one for Big Talons, opening the floodgates. Dompe goes aggressive. One more tap on Symantec would have done the trick. But now a numbers advantage, and Big Talents, they know they have this one.
Semantic has to stay alive. He's the only person that really here can defend against this Ness. Dompe just trying to get a flank around this right-hand side, and now Boss gonna tap him, punish him for it. Mine marked up. Semantic down to 5 HP. This could be the final stand for Humble.
Boss now pops the hypercharge. It's desperation plays coming from him. Semantic desperate to get a hypercharge. Dompage is gonna be escaping out. Mine almost falling out. The jump to the Dompage from Mine. Unreal! He gets out with the hypercharge there. Dompe is still being pinched in the back. He gets 1 kill, and Semantic falls with a gigantic applause. Big Talents make a massive statement and take down the 2024 World Champions.
Mine there can barely believe it himself. Semantic with his head in the hands as the #1 seed of EMEA are out in the quarterfinals. I can barely believe it myself. And a #1 seed now that for Foot Esports only requires a win versus Foot Academy. I mean, what is life? We're not even at Brawl Cup yet, and we're seeing things like this happen in this region. It's just unreal. 95% on event.brawlstars.com, and only Spoo here on the desk believed it was possible. I have no words. I have no words.
Unfortunate for that 95%. 5% of you out there voted that Big Talents will actually gonna take this one, and they right now get one step closer to the icon you can get this weekend. Unbelievable. My honest reaction, you're joking, right? This didn't just happen. I'm dreaming I'm going to wake up and get ready for this broadcast all over again. This is heartbreaking to see Humble crumble like that. You see it in their camps. They did not expect it. And I can only explain this with they underestimated their opponents. And you never do that. Not even a team who has never played in a monthly final before. You don't underestimate your opponents. They got outdrafted 3 times, I feel, in Dueling Beatles. I think it was pretty even, winnable draft for them. But here in this last one, leaving the Ziggy open there, Ollie, it was a perfect draft. We didn't believe in the Piper too much, I feel. We were kind of looking for a Byron there, but it worked out perfectly.
I felt it was a bold showing from them. Byron would have been the safer pick, the more methodical option, but Ness probably said, give me Piper and I will clap these 3 world champions and show them why. Yeah, they're just rusty unks, they should retire, you know? Who cares if they're the #1 seed? But that's what he did with the Stew, you know, all these flashy brawlers. He did so well. And my boy Dompe.
Show it to the camera. Like, you've got your financial. At least show the camera that there's your prediction.
I voted.
You got it right, Spear. Well done.
Event.brawlstars.com. That's me. Spoiler for the next 2, but yeah, I'm gonna get it all. I'm gonna get it all today.
Good job, Spoo. And yeah, I even had the production being like, what's happening, Sonny? Can you explain this to us? And I was like, you know, this happened once before. Spoo voted for all the teams opposite from what we voted on.
No,
and they ended up winning.
I voted the right team, not the
they
opposite,
ended up
the
winning.
right
I think
team.
it's Spoo's fault, honestly.
You talking about me jinxing it? You're the one that's jinxed it.
It's only the beginning. They're gonna go all the way.
We want to have one last heartbreaking look at where they were standing in the leaderboard coming into this today. And Humble and Foot Esports are still playing for seeding, also for the Brawl Cup. Well, whoever gets farther today will actually take the #1 seed in EMEA right now. If Humble and Foot Esports drop out in the quarterfinals, Foot could still only take 2nd seed, as Humble is leaderboard #1 right now. But I assume Foot will beat Foot Academy. We'll see if that actually is going to happen today. Everything could be changing. But yeah, Big Talents coming in as the 13th seed, Humble as the 1st seed, and 13 beats 1. Unlucky for Humble, really. 13 is their unlucky number today.
We're hoping that this is going to be a one-time occurrence, obviously, for the greater plot line here, but that does basically allow Foot Esports, as long as they get to the semi-finals, as long as they beat Foot Academy, they will take that #1 seed. How important is that #1 seed in the Brawl Cup remains to be seen. We have to look at other regions, how it's going to go. But for me now, we gotta focus our eyes on this upcoming matchup next. Navi versus SK. I voted Big Talents and I was 100% confident they would win. This one, I'm not too sure.
This one really is a 50-50. By the way, we will show you an updated Brawl Cup graphic also at the end of this show. So stay tuned where Humble and Foot Esports will land. So Humble at least is still secured for the Brawl Cup, but this must hurt. We get Trev on the desk. How's your heart rate right now?
Yeah, I was kind of watching from the side, and like it wasn't even close. Like they 6-0'd them. They didn't even get a game. It's like, how the number 1 seed drop into the number 12 seed in the first round of EMEA in April is just, it's absolutely crazy. I think it goes to show what we can come to expect from this region.
A little bit of fun fact with Sonya on the sidelines as well. The last time Humble got 3-0'd, that was World Finals 2025 in the Grand Finals against Crazy Raccoon. That was the only time they got 3-0'd in like half a year. That is incredible.
So you're saying Big Talents is as good as Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah.
Which basically,
that's the case.
they won monthly finals yesterday. So Big Talents today are gonna win it all.
I mean, honestly, if Big Talents can beat Humble, why not? You know, today anything can happen. Navi versus SK Gaming is going to be our next match. It's hopefully not a 3-0 sweep once more. I do think this is one of the closer ones that we have for you in store in our quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think for me, both of these teams are going to be pretty happy about that prior result, to be honest with you. I don't think, regardless of how good Big Talents looked, I don't think like any day they'd want to face it off against Humble instead. So both of these teams going to be pretty happy about that prior result, but obviously SK against Navi, bit of a grudge match here as well. A little bit of history between at least a couple of the players on these rosters. So big things for both these teams, and now it gives them a huge opportunity to have what looks to be a little bit more of a free bracket through to the finals.
Both teams desperately need this win, not sitting in the best of spots right now in the leaderboard. Navi had a clean run through the qualifiers already, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, and there they were in the monthly finals. On the other side, we had SK Gaming struggling in their very last match in the upper bracket. It was against Humble, and my whole storyline would have been, you know, they came so close to even beating Humble, so dropping to the lower bracket really is no shame there.
Yeah, now I'm a bit worried because if that's the Humble that they were almost beating, then sorry, I'm not that impressed, if I'm going to be honest here. But being realistic about SK's bigger storyline here, I agree. They absolutely need this win. They are currently 7th in position. The fall from grace, they are suffering in points. They almost didn't do it. They didn't even qualify in one of these monthly finals this year. And you, with a short season like this, you can't afford to let that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the same can be said for Navi as well. Like, for players of this standard, they've been out in the quarterfinals, you know, too many times. So they're looking to improve on kind of what's been happening over the past few months. Both of these teams desperately need the points to try and catch up, and with Humble losing as well, it kind of bridges that gap a little bit more for one of these teams to rise up the ranks.
SK Gaming unfortunately did not even qualify for the monthly final in March. Now in April they have a chance and they face up against Navi to hopefully redeem themselves. Trev got to sit down with a fellow Brit, so let's hear what Navi thinks about this matchup.
All right, Enraged, going into the April monthly finals, how do you feel your preparation's been, and do you feel ready to compete on the biggest stage?
I think we prepared well. I don't think we prepared a lot though. I think SK have 4 times more scrims than us, something like that. But I still think we're pretty confident that we'll beat them.
So talking about SK in this monthly finals, obviously you're facing them in the first round. As you said, they've prepared that bit more than you. Do you think that helps you, gives them less insight into what you guys are going to be doing?
Well, I'd say it helps us because we can look at their data and see what they pick and win with. But for us, they don't have much data to use, so they're kind of going in more blind than us. Yeah.
Do you think you've adapted to the kind of current meta after a few of those balance changes hit? Do you think you guys are ready to, you know, be able to draft and play to the highest standard?
Yeah, I think we have, and I think where we haven't, we've cleaned that up with global bans, so we should be fine.
Pretty confident, I guess we are.
We should be fine.
Scrims are a big topic in this matchup here, and this is also the reason why in the end I signed with SK Gaming. I truly believe this is a 50-50, and SK has not looked their best this year so far. Not like they looked last year. Last year, it was always kind of either they win the grand final of the monthly final or they drop out in the quarterfinals. I think so far this year, it's only been at the bottom, you know, can they come up again? But yes, they scrimmed 4 times as much as Enraged has already said as Navi. So of course they're going to take this, right?
It should be fine, in the words of Enrage. He didn't seem, Trav,
Yeah, the least sounding confident person ever, I think. But
Yeah, is
I
that...
think that's just his personality, to be honest with you, though. Like, I think he's quite a quiet guy.
I can't tell if he's trying to be humble here, but the folks at home seem to favor Enrage in that assessment that they indeed should be fine. 61% of you voted on event.brawlstars.com, and I hope you guys get it right, because you can get some nice drops from that.
And you can't blame them. You know, Navi has qualified for all 3 monthly finals so far. They have never actually made it out of the quarterfinals, but that's still looking better than what SK Gaming has shown us. Both of these teams, as I said already, desperately need this win because both of them are just not where we expected them to be this year.
Yeah, this is the thing. Listen, Navi have been making monthly finals, but you know they're expected to be doing just that. They're expected to probably be like a semi-final caliber team around that mark, but they haven't been getting through. Yes, they faced against Heretics last month, which is a difficult matchup in itself, but they managed to get that to a 3-2. So regardless of how, I'm not going to say easy the bracket that Navi had was, because I believe they were, you know, lined up to face against Reply Totem, who got knocked out pretty fast. But in comparison to anybody else who qualified, they absolutely had it easy. So I'm not going to base too much off their qualifier performance as to how I expect them to come into this one. But they went 3-2 against Heretics last month, and surely have improved with time and synergy over the last one too.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing what I'm seeing on camera, actually. Navi and Jero now on different teams, former teammates clashing together here, both trying to prove that they can break away from that all-Polish roster and also succeed on their own. Regardless of who takes this, it's an important one for them.
It truly is. Let's see who will be it in the end. Navi versus SK Gaming. And we are heading into Safe Zone as our first map of this series. Bans are in already. Kaze, Chuck, and Colt on the right-hand side. Chuck is double banned actually from Navi too, alongside Melody and Amber. They're going to start us out here with Penny, which is a surprise to many, I assume. It's not a brawler we see too often. If we ever see her, it's on Heist, and Safe Zone is her best map. She was actually the top most picked brawler in recent scrims. Why is that, Spoo?
It's got everything at this point. After the recent balance changes where they kind of adjusted her stats, she's become a staple in the sense that she's decent up against tanks, she's decent, you know, as a win condition, set up that turret, and in Safe Zone, that's, you know, sort of what you need. If you're not playing a dive comp, which as you can see from the Chuck and the Kaze and the Melodies being banned out, then you have to find a different way to play it. But SK though, they've got some ideas of their own.
Yeah, Pierce going to come in then as that second, along with the roughs that they went with first. Pierce going to be pretty much one of the best sharpshooters in the map at the moment, or just in general in the game. But through that mid, he's definitely going to be a bit of a threat. You know, when they're all piling up through that little choke point, you can kind of throw some supers, get a lot of that ammo back, and Real do a good job. Obviously, going to be outranging Penny as well. But I do like the Penny first pick. I think it's just one of the most well-rounded brawls on this map at the moment. And that if you can establish that turret and have it in a bit of a more safe space, then it's going to be just be wreaking havoc.
I'm actually almost surprised she's left open. At the same time, I think SK really wanted to have that Pierce pick rounding their comp off. Also, with that Ruffs on the other side to open up the map makes a lot of sense with that sharpshooter they want to have in mid. So they had to bend the Kaze, right? Colt just the best damage dealer at the moment. He's always been really good at just dealing damage, which is what this most is all about. Nani on the left-hand side now, one of the best counters to any sniper, simply because of her gadget. Return to sender is going to be so good against Pierce. Last pick now.
Wow.
A sharpshooter on their own. Angelo's gonna come in, and he's of course super strong because you can walk over water. And that right-hand side closed off. If people are OGs, remember back in the day, you actually were able to open up the map completely. Now we have that metal wall on the right-hand side, so you can only really play an Angelo, maybe an Ellie, a Carl on the right-hand side, you know, with a gadget going over water. So yeah, really good comp on the left-hand side, and there's the Carl I just mentioned. They want to play that right-hand side lane themselves too.
I can hear Pedro in my head. He's calling this out as an OG himself. He knows that this Carl is an option that functions very well as this middle between a tank and an aggressive brawler. I fully expect that he'll be running the flying hook gadget here as well, and you're crossing that window, the little water that you talked about, that try to find opportunities to just blaze past this Penny, get into the backline and be really annoying.
And this is the thing, right? It's opportunities rather than just being able to do it all the time with Angelo. You've got to wait for your gadget, play it smart, play it safe, wait for the right moment to do that. Otherwise, you can be punished heavily. So It used to be really, really good, that brawler, but it's taking, I feel like, a little bit of a backseat. We see it a bit less in this map now, but it can also put you in good positions further up the map if you fly a bit further up behind those walls on the right-hand side. But into the game we go. Seems like SK are taking a bit of a back foot early on with Gero and Drage establishing themselves, and as we said, you kind of wait for your moment. You don't have to fly and hook in straight away, but a lovely return to sender from Gero, and this should be some damage on safe.
Gero now getting that first kill off the game, already 10% in damage there. Probably from, just a quick tap there from Drage there, with the spillover damage. We're not really too sure how that came about. And Navi here, breaking that 2x2. It's a huge tactical advantage there for Navi, which, on the side of SK, they need to wait for Navi to get.
Yeah, Drage still being deprived of his super, but then with that hit, as soon as I say it, he gets it. Salty Barrel plays down, OP taking some hits, and he misses a few swings of the pickaxe there. Yoshi having to fall back because of that as well, and already establishing this turret and having the control for Navi is huge for Drage on this right-hand side. Gave Yoshi that slight angle to be able to hit it though, so going to be pretty disappointed about that and not have that support from Gero through the mid, but Navi proving a bit of an issue on this left-hand side, not allowing the Angelo to move up.
Dredgen has to be so careful here. OP's already got that flying hook, gonna be going in with the tailspin there. Can't really clean him up though, and Range ends up trading it out within Gero. Made an opportunity there to jump into the enemy base, but chose not to do so. And Rage does manage to chip away and take away that first layer of shielding though.
I mean, huge moves everywhere on the map from Navi. Drage re-established, they get the first crack and a bit more damage along with it as well. Turret re-established too. There's that Pierce super, but that doesn't seem like much value at all for me. He hasn't done a lot with it. The Penny turret raining down, and this second crack should be coming shortly. Return to sender again from Gero, and this is just all Navi at the moment. OP forced to use a flying hook, and he sent himself to his death here to get the turret down, and he's back with a hypercharge one.
Just cycling utility after utility, even the turret's hypercharge now raining fireballs from space onto the safe. There is no other available targets. The last bit of shielding stripped away, and Rage is even just gonna jump in. Yeah, pop the Angelo super there for damage. He's so cool, calm, and collected. He's so handsome, and he's playing absolutely phenomenally.
I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but that was super, super worrying for SK there. They have no control whatsoever, really didn't look good for them at all. Drage dominating the right. Angelo was just there for the most part on the left-hand side, keeping the rush back, and if your other two lanes are winning, that's completely fine. A little bit of a swap now for SK. They're going to send the roughs over to the right-hand side and hope that OP can do a bit more on the left. But with Angelo being able to kind of traverse across this water, it's going to still be a tough one for him.
I'm just gonna say it, this Nani versus Pierce matchup in the mid is the main problem that they're really facing. Navi, they don't really need to make any lane adjustments here. Drage is perfectly happy playing against Noe here. I think OPE is just calling it out, says I'm gonna cause as much chaos as I can and trying to alleviate the pressure from you guys, but it's not really a big win condition.
Yeah, he's just disrupting at the moment, and that's going to be a kill there as well. Break up through the mid to stop Carl from having that mid portion of the map to kind of hide behind when he does manage to get a bit further up the map. And Rage popped a super here as well. And in terms of damage, the Carl went up and got more than what Navi have got so far, but still, you see he's in control of the greater map, and for the most part, it's been Navi. SK trying to make the move now. OP with some great dodges, finally getting a bit of a footing in this mid, but his other two teammates can't join him.
It's a pure control versus control slugfest here. Yoshi's already fallen twice, and I expect that Gero, if he just keeps up this aggression, should be able to bring him down another time. Meanwhile, on SK though, their breakaway play has to rely on OP and this flying poke. He needs to be able to get onto Gero and open up Yoshi to deal with Enrage instead. But can they find that exact sequence of plays?
I mean, they're depriving Drage a lot better on the right-hand side. 100%
Nice.
This swap's worked for them, and there's the kill from Yoshi as well. Has the super available too, and a gadget from the rocks is going to force Drage into a bit of a compromised position, and Rage just going to go up, and I think that's a smart decision for him, knowing that Gero should be able to defend this one on his own, but he does go back and clean that up. The first crack was taken, though, and there's a bit of work to be done for Navi now.
Peep going to be connecting there onto Yoshi. Just doing about half of his life of damage, and Noe finally got that first supply drop of the game, opening up that 2x2. It's very crucial. It allows Yoshi to just get so many more sidelines here, and Navi have had enough. They're calling it out. They're sending a Rage over to deal with Noe instead. But SK Gaming, with only 30 seconds left, they just need to hold on.
100% doable though now. Salty Barrel comes out, and Gero actually has to go back. Hypercharge used from OP here, trying to get around this wall, and that's going to be really difficult for Navi to be dealing with. And Rage doing so much work down the bottom side, though, should be able to get this first crack, but SK down to the second up top. Gero with a peep coming through here, and some more shots on the safe from Navi. Should tie this game up with only 8 seconds left. He survives on longer, and it's down to 29. A much, much better showing from SK Gaming in this one, and it shows how much just the one swap of lanes can do.
classic EMEA, right? They find the perfect adaptation. I think they identified successfully that feeding Drage turrets with flying hooks is just not really the answer. It's not really the play there. You don't want to give the opponent such an easy access to their win condition. So I like that adjustment. How will Navi respond to it? I mean, are they going to make some lane adjustments of their own? They're going to swap things up? Nope, they're just going to keep things exactly the same. And skill diff instead.
Yeah, I do feel like Yoshi was doing a bit better in that in the Nani matchup in the mid as well in the previous one. So if Gero can get back to that same fighting form, then I'm sure Drage will be able to do a bit more on the right-hand side. But Yoshi doing a much better job of managing that one in the mid, just being a bit more patient and not overstepping. So we're back to this stalemate in mid, and OP doing a great job actually of being able to push Enrage back, especially when he's able to go over this water. It makes it a bit more difficult to get that position.
Extremely difficult matchup in the mid, and as we can see, Gero is the one once again getting that first wall break, breaking up this 2x2. It's opening up sidelines, angles onto OP here, supporting Enrage. There, no person in the mid is now safe from a huge tank from Nani plus Enrage's poison arrows.
Waste of gadget there from Gero is giving Yoshi a bit of a lifeline to walk up the mid here, and a Ruff's gadget will send Drage back that bit further. Control in the hands firmly now of SK Gaming, but Drage just re-establishing himself, knowing now he has to walk around that center wall, and I don't think he's stepped past the back third of the map just yet. But OP on the offense now and just gets about as much damage as in the previous.
It's really just mechanical difference here, and Oyoshi going to be taken down by the Peep there now. Two brawlers down on the side of SK Gaming. Tempo going to be swinging completely in the side of Navi's range. This is the exact same position in game number one that once SK was stuck in, they couldn't break out, but a great super there from Yoshi, plus another from Navi, gets them out of a pickle.
Yeah, Navi, I think, first stepping a little bit further up for the first time in 2 games, to be honest with you. Enrage down back here, though. And, you know, listen, even if he goes down here, he's kind of held off for a little while, and they should be able to get some control back. Gero going up, though, and actually put the hypercharge there as well. That's going to really disappoint him that he's wasted that. Drage has the super now as well. Pierce super to follow up, and a great shot along with it as well. Just brings him down. Super available now for Gero, but that's going to be SK taking the lead in terms of percentage once more.
I understood the play there. He wanted to play off the star power there to stay alive as long as possible. Instead, this next Peep is going to be breaking up the right lane there. Navi just desperately trying to get back out of the base. He successfully does so. Drage probably really close to a turret here. He really will want to get that down. Gets the nice kill onto Navi there, but OPE is directly on top of him and just barreling straight to the top right-hand corner of the map where there's no way to stop him. We're into a pure base race now. OP is going to be going down 4%. Just left there for Navi to take this.
This should 100% be a Navi game now. There's the damage lead, and SK, so much to be desired from them at the moment. Gets down to 50, and there it is. And you mentioned it during the game. As soon as they get that positioning that they had in game one, it's over. And that was just so narrow, though. If Gero didn't find that little connection onto OP, that game would have been very different at the end.
Well, I know who didn't fail geometry. That's Gero. I mean, sine cosine equals another dead OPE. I would not have found that play. That is super duper hard to aim. And for those of you Nani enjoyers out there, that's an Angel Boy worthy play. And OP is not pleased whatsoever. Looking over probably to Navi there saying, what really went wrong there? Is it the draft? We know that OP is an extremely vocal player, and he eats up that energy. And I think we need to see more of that if SK want to even have a shot in this monthly final.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the adjustments that these guys make, though. It's a night and day difference from game 1 to game 2. And then it kind of was, I think, a little bit of an overstretch at a certain point of the game for SK in that third one. And it gave a bit of control to Navi, it gave them the lead, and then SK are constantly fighting into them rather than being able to keep control and play it patient. They need to make those over-aggressive, overstretched plays, and that punishes them even further. In terms of kills, yeah, you know, you said it. Nani, it's a sniper. You're going to be winning the majority of matchups with that. Drage, I think the majority of those kills probably came from game 1. Other than that, he was just sat there. And the same for Navi. So, you know, you can't take too much of a hit on Navi here. Yeah, he got 1 kill. Yes, he got 74 DPS. But as I said, I think he stepped up to the second third of the map once. His entire job for all 3 games was just sitting back and trying to control Drage. And for the most part, he did that.
And that wasn't even the position that he wanted to be played on when they drafted this Ruffs. You saw in game number 1, they sent him up to that left lane. His job is to be a little bit more aggressive, lane up against Enrage there. But I thought it was an interesting choice there that he decided, you know, he didn't want to take the sandbags because he was worried about Drage, but it might have been useful if he wanted to play aggressively into Enraged and, you know, maybe get an early supply drop, open things up for OPE, and then play for that, you know, breakaway play in the backline. I thought that was what SK wanted to do, but they just abandoned that strategy completely, and they just made this 180 change that worked in game 2, and then in game 3, it just took a little bit of ill-disciplined play and everything fell apart for them.
seemed like they didn't really make the decision of whether or not they wanted to just send OP up again and again and again, or play for the control. They were kind of doing a little bit of both, and that amounts to just doing neither at the same time. You know, you're getting little bits of damage here and there, but it's nowhere near enough to really be able to win games. So, tough one there for SK Gaming. I think Navi deserving of that set win after the performance they put in, especially in Game 1. So, they're going to be looking to continue that. And as I said, the bracket for them is looking a bit easier looking forwards now. So, both of these... Listen, I'm not even hearing you out, Spoo. I'm not even hearing you out. You're going to sit there in silence whilst I say that, because it's true.
Nah, don't pay all the way, but we'll get there when we get there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's still only first set, and it might be actually over because they just gave Enraged one of his favorite brawlers in the form of this kid. Look at the bans though, double RT bans out from both sides. You know, I believe this is one of the most contested brawlers in Gold. I'm not surprised that EMEA is respecting it. So, but SK Gaming, they see this kid as that first pick. It's very, very, rare that the team is so bold enough to just reveal it so early without any matchups. This could be a good one for SK.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've spoke to Drage a few times as well, and his confidence in his capabilities are so high as well. So he's going to be pretty happy with getting that brawler so early on. But as you say, it seems like revealing your strategy before you've even got started. We're going to see the Rosa on the other side. And yeah, you know, you're going to be able to build a large amount of grass, slow people down if you take that one as well, and just play the lanes. A good late game brawler as well to have Nani to go along with it as well. We've seen how good that brawler is in itself. So listen, I'm not much of a Rosa fan here. It definitely can work, but it's just such a rogue one in my opinion.
And it's in the 2-3 turn as well. I mean, SK Gaming, we've been hyping them up in terms of numbers, right? Like, what, 400 scrims this month? You know, that's a lot of legwork to put in. And it's a necessary thing that you have to do to catch up in the region. But let's be real, they're playing up against pure raw talent, right? Navi, they made an aggressive roster change, bringing in Enraged into the fray. And this is one of the most, biggest talents that came into the fray. Last year, I think for me, it was the Rookie of the Year. And now he's just going to show why, he was so widely contested. Now, in the draft as well, I'm very sure that he brings a certain type of mind to the team that needed to bring the stability. Wow, Gene Shelley going to be wrapping things up for the side of Navi. That's the boldness that I think Enraged brings to this Navi roster.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is that is one of the best pairings you can get into these kind of brawlers. The Gene Shelley is just incredible. And the same thing is, if you can stun them with the kit prior as well, you're going to be really setting them up. But, I don't think there's many pairings better than just being able to pull into a kit and a Shelley, especially when you're playing against the Rosa. So I think you said it about kit early on. You're showing your hand really early into the draft by going that. And I think SK did the exact same with Rosa, and now they're going to be punished for it.
SK now pick up this Charlie as their final selection there. I think they just want some answers to the kid that's really, really easy. You know, if you get a jump on board, at the very least, you can take down this kid, put him into a cocoon. And not to mention that Gadget is really, really pesky to deal with in the late game as a genie who eats up so many of those shots. But the feeling that I get, just from my heart, is that SK are doing what Humble did. They're playing it very safe, they're playing very methodical, but Navi are playing very freely. You know, they're expressing their ideas, they're playing aggressively, synergistically, trusting in each other, power of friendship kind of vibe here.
And this is the thing, I'm sure that's exactly what they've been working on over the past month. You know, they may have had quite a few less scrims than SK, but last month Enraged had just joined. They hadn't really had that synergy, and they went 3-2 against Heretics. So that's why I kind of had my hopes up and why I went for the Navi prediction over SK. But we'll see how this one plays out. Still scanning the right-hand side. Yoshi scared to a heavy amount here, just consistently doing that. But now all revealed themselves in the mid. And let's not forget here as well, if they get pushed out of this bush, then they're going to be having a nightmare situation. That's their whole game plan.
Oh, they're looking for Novi. Navi don't know that he's just underneath him. If Enraged had scouted him out, could have just dived him there and could have been a kill. On the side of SK, they're continuing to build this ginormous bush on their side as a little tactical advantage is going to the safe haven just to survive up until that late game. But I don't know if it's going to really help once the gas closes in.
I mean, yeah, they've got a Shelley against them, so I don't know how well playing in this bush is going to go for them. Yes, Nani's going to be able to hit hard, and yes, Rosa's the brawler who's going to be building the bush and doing well in it. But into a Shelley, you've got to question if that's even the case. Now these kit shots coming over the top, and now congrats on sitting in the bush all game, because now they're getting beaten down. Dash comes forward, and yeah.
What?
Yeah, and all the bush goes as well. And if anything, they've broken some of their own bush.
So, let me get this straight.
Yeah.
SK Gaming's plan is we're playing Farmville. actually. So if you think about it, OP is actually just a sprinkler of water. Yoshi is, the fertilizer with the spiders, and Noe's obviously the gardener. That's their plan. They're not playing Brawl Stars, and that's why they're losing. Because look at the side of Navi. Kid, Jean, Shelly is what you've opened yourself up to when you go Rosa, Nani, 2-3, and a Charlie as a last pick. I don't even have much to add here tactically because I'm trying to think of adaptations for SK, and frankly, with all the brilliant sort of analysis that I have, I got nothing for you of how to play this comp.
Yeah, and if you don't, Spoo, we're all doomed. You're the person I'd usually ask. But Jean, obviously going to be able to scout out this bush pretty well, going to be able to have this pull. They've all three got supers, and now this peep coming forward hits enraged, and he's just going to go back and heal, wait for the Jean to do something, and that's going to be the opening move for them, I'm sure. Spiderlings, yes, can tank it, so got to be a bit cautious of that being that late game play from the SK side, but this is like 3 supers against none is worrying here, and the jump onto the back. This is going to be devastating again, I'm sure.
There's so many ways to win this. Good Charlie super there. It's going to be putting it in, but they don't even need it. 2 versus 3, now 2 versus 1, and it's just... They just tap the screen 10 times. Press it on the yellow button, auto aim to death in that end game there, and I think it honestly already went perfectly there for SK.
I was about to say the same thing.
Exactly.
Nothing went wrong, and yet everything went wrong. Like, they did everything they could, and it still didn't work.
I mean, I have to postulate here a little bit. Did SK pick Rosa by accident and then they had to salvage this draft? Because usually, bring it down to earth a little bit. When you draft this type of comps that, you build the bush, you try and build it towards the center. And then usually it's to set up some kind of a late game scenario where there's an unstoppable push or something. But Nani, to me, doesn't spell an unstoppable push. Neither does Charlie. Both of those rollers are just really, really passive. And that's just giving Navi the set on a silver platter.
Yeah, this is the thing. Build your grass into the middle where you're supposed to.
And then they're using it, yeah. They built it for Navi. I mean, it's a highway to death.
Have, vision gear, I'm sure, as well, and he's going to be scouting out so easily. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything like what's going on now. Now he obviously kind of quite clearly stood still there. So we're unsure as to what's happened, but Navi are dominating them regardless. This is a real tough situation for SK to be in now, this 3v2. Nani pretty low and still scouting out is the Jean, keeping him that way. Pull available, super available, and I'm sure they'll just keep these for next round.
My heart goes out to all the SK fans. I'm as confused as you are. I expected this to be a close one, to have at least an ounce of a fight, and they've lost the first set fair and square. That might have been a bit of a draft problem, maybe a bit skill issue. This is not a draft problem. This could be just, the signs of, just SK unraveling here. Maybe it was an internal conflict or something. No, he's not even moving anymore. I mean, he's no longer building the bush. He's lost. He doesn't know what to do.
I mean, the thing is, from the player cams, all 3 were in the same place. Great pull out. I mean, it brings Rage back to somewhat safety, I was going to say there as well. But it is still the Shelly up against these 2 brawls here. But I think the 2v2 is, if anything, is a bit better for SK than the 3v3.
Yeah, this is the best position that they've ever been here, but they do need to scout out Enrage, maybe get a Cocoon there, pinch out Jero in the end game, play that 2 versus 1 when it's just Enrage left on the table. This is signs of life there from SK, set up by a pull, but Jero has something of his own. There we go, the Cocoon down to Jero, isolate the Jean, then bring him down here. He has no way to contribute to this, Enrage is left on a 2 versus 1. You've still got time on your hands. Smoke gonna be coming in, forcing Enrage, but yeah, I mean, if he wins 2 versus 3, I don't even know.
I was going to say it's winnable. I don't know if he's going to win it, but I think he kind of got a bit stuck between shooting both of them rather than focusing one at that point. But yeah, I mean, that was the best situation SK Gaming had. A little bit of an overcommit there, I think, from Drage especially, jumping in, going for the pull. I think he was kind of expecting his teammates maybe not to kill him until he got a bit further back, would have been the game plan, but I think that's a communication error along the way. But 100% over-aggression, over-confidence, and unneeded from Navi at that point, because they were doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, if your opponent doesn't know what they're doing, neither do you, right? Like, if they don't have a plan and you're trying to figure out their plan, you don't have a plan yourself. That's, I think, what basically happened to Drake, because the art of confusion was for them. We're back to this, basically, gardening simulator on the side of SK while they passively wait for this end game. I think they are convinced, though. Right now, they've got a hypercharge on the side of Navi. I'm assuming once he charges up that super, Rosa could technically just take free hits to gradually charge up her own super, and then maybe that's the sort of play that they could go after. You pop a shield in the end game, maybe you out-survive like 4 Shelly supers back to back, get slow going, maybe it's winnable.
Yeah, well, Hypercharge's coming out now, one first off coming in there, great pull coming through, and he gets that kill on the back of Enrage now, moving forward to Navi yet again. Listen, I'm not going to ignore it, it's right there, he was stood still, Hypercharge coming in, but that's not winnable. They get the game done, and I'm questioning what's going on. SK are all in the same place, so I'm not sure we can say that's a Wi-Fi issue, because they are all there together.
Yeah, no, he's looking off camera as well. I mean, he's not really too pleased if he's having an OP. Yeah, that's a resigned fate position. I mean, I don't think they ever expected to be down in 2 sets like this, given all the effort that they put in this month. We've been saying it time and time again, both these teams desperately need points, but it is SK that have been suffering this year. They really, really need to start getting points on the board.
Maybe stick with the tried and tested here. How often do you think did SK Gaming scrim with a Rosa in this match?
I'm going to say probably like none, if not like 2.
That is exactly true. So not tried and tested whatsoever. It was their tried answer for the kids, but then obviously against the Shelly, no chance. I like that SK Gaming is showing us some new things because they have to try out something. Otherwise, how will they ever start winning? They're just not looking like themselves at the moment, or at least like we've seen them last year. They are looking like the SK Gaming of this year, and it just continues. In February, they already didn't have the best of starts. You know, they dropped out pretty early on in the first round versus CMM, a roster that we haven't seen in the following months anymore. So another roster that, you know, had made it into the monthly finals again. Kind of similar to what just happened with Big Talents and Humble, I guess. So maybe this is also the start of Humble crumbling. Who knows? But yeah, SK Gaming not looking too strong right now. 2-0 down versus Navi. They need to change something. And I don't know what it is.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything? That's our answer then.
Let's reset this. I mean, Sonny, you're a coach yourself. I used to be a coach. Trav used to be a player. In this kind of positions, what do? When you say flip the desk, flip the script, we're backs against the wall, we're down 2 sets, what's the motivation that you need to come back to this?
I mean, I think it's a big issue in itself. Obviously, I kind of not aware of the draft as much as you guys, but that is the first thing that has to change. It is absolutely the first thing that has to change, because I'm not sure if that was a bit of a trap that was set by Navi there, because you said, oh, Kit, that's super early to pick that, but then they've gone Rosa, which, as you said, is their answer to it, but then they've walked straight into a Shelly Jean. So it probably was a trap set by Navi in the draft phase, but the draft is 100% the first thing that they've got to change, and that's the biggest issue so far for SK.
Yes, that was the answer that I was looking for. Everything might be true to Spoo, but I also feel like the draft isn't really one of their strong suits at the moment. Despite scrimming more sets than everybody else, which is so surprising to me. SK Gaming, they really need to start changing something to really bring this back. Because, yeah, as we see here, in February already, they didn't start out great. 5th to 8th was their final finish. They dropped out in the quarterfinals. In March, they unfortunately did not qualify. And now in April, they have another chance to prove themselves against Navi. A roster that they can beat, I'd say. Looking at the 3 players from SK Gaming, they have 3 individually super strong players, but it just doesn't seem to click.
I'm referencing back to the fact that they lost Joker in this transaction. Joker went over to Reply Totem. They brought in Navi, who is a world champion caliber player. On paper, as you said, you swap out one playmaker for another, it should work out. But you can't, even with the best of the best players, you give them that draft, and what can they do?
Yeah, I don't think anything, to be honest with you. I think that's the answer. I don't think anything they can do with that. I think no matter, you know, if he does stand still, if he moves, they lose those anyway. So it's tough for SK, and 3 in a row is needed, and it's a big ask.
Maybe they just want to prove it to everyone right now. They kind of baited us here. They want to make it, you know,
exciting,
a bit more exciting, and they're now starting off and showing us a reverse sweep in the end. We would hope for them, really, because I don't know what SK Gaming going to do if this month is going to turn out like all the other months before.
I don't know. If I'm Pedro now, I've got both hands on the head. I don't even know what to say to the team. I probably try to hype them up, but looking at how resigned that they look on the player cams, I think they're feeling it themselves, that, you know, they're already envisioning the worst of the worst. And I mean, as I think Ark has rightly called out, like, if this keeps up, they might even have to consider in, you know, the summer split some roster changes. That's that far behind that maybe when you say change everything, it's not just the draft, it's at the point you gotta start looking at the roster.
As a coach, though, this is exactly where you can shine. You motivate your team again. And I think if someone can motivate their team, even 0-2 down, it is Pedro. And that's probably also why they're taking some time right now. Pedro is really just trying to rebuild the confidence. And in the end, it does not matter what has happened before. Coming into this day today, they need to win 3 sets against Navi. Nothing has changed. They still need to win 3 sets against Navi, and they can do that now. Sneaky Fields is going to be our next match. potentially the last one if Navi closes this one out in a 3-0, but we already said we don't want to see another 3-0. I want SK Gaming to at least make it close, show us some fight here, pull up your socks, and Brawl Ball is where it's at.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one because, as you said, it's so hard to come back from this mental position of being 2-0 down, and 2 super convincing sets at that as well, going Navi's way. So I think it's a real difficult place to come back from. But so what you said, Sonny, we really hope they do, because SK or Navi, then neither of them are quarterfinal calibers teams, and SK are miles above where they've been this year. So I'm really hoping they can start to get some more points on the board. Shade gonna come in early then for Navi. We've seen this quite often in East Asia, and it really does work quite well. I think the win rate was relatively low, but the brawler itself did a lot of work when we were watching it.
I really like Otis on this map, but he's banned out. There are some other options you can play into that Shade right now. Usually you want to go with the Trunk, another brawler you play in any other occasion, but he's just specifically good into Shade. Jackie would also be one of those rare picks. If you don't have an Otis, Clancy would be an option, also banned out by SK Gaming. They really didn't leave themselves with a lot of tank counters open here. Sandy's gonna come in now. Fairly decent, I guess, not the most DPS. I need to see some more damage. Rico would be one of these picks that I really like in a map like this one, and Rico does dish out a lot of damage.
I just saw a grimace on Noe's face there. Something about this draft is already displeasing him. I don't know if he necessarily agrees with his own team's pick, seeing the Sandy come out here. But aside from Trunk as a pure hate pick onto the Shade, I think Willow could be a good shout as well. I think that's something that we saw Reject attempt to pull off here, and it is an SK Gaming special. This is also an SK Gaming special, but at this point, I think being an SK Gaming special is synonymous with not being a good idea.
Listen, I'm not going to say anything more on that, Spoo. I've had enough. I'm tired of ripping into SK for one day.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that it is an SK special and the SK special can work. But Navi are gonna, I don't think they're gonna have too many troubles. Like, I'm not 100% massively convinced with what SK have gone here.
It's safe, right?
Yeah,
like, they keep doing the safety picks and leaning back into things that they're familiar with, but not necessarily up to standard.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Crow. The Crow's really solid for me.
I was talking about maybe they need to start picking comfort picks, not just going with the meta. Rosa was neither. Meg and Sandy are neither for me as well. Maybe it's a comfort pick, I don't know, but certainly not what we usually see on a map like this one. SK has a 100% win rate with Rico on a map like this one. Why not go with that? Spike into the Shade, bring out some damage. Now against the Crow mid, I assume, Gale, they really can't pick a tank into this, and Sandy has no matchup. At least I feel like that. Spoo, who would you pick here as your matchup if you were the Sandy?
I would just throw him mid and try to create pressure and last pick a thrower here. I mean, it's a fantastic game. They're up against the Shade and this Gale. I mean, they're gonna go for Kid instead. So, okay, some X Factor coming in here. A bit of desperation. I mean, it's a Kid into 2 bad matchups, I've got to say here. Actually, to be honest, even against the Shade, I don't even think it's that good of a matchup once the Supers start cycling here. So, SK Gaming, I mean, show me what you have. I mean, prove us wrong here on the desk. I mean, we're all rooting for you here. We don't want to see you throw away all that effort and go to a 3-0.
Yeah, it's an opportunity that they need to take advantage of. Being able to kind of get 3 in a row here and get to the semi-finals is, what they need to start something going. Or I think you said Ark said I didn't hear him, but like that, there might be a summer roster change needed. If not.
Well, it has to start from here in SK Gaming. They started off doubling out on the left lane. Full mid control for them, looking promising for them. Love the confidence here to do these kind of gambles that's necessary. OP getting 3 quick swipes that jumps onto Jera and gets so much pressure, so much value. This should at the very least convert into a decent position for them.
Yeah, good knockback from Drage. Actually got the stun there as well. Wasn't expecting that to come through. Enraged gets the super, baits out 1 in turn from Navi as well, but that knockback going to put Enraged in a tough spot, and he actually clipped him around the wall there with his little pistol. So nice stuff. Another jump available from OP, and he will get on top of it. Not guaranteed the kill straight away, and Drage just retreating once more into the back spawn. But Enraged back with another super, and a great stun there from Drage once more.
Oh, the big bad Enrage is here, but he does get answered by the Sandy. Not impermeable inside that wall, was pinched out in the mid. OP continues his aggressive movement, jumps back. Wanted to be on Yoshi, I believe. Not too sure if that was intended to connect, but at the very least, he does have a full hypercharge online, and that should convert into a goal down the line.
Raged used his super there, but played it slow. Navi will get the kill regardless, with Gero burning the remainder of his HP down. Hypercharge available from OP now, and he might want to kind of spring into action, but seems like he's going to be waiting for his teammate. Now he's trying to make the move down the left-hand side, pinched in. He's kind of been left all alone. Jump up coming in here from Gero, and that's a big send, but did get a trade, and Ope pretty low as well. Drage defending well on the left-hand side and just putting the ball in this little pocket.
OP playing the kit of his life here to try to keep SK Gaming's chances alive. They've managed to survive really well so far. Now Yoshi throwing the Sandstorm a little bit short there. I think could have gone a bit further there to really clip and rage and force him out of that position. So now that's a big hypercharge that's just completely whiffed.
It's a great position for Rage to be in here. He looks so susceptible being this high up on his own, but he's got his super, the walls there. They're going to come in now. That's a super that's really not going to pay off too much for Ope, I don't think, here. And they're going to get some good shots in. Gets his hypercharge up now as well and leaves Meg in a real tough spot. Drage ball up, and it might have been better to super that one. Can they get the shot? And they do, just round the corner. And I wasn't sure he was going to be able to without the super up, but 19 seconds for an SK Gaming answer, or we're on match point.
A terrible mistake there made by SK, and they have to remedy this. Drage is gonna pop that gadget, plus the hypercharge blustery blow sends back the entirety of SK Gaming. The folly struck them. They committed to the Shade, who has a literal facet, allowing him to charge free supers. They couldn't burst him down in time, and a gamble that didn't pay off.
I mean, I want your opinion on, jumping in on Enrage there and not having the support in time.
Terrible.
It just seemed like a questionable decision to start with. And if you're going to do it, you've got to wait until they're a bit further around where they can pinch. Because by the time they got round, he wasn't stunned anymore.
They didn't seem to be on the same page at all. I mean, they could have also waited for overtime to come down. Don't feed that super, but in this game, once again, same start as the first one. OP trying to get this daisy chain across the board, passing it over. But the sleep and the shot didn't even connect. SK Gaming once again continue the streak of fumbles.
It's got to be a goal, it really does. If not one way, then there was 100% another way to get a goal there as well, but super difficult for SK once more. Kit's super available, and he's actually just going to kind of move around this bush. Oh, he uses his gadget and gets hit, and then misses the jump too. Everything's going wrong for SK.
This is not the SK Gaming that we know and that we love. At their lowest point, I'm not gonna kick them down any further, but we gotta wrap up this one. And Rage, you cheeky, cheeky man. Look at him. He's just taunting them, saying, "You wanna jump me? You wanna jump me? We've been in this position before."
This is like, he's going to jump in onto this Meg there, which probably would have been a better idea last time as well, to be honest with you. Good shots coming in. I think a gadget was there from Rage as well. Has a hypercharge, but no super yet. Gets it eventually now, but in a bit of a tough spot. But now he's going through. He's out of mech as well, moving forwards. Jump into the backlines from Gero, and there's the hypercharge from Enrage following up too. Ball comes up, and it's in the goal. 1 minute, and SK needs something to happen.
A miracle, anything, do something, SK. They desperately need this one for the future of the roster, for the entirety of the year. OP is gonna miss another jump. It could have been a big one. Needed to choose his targets better, and Rage continues to taunt here. He knows that OP is gonna be coming in, gets the cleanup at the very least. This is a really good position for SK, but Gero jumps across the board. Huge poison goes out. Navi hold and defend.
I mean, huge again from Navi, another great defense. Now he's going to fall down here again. Ope with another jump, but Navi in full control of the bush here. Sandy's going to be outranged. He's shot up. He's burning it. It's going to be 25 seconds, and they've got everything to do.
It just feels like SK might have given up here. They know it's the beginning of the end, and Rage with that hypercharged Rage with another daisy chain up, and SK Gaming are out of the April monthly finals. It's going to be Navi that ascend to the semis. We expected this. All the effort though put in by SK just decimated.
I mean, I don't really have much more to say about this game. Super convincing from Navi. Navi played well, but listen, we've said enough things about SK in this game, but
I'm not even gonna.
Too many mistakes in this one, especially. They're missing a Sandy Sleep goal, so many kit jumps missed, and they've brought it on themselves in this situation. They really have. Yes, Navi played well, but SK 100% should be doing better.
And as you said before, they need to get behind their draft. Something with this team is just not working out, even though all three of those players have had some great successes in their career. They're some of the strongest players we have in Brawl Stars in the whole world. Yet still, it just doesn't seem to click. Both of these teams really needed that win, so I'm happy for Navi. Big GGs also to SK there, and I really hope that, we see more of the old SK in the future. We do have a lot of kills on both sides. This is not the objective of the goal, though. of the map, though. In the end, we see the goals all on the side of Navi, just not a single sign of life really from SK Gaming. As you said already, I think we bashed them enough at this point. Just guys, don't take it too hard. There's always a next month.
The thing is, we just expect more. That's why. Listen, we're not saying it in a bad way. I love these guys. I love SK, but we're not saying it from a bad place. We just know what they can do, what they are capable
Hearts out
of,
to them.
and it's sad not to see it happening because, yeah, a lot of mistakes.
Yes, and they have a whole month, you know. In May, we have the Brawl Cup, May
Didn't know,
15th and 17th, if you haven't locked that into your calendar just yet. So they have a whole month to change something, and then we come back with a monthly final in June. We want to have a quick look again at our bracket of today. We have 2 quarterfinals out of the way so far, both of them in a 3-0 sweep. Trav, if this continues like that, we're going to be out of here in 5 hours, which is sad, because I like some close messages, but at least we can enjoy the Copenhagen sun, I guess.
I'm not sure if there's much of that today, to be honest. It didn't seem like the brightest of days outside, but yeah, 2 sweeps to start with. One of them definitely unexpected in the first, with Big Talents being humble 3-0. If you've just joined us, yeah, that happened. Navi versus SK, though, could have gone either way, so I don't think it's that much of a surprise for many people, but I think it's a big surprise that they've 3-0'd them in that fashion. Up next, it is Foot Esports versus Foot Academy, so quite a big derby there as well. So yeah, both of these teams going to want to get wins on the board, but with Humble losing, I think this is a big opportunity for Foot to go a long way ahead.
At least one person on the desk is going to be happy about this outcome of today. Navi and SK was kind of a 50-50. We were also split down the middle at the desk. The first one, Big Talents, was a huge upset. So if you missed that so far, I guess make sure to scroll back on YouTube if you are watching over there to also watch that match. We get Arc back. How are you feeling about the next predictions now? Is Foot Academy going to take that next match?
Hey, I mean, after what we witnessed in that first quarterfinals, it could happen. I'm now on board. It could genuinely happen. I don't think it will happen, but then again, I thought Humble would be in the grand finals. Now, I think that Navi got a real shot because they should face them Big Talents in that semi-finals match, and that's a grudge match. I mean, Navi have always in qualifiers beat them, so I'm looking forward to that one. That's my new favorite match of the day.
We're going to see if that's really going to turn out that way. Now, this is one I was really looking forward to, and I'm so happy for the org itself. But Esports has been in Brawl Stars for quite some time. They've never been as successful as this year, coming into February immediately winning the monthly finals with that left-hand side roster, and now their academy roster is also making it to a monthly final. I'm so happy for this organization as a whole. Now, it's a bit unfortunate that they have to play against one another in the quarterfinals. I'm sure they would have hoped to have 2 Foot Esports in the semi-finals, but still, that's such a great success, and I'm so happy for these guys.
Yeah, I feel like it's a great opportunity, isn't it, to gain some valuable experience and in capable hands, of course. I mean, who better to go against than their own organisation? I mean, we have actually seen this matchup as well in the monthly qualifying stages of February, where for Esports, the non-academy team did beat them in the sweep. But again, today is all about expecting the unexpected. You know, I would love for nothing more than to see an upset here.
And it really looks like this org has a good eye for new, fresh, upcoming, good players. Guesty here is also one of the players that we have never seen before. He turned 16 just now, so now he can finally compete in the BSC. Has immediately made it into both grand finals of his whole career. And then we have the Foot Academy roster, 3 young and upcoming talent. Foot Esports just seems to know which new talent they actually need to pick up. We want to have a quick look at the seeding for Brawl Cup. If Foot Esports wins today, even just their quarterfinals, they will actually overtake Humble. Taking that first seed for the Brawl Cup is going to be crucial. We're going to see who plays against who at the end of the show. If they now lose and also drop out in the quarterfinal like Humble did, then Humble still stays at the top.
Yeah, I'd say it's unlikely, but Humble dropping out in the quarterfinals is unlikely as well. So, listen, anything can happen here today. But yeah, I mean, Foot Esports in my eyes, regardless of coming in today as the second seed, I think they've been the best team this year. Their performances have looked great, regardless of losing to Humble in the finals last month. The first month, super convincing. Second month, their road to the finals was really nice as well. And, you know, Guesty, incredible player, Angel Boy, being the guy that he is as well. So it's really good to see. Nob along with them as well. He's kind of been just like the Rock, you know. He knows his 2 teammates are going to do what needs to be done, so he can kind of just play that smart role.
And Foot Esports has managed to turn this quarterfinal number 3 into an in-house scrimmage. This is Foot versus Foot. Who is the better team?
I'm going to go with Foot here. I'm just going to...
That's a bold
I've got a feel. I know, but I just have a feeling.
This is wonderful, by the way.
Great team making graphics in the background as well, so shout out to them. But yeah, it's I think it's great to see both of these guys in the monthly finals, and as you said, Sonny, it's sad to see them face off against each other, but also at the same time, it's quite nice too.
It's, again, a huge success for the org in itself. Let's see if one of those two teams will actually make it into the grand finals. Of course, we have our eyes on Foot Esports, the team that has made it to both grand finals so far before. Foot Academy could be causing a huge upset, and maybe they need to think about renewing some of their contracts then. If Foot Academy actually beats their own in-house Foot Esports roster, maybe we need to switch rounds.
And I think for Foot Academy, maybe look at some of Big Talent's drafts. I mean, that was kind of like the way that they were able to unhinge Humble here today. But who would have thought that the script would be coming into today that, for Foot to claim that #1 seed, they just got to beat Foot. I mean, they've got to beat themselves, effectively. I'm with Trav. I feel like for me, Foot Esports, despite kind of coming a little bit short last month to Humble in that grand finals, which went to double match point, it was by a slither, have just been the stronger team and should, and I say should, take this one comfortably.
This is going to be an interesting draft as well, because those two teams know each other so well. They scrim against each other very often. So Clancy and Leon on the right-hand side, global band here. And then for the side of Foot Esports, we have Sirius and Ellie band out. Ellie, some of these brawlers we've seen very often. Ellie is not one of those that usually shows up in a global band stage already. That's probably a very targeted band, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be really, because, like, Ali, when played, I feel does ridiculously well. Like, I feel like it rarely, just sits there and does nothing, because, when you pick it up in draft and on certain maps, it's just going to absolutely rip through teams, and there's a load of water and a load of grass. 94% though, at least people seem to not get too messed up with the predictions. I thought maybe it's going to be a bit close to 50-50 with the logos, but 94% to 6 is just crazy.
6% for Foot Academy though. The people believe in them more than in Big Talents. That means Foot Academy is going to win.
By 1% is the difference maker, isn't it? I mean, it's like I said, I would not be saying this had that first quarterfinals not gone the way of Big Talents. It could happen. I think the Ali ban as well going to be very map dependent. You can see Bridge Too Far on this rotation as well as Ring of Fire. So we're seeing that kind of play quite a vital role really in those global bans. It's very much about the map pool. It does mean that with the mortars left open, I'm looking to see that banned out, because Guesty is a menace, an absolute menace on that particular brawler.
Guesty likes to play those aggressive brawlers. Super Beach could come in handy for him in that regard. Many aggressive brawlers to be played there. What I always still hope for is to finally see a Willow again. She has been one of the most picked brawlers in Brawl Ball in particular for quite some time, and yesterday in East Asia we haven't seen her once.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, all of the top brawlers seem to be, like, kind of just the at least in East Asia, the ones that are kind of a bit versatile, the mid-range brawlers. And when we had a bit more of a tanky meta, when Bull was coming through a bit more, when you had BB running down, I think Willow was more of an answer to be kind of a good thrower that can play into pretty much everything and be the best thrower against tanks. So I think that's probably why it was played a bit more in previous months. But I would love to see it come back as well. I really do enjoy watching that brawler.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be a tough one for Foot Academy. I mean, they've basically lost to every team in qualifiers other than FA Kebab, and that was the win that got them to the monthly final. For them here today, they've got to take down, soon potentially to be the #1 seed. Not quite yet, though.
So now it's time to figure out who is the better Foot. Since I'm standing next to our household Unk, who's the better Foot, the left or the right one?
Better Foot, Trav.
Time to find out who's got better feet.
Exactly. Great joke, Trav. You should be a dad, totally. We have Ruff spanned out on the left-hand side, and finally we have Willow picked up. Before I want to talk about the bands, I want to just point that one out again. I called it, and I finally get to see it. Thank you so much, Foot Esports, for this moment. I love Willow on Super Beach. She's pretty good against, as you already stated, any single lane, even against tanks. What you can do against her is just open up the map completely, which could still be possible. It's probably why they banned out Ruffs, but Stu, for example, Griff still are open.
Cordelius as well. Might give be an answer to get that Willow eradicated off the map here. Otis going to come in as the first pick here, and it's one that I really like. A lot of great potential to shut down some later potentials of tanks coming in. More options left available. Meeple has a place on the particular map. Stu, though, going to be the second pick of the FUT Academy.
Yeah, Stu's a great shout, being able to open up some of these walls with breakthrough against the Willow. It definitely makes it a bit easier, and it'll help the Otis, especially in the later games as well, which is, as you said, Ark, a bit of a deterrent towards those tanks. So being able to break up the map against a throw and against tanks, if that happens, is probably a great decision to have from FUT Academy. And knowing the team that FUT Esports is, they're super aggressive. Like Angel Boy and Guesty can just run it down with these assassins and tanks, so probably a good idea to heavily draft against that.
We have a couple of damage dealers still left open. I'm looking at Clancy, for example. He's actually global banned. Never mind. We still need a mid on the left-hand side. They already have Willow to lock down a lane as long as Sue doesn't open it up there. Meeple is going to be their choice for that. They need a second lane now, and as we know, FUT, it's probably gonna be something aggressive. We have Bull left open, for example. BB as well. Those two have been showing up big time last month. They both got a little nerf coming into the season, but I still believe they're one of the strongest picks you can have.
Sure, M's as well open here. Pierce going to come in for FUT. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. It could be playable on this map. It could. I mean, it's certainly in the hands of Humble, very dangerous, but we will not be seeing them for the rest of today. So we need another team to really champion the Pierce pick at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm as confused as you, Sonny, here. It's kind of, I would have felt like Meeple probably would have played through the mid, but forcing it now to kind of play through the lane with the Pierce. So I don't know if they're just kind of double mid and hope for the best. And obviously, the map, when it's going to be broken up by the Stu, becomes a bit more free roam anyway. So that might be their game plan, but it's Ziggy along with it too, so they might just choose to keep it closed now.
This just shows drafting really is a form of art. FUT is like on the left-hand side. Well, we have two mids now. If you want to open up the map so you're good against our Willow, you're just making sure that our Meeple and Pierce can pop off completely. So on the right-hand side there now, you know, maybe we don't open up the map and pick a thrower ourselves to counter the Willow that way. So they just deviated from their original plan. It seems they now have a roster on the right-hand side here, or a comp on the right-hand side, that doesn't work necessarily together really well. They're strong individual brawlers, but let's see what they can do with them.
Already boxed in is the Ziggy, now landing a lot of that gadget down towards Nob. Angel Boy pushing himself forwards on his right-hand side, trying to land some taps, getting ever closer towards that mind control. Takes a dive there. Maybe anticipating the Stu a little bit early.
The Master doing a good job of getting that kill there, moving up now as well, and Guesty trying to push them out, hitting a few shots, getting some back, gets one kill, but Auto aims his super to the turret, so luckily Nob gets that one off the line, but almost kind of crept in past him. Xerox on the left-hand side, trying to hold control, and Angel Boy might need to go ahead and take that matchup.
Guesty trying to land some taps through this mid. And again, this Ziggy gadget is going to be pushing Guesty down to almost 1,000 HP, creating a massive amount of space now through that mid. Looking for FUT Esports on the defense. Some good taps though from Guesty, open up some space, and the follow-up is strong as well. Nice wall there from Nob. Should defend that quite carefully. Nicely there from Guesty, just continuing these taps forward. Pierce really working out.
Yeah, it was a really nice two-piece super there from Guesty. Gets a lot of ammo back from that too, and this kind of homing ammo seems to keep on connecting with Farissa, who's walking into it. But Angel Boy with a super here in these aggressive positions can be very worrying for FUT Academy. And Nob, when he gets a box as well, there's the hyper super going to be hitting too as well. It's a big hit on both. Xerox going to be one shot though, and they're unable to get the shots just yet. Angel Boy with a super here as well, but it seems like they're just waiting this one out and trying to find a better time for it.
I mean, Angel Boy has got the hypnosis now as well, the mind control, which of course can score goals. Nice clear-ups though from the Master. Guesty and Nob. Not the only one left standing now, just trying to keep everything at bay for his teammates to come back. Has got super. Angel Boy going to go over early hypercharge and misses there the mind control as well. So big mistakes and punished for it there by a fantastic Storm.
Yeah, good stuff from Nob though, boxing Demaster and the ball to stop them from moving that one up, but a good help from Farissa there to be able to keep them alive. Slowed down and hit pretty hard now though, and Guesty can't find the killing blow as his ammo, unfortunately for him, goes to the right-hand side.
Hypercharge there for Farissa. You know what that can do. FUT though, Esports still staying firm on this defense, and despite a couple of glimmers for FUT Academy, they are staying put. Hypercharge for Nob, going to throw out then again another Mansions of Meeple gadget, and the hypercharge to follow up as well to allow him to actually enter that realm. Let's see though, there's a miss, a massive miss mute from Farissa. That should open up some space now, but the Ziggy is really proving to be a bit of a battle on this left-hand side for them to push into.
Great taps from Guesty again, and he finds Six. Just got infinite ammo at this point, just absolutely destroying the wall. And this is kind of why they didn't break up the map for the majority of the game. As soon as those walls fall, Guesty going to be doing so much. Absolutely ridiculous how strong that was. I think there was about 6 pieces of ammo on the floor at one time, and it's just non-stop, just raining fire down on the opponents.
Slow and steady wins the race, isn't it? It's like FUT Esports taking no chances and only taking prisoners. I mean, at the moment, it's quite a strategy in the early outset of the games, really utilize that meeple in the overtime, allow Guesty just continuously tap as he is throughout the game regardless. And again, now, FUT Esports, slowing down the advance, trying to get Angel Boy closer towards, again, this mind control that does need to connect. He didn't really get much value from it in the previous game, and already look at the amount of space open up at that top side. It's down to Xerxes again to try to shut this one down, and he does so successfully.
Yeah, it seems like Angel Boy's just going to eat this fat splatter here. Farissa so low, and so much ammo on the floor again for Guesty. It's really difficult to avoid all of that. A box comes through.
Oh, what?
And they're in it. Get the goal! Surely that should have been a goal there, but they're holding it off, just waiting for a better time. Angel Boy super as well. Farissa on the line, and I think he's been stuck in the goal for ages. Now they're going to go for it, and it rolls in anyway. He did, I think, mind control the Otis there as well, so they get the goal regardless. And a double super off spawn again from Guesty.
I was with you. I was like, are they not going to just... Are they just trying to stat farm at this point? Another big box from Nob, and Demands trying to come in and try to keep the HP low, but I don't think it's going to be enough realistically here. Guesty has got hypercharge, could have popped it, chose to keep hold of it, as the poison of Angel Boy will burn down Farissa. Now, FUT Academy have got 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock to try to make a return to hypercharge. Pop there from Guesty, does find one pass to Angel Boy as well. Doesn't even need the mind control, just slots it in. Nicely done by FUT Esports.
Yeah, there's no stopping that, to be fair. Even if you're, trying to get on the goal line, you're going to be hit by it. And if not, then the ball's going to roll in regardless. So, tough one for FUT Academy there. I think in game 1, they started really well. They actually looked pretty decent on top of the game. But quickly, a little pivot from FUT Esports just really made them the dominant force in that first set.
Still proves that FUT Academy might just at least win a set against their own home team here. FUT Academy look pretty solid here overall. We didn't get to enjoy Lucas Pierce today, unfortunately, but now we get to see Guesty absolutely popping off on this brawler. You already mentioned it in game 1, like 6 shells on the ground. There is nobody that could have ever gotten to that Pierce up close and actually be dangerous to him. Once again, I really liked the FUT Esports comp here on the left-hand side, blue roster. Just explaining that once more. Because they just had the draft under control completely. Picking those 2 mid-brawlers made it so the Stu couldn't really open up. And then they had to deviate from their original plan to just put the Stu up against the Willow. They had to pick a thrower on their own, couldn't open up the map completely. And with that, their comp just didn't seem to work in itself.
Yeah, I think the lessons from this first set are going to have to be learned going into the latter. I mean, just dominance, absolute dominance from Guesty tapping away on that Pierce pick. It's a brawler which we didn't see overly valued in terms of the bans in East Asia yesterday, but I think we're going to see it a lot more today unless it's shut down.
And now we're heading out in the open. Any brawler that can make use of the left-hand side lane, so either opening it up or go over the water here, will come in handy. So that's the likes of Brock, for example, opening up everything here on the left-hand side. We see a lot of Angelo, Eve, usually Ellie, but that's why she's global banned.
Yeah, I mean, Ali would have been good on pretty much every single one of these maps, to be honest with you. So probably a good job to get that out of the way. Gene going to come in first, and if he can kind of continue this dominance with the sharpshoot long-range brawlers, then I think Guesty's going to have an absolute field day here as well. Gene going to be able to scout out these bushes, get some good pulls in. We saw it work in Knockout in the previous one. Obviously a bit of a different map for the Navi SK game, but still a really good brawler nonetheless.
Could be another Pierce map potentially here. I think Eve would be a solid shout considering the Angelo ban. The Byron ban means that the Ollie is just a little bit more risky if you want to bring that in. Which could mean a map, but Brock first pick. I love this brawler as a first pick on this map. It's so first pick worthy just to allow that escape route time and time again. So really love that from FUT Academy. You can't fault it.
I'm really surprised that we actually don't see all 3 brawlers that we mentioned coming into this banned out. Brock, Eve, both left open, and still FUT Esports decides to not pick any of them up. Brock goes the way of FUT Academy now, Pierce as well. They have a really solid comp in their hands so far. I'm sure FUT Esports had a plan on their mind though. Foot is the team that if they don't pick a brawler, it's because they know exactly how to counter it usually. They could still go with the Eve here. They might just go with Bo now to charge their Gene Super quite early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they've got a plan at this point because, as you said, the Foot Academy picks so far have been very solid. Pierce, we saw what it can do in the last game, and Brock to be able to open up that wall and not need the ability to go over the water. I'd like an Eve here. Obviously, against the single projectile brawls, you're going to have a pretty good time. Jae Young going to come in, though. Obviously, slipstreams, some heals in there as well, can go a long way on the map like this. And one of the better brawlers in the late game.
Sometimes Foot bringing in Doug, it wouldn't be the worst of things combined with Jae Young specifically, but it is a bit risky. I mean, Gus is definitely an option if they want to combine that for some more survivability, and definitely the long-range advantage going into that Pierce. That could be another option. Sometimes Colt, they bring in some daring picks on this map, and I feel like for them it's just a bit of target practice here to be the Eve coming forwards, and we've seen a bit of a rise up with Eve coming in terms of the play rates, especially in EMEA, so it makes a ton of sense, especially again considering that Angelo ban.
I absolutely love what Esports is doing today, already in the Brawl Ball set now again. I'm someone who studies draft in their feed time. Yes, I'm that much of a nerd. On the left-hand side now, I mentioned how good it is to have something on the left-hand side lane that can go over water or break open the map. What we've seen yesterday in East Asia is that Jae Young picked to just rush into the map as quickly as possible from the get-go over the right-hand side lane, so you never really need anything on left. So I like that they're sort of copying that from East Asia. Jae Young has not been picked up very often in EMEA scrims, so they must have just watched that match. We have now the last pick here on the right-hand side, Mina, so they have some aggression. Is that going to be enough to deal with the Eve hatchlings? They all have single target shots right now. Interesting draft.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. The mobility's good. We'll be pretty decent in the in the late game. Sorry, but it's going to be a bit of a super battery. I feel here for the Gene, for the Eve, getting those hatchlings in. As you said, it's going to be super difficult, and he is playing on that side as well. So Nob shouldn't really be at too much risk, considering he can just retreat quite far and ask for a bit of help.
The windmill gadget for the Mina might give a bit of space for Xerox, but at the same time, there it is. But I feel like over time, it's going to go against him unless he can just continuously evade these shots with that speed of the Jae Young. They can ride into everyone on the squad. Guessing though low, coming back there for some magic puffs from Angel Boy, but actually for Esports, struggling here slightly.
Yes, just narrowly surviving there, and Angel Boy the same, but he actually goes down, trying to get a refrag now. Guesty missed a couple of shots that maybe should have found connections, and the windmill will keep them alive for now, and just about as he has to retreat all the way back to Spawn. Spawn is coming in, and this needs to be a kill on Demaster here if they want to be able to bring this one back. Got hit by a couple of them, and actually I think he might go down, but I don't know if this is a 2v1 that Guesty's capable of winning.
He almost, if he landed some shots, but like you said, he is missing a couple. Weekend Warrior not going to find a connection there onto Xerox either, and he will fall down. So the first round going the way of Foot Academy, who, to their credit, looked pretty good.
I mean, as we both just mentioned, Guesty missed a few shots in there that maybe could have guaranteed that Mina kill.
100%.
So that could have changed the game entirely. But Xerox doing a good job, to be fair. The windmill gadget's doing a lot of work here. And Angel Boy and Guesty just focusing down a bit further up instead of helping out with Xerox in the backlines here. But we'll throw a few shots over just in case.
Guesty really utilising that speed, but again, the heal will have more DPS. Xerox on the left-hand side, weak and weary. Demaster down to 600 HP, now 14. She falls now to Guesty, but it's a 2 versus 2 as he will fall as well. Now the hatchlings will come in, big taps from Nob on the left-hand side, following up as well, and now a really troublesome spot for Foot Academy.
Yeah, the pinch got to be there now. Xerox considering it there, but doesn't actually take the launch pad, kind of baits it out and forces them both back into a corner. I think there was another windmill back used there as well, and he's going to go down. Farissa jumps in, and Nob's going to be looking for another super, and has a hypercharge along with it now as well.
Well, let's hope that if he does use it on the jump pad, that he times it correctly, as we saw yesterday in East Asia. That didn't work out too well. But I did like that from Xerox towards the end there, just trying to kind of like bait that spring pad and actually work his way to the left, but Nob was able to see it coming. Now there's the hypercharged hatchlings coming in, and this is a great opportunity to push forwards. There's the windmill again, a big rocket rain from the right-hand side of Farissa, but now the hatchlings will come, and there's the Weekend Warrior from Guesty, making it a 3 versus 2.
Just inevitable, I feel, that these hatchlings come in. What can you actually do with 2 single projectile brawlers? And Amina is not going to be able to hit them unless they're a bit closer and has to retreat all the way back. So, yeah, I mean, more good work expected from Foot Esports, Foot Academy. Good first round, but the second 2 left a bit to be desired.
It's looking like sweeps for the quarterfinals today. If this could be going that way, couldn't it really? I mean, I still have some faith that Foot Academy could get a game, maybe even a set on the board here, but it's just very, very tough, isn't it, against a team that have been so consistent this year. It just kind of feels like whatever they pick, they're going to make work.
Absolutely, with Guesty on the right-hand side. Going to be able to get some of these slipstreams going and avoid a lot of shots here, and got so much control. Damaster's so low as well, and I don't even know if I've seen Damaster healthy during these games, to be honest with you. Angel Boy having to retreat now, providing some heals to Guesty. He might get some back in return, but he's just going to run straight at him and get those kills. Vengeful Spirits come out now, and Xerox trying to pinch over to the right-hand side, considering they're both low. And another follow-up shot from Pierce keeps Angel Boy that way, but a 3v2 is going to be hard to lose for Foot Esports.
Just going to recollect themselves in this bottom right. Maybe Angel Boy's not too far away from a magic hand here himself, and that could be the reason, but it doesn't matter. Taking it slow when you're 3 men to 2 is not the worst of ideas. Don't want to overextend, as Xerox found out there. And now Damaster will shortly follow on low HP as well, as another round going the way of Foot. One more, they'll claim the set.
Yeah, well, super fast ones here, it seems, from Foot Esports. Want to get this job done. Guesty waiting on someone who might be using the launch pad here. Farissa throws out a gadget, breaks up some of the wall and some of the grass. I don't know if he timed that wrong or he got killed by the gadget there, but nice stuff on the left-hand side from Xerox, and a good kill on the right with a bit of an over-aggressive Guesty going in. And, you know, the confidence is obviously good.
Let's just pretend that didn't happen, maybe?
I mean, it's a 2v2. They can still win this one somehow. They've wasted, I think, every piece of kit they've got. Nob wasted his super. Angel Boy wasted his. Guesty runs in a straight line, and they've still got a chance.
Hypercharge now from Farissa, going to use it. Lands a tap on Angel Boy. Nob's going to stay away, and they're actually still going to do this. That's disgusting. Rocket fuel for Farissa, using the tanker in terms of the HP. But again, hypercharged hatchlings from Nob. Why not? It's going to keep Farissa low, and he'll just follow up now. And that's a set. It's a little bit one-sided, isn't it?
If you can win that, you can win anything, realistically.
Yeah.
Like, somehow, Guesty runs in a straight line and dies. He throws the super on the launch pad, which you already said don't do. And I'm not sure if it popped in mid-air or it just got 4K'd as soon as it landed. So that was wasted.
Magic hand,
a magic hand thrown to... I don't even know who was aiming for with that magic hand. It was in the middle of pretty much all 3 players.
It's like they didn't want it. You know?
And they're like, all right, we'll still win.
Yeah.
Like, what can Foot Academy do?
Ultimate trolling.
Unfortunately, not much, but yeah, that wasn't the best showing of Foot Esports. Maybe they want to give their, you know, own brother a chance here. They're like, come, you can do this, you know? Like when I run against Trev, I also make him think he wins until the last meter.
I don't know if that rubs it in more or if it's worse. You're like, yeah, I have a chance. Oh, actually, never mind. We'll take it back away from you.
It's that classic tweet, isn't it? And whether Foot Esports did post that tweet before the show, I'm not too sure. I haven't been on socials, but it's like, you know, do we beat our academy team 3-0, or do we, you know, make them think they've got a chance in the 5th and final set?
I mean, I did like what Foot Academy is showing us today in drafts. It's pretty much what is good on the map. And then on the left-hand side, twice in a row now, we had just really, yeah, ingenuity, some new drafts that we haven't seen very often, and it seems to work out for Foot Esports here with that Jae Young idea that we've seen yesterday. Xerox did a pretty good job at just not feeding Nob, especially in that game number 1. He did a good job at dodging the incoming shots from Nob, so the hatchlings weren't really available. So all in all, Foot Academy once again showed us that they have what it takes to beat a team, but maybe that team just isn't Foot Esports. They are arguably the best team in EMEA right now.
Yeah, I mean, for Foot Academy, you know, it's just Epic Kebab, which was their result in qualifiers. Lost to Foot 0-3, they've lost to SK Gaming, to Navi. I mean, it's a really tough ask, isn't it, to face against the number 2 seed in the region, and kind of, I think the best that we can hope for Foot Academy here is a set. I think that maybe even if they can get that, it might spur them on slightly, but it's looking rough, no doubt about it. The bans come in for Ring of Fire, the Finks, the Crow, the Lou for Foot Esports, the Grey, the Pierce, and the Ziggy for Foot Academy.
Yeah, well, see what this first pick's going to be here on Ring of Fire. It might be Foot Esports' deciding game to send their academy team home. Chester's going to come in. It's a good one. The hypercharge is so strong and so easy to cycle it when you've got a couple of people here, and obviously in hot zone, the majority of people are going to be focusing on the hot zone, so probably a bit easy to hit a couple of those.
Chester is one of the best brawlers in the game right now. Doesn't even have a buffy, but he's just dishing out so much damage, and he has been the most picked up brawler in March and yesterday in East Asia in April as well. maybe a nerf should come in soon, but that by side he's left open, so of course you're going to pick him up as first pick here. Now on the left-hand side, we see a lot of these Mortises, you know, aggressive brawlers would be an option here still. They're going to go with Stu instead. Yet again, a brawler that we've seen from Foot Academy before, a brawler that we don't see too often at the moment in scrims though. He has a lot of mobility. He also offers another gadget that speeds up his teammates, and that seems to be what Foot Esports really likes today, just to speed everyone up.
I'm with you on the Mortis. I'm just concerned about the potential of the Otis and the Spike that kind of still open here. But in terms of how this draft fares, it could be certainly a brawler to consider at the later stages. Penny going to come in now as well. A brawler that I'm really warming to. Not just good in Heist now, but also very viable in Hot Zone also. The Amber is an option. It could be on the cards here for Academy, but I kind of feel like they might want to just have something in the back pocket for this potential Mortis, or pick it up themselves. But again, now they've got to really combine this with something to give themselves more of a chance. Maybe the Spike, maybe the Otis could be an option.
Yeah, I mean, when Foot Esports have got the last pick, it's going to be difficult to play this Mortis into it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's decent against the two things it's got. Stu's going to maybe be able to dash away a little bit if you don't time it right. Penny, Salty Barrel can give you a lot of damage straight in the face, and they still have their third pick. So it's a risky one, but I think risks need to be taken at this point from Foot Academy, because they're 2-0 down against a team who's probably the best in the region at the moment, and there's the one you mentioned, Ark, in the Amber. I do like the Amber a lot here. The Hypercharge can do a lot of work. Same with just kind of leaving that lingering oil on the zone, and Pam with Scrapsucker, going to be able to take a lot of the Mortis' ammo, the healing station as well as the Penny turret, going to have so much stuff to burn through as well.
I really like Foot's comp. You can figure out which one I mean. Pam is such a good brawler on this map, offers a lot of health, of course, and Penny is just going to be basically a thrower and a sharpshooter at the same time when she has her turret available, just putting it behind that wall on the right-hand side. I would have liked to see some wall break coming out of Foot Academy here. They do have the Chester. Hopefully they get the right super to actually get rid of the Penny turret. That's going to be crucial for them.
Let's see. The Scrapsucker needs to land on this Mortis by Knob, so which I'm sure will be the distraction coming in. I guess they're going to have a good interaction here. I'm not really fully convinced on what I've seen so far, as the burn there of the Stu will seal Xerox and full control for Esports, but Academy dwindling. 2 more full now again, and the spawn cycle very much not in Academy's favour.
Yeah, you don't say you're not too impressed by what you've seen so far. There's like absolute dominance here. Got a turret up on the right-hand side as well. Angel Boy, I think, still waiting for his first one, but he'll be pretty solid when he gets it. And Amber super thrown up to the right-hand side there, and does eventually get that burn down, but it let Angel Boy kind of linger on it for a while, and he's not taking much damage because the Pam healing station's keeping him up. Nice move from Xerox, and that's the first real thing we've seen from him here, and I guess he wasn't even focusing whilst he was on top. I mean, yeah, I don't know what they can actually do here. They're just getting dominated so hard.
It's kind of Foot Academy starting to panic slightly, knowing that this is their kind of final chance to make a final stand, as the Hypercharge of Guesty just comes around the entire map and finds some good burn potential. Counter though, potentially by the Amber. Oh! As Angel Boy stops me in my tracks, that was absolute disgusting splash that moves Foot Esports onto match point.
I don't even know what to say. What can they do? What can they do? It's like pure dominance from Foot Esports. It really is. Mortis just, I don't know if he hit like, I don't know if he got a super in that game. I think he hit about 3 shots. Really difficult for him here against the Stews, just dashing away from him. Penny over the right-hand side took so much control early on. They're double left in it here, so they're going to go a bit of a different route, and I don't know if they're even going to be able to get within range of Guesty there, and all 3 of them just waiting to be splashed down by Angel Boy around the back. Oh. That's exactly what's happening.
You're playing into a Penny. Surely you separate out, no? Angel is getting so much value, and he's not done yet at all. Gets the turret at a very, very early stage. For Esports, I mean, they've only got like about 20% combined total now. For Esports, really starting to cement that lead, though.
Farissa throws out a super here as well, and Guesty with a bit of gas heal keeps himself healthy for now. Xerox going to go down, doesn't get a super yet again. The Master low, and yeah, I think this might be game, unfortunately.
You think? Let's not be around the bush here. Foot Academy have got a massive mountain to climb. It can be done, I don't mind it necessarily, but it's a hypercharged Penny turret. That mortar is going to be raining down hellfire onto the map, and it's just going to be so hard in that respect for Foot Academy to do anything at all.
Yeah, good kill there from Farissa, and a good hypercharge from Demaster, who does cycle it, but I don't think he got the second one off in time, so it doesn't throw out another hypercharge. Xerox coming in, does get a kill nicely. but a bit of a pinch will secure Guesty down. Demaster very low now, and he's going to fall for Rissa, trying to get the job done. Nob just went in for a bit of a scrap sucker there, but in the back lines, he did hit that hypercharge.
Yeah, Academy are starting to slowly creep things back, but again, this hypercharged turret's going to be a tough thing to have to navigate around this mid to keep that objective in play. Envoy has to heal on the right-hand side, but does get some consecutive taps onto the Master, and Nob will seal the deal. Now, just about 15% approaching for Esports.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a hypercharge super from Guesty. I think just put salt in the wound as Demaster trying to get up, and he dashes into that super as well. That's going to be game, set, and match for Esports. A great performance, not much of a showing really there from Foot Academy. Very pleased to see them in the monthly finals, but unfortunately, they draw the short straw and have to play off against their kind of brother team.
Foot Esports is probably the team you don't want to face in the quarterfinals, and unfortunately Foot Academy had to take on that giant. At least, I hope, they still take this as a success. Making it into the monthly finals is not something they've managed to do before, and maybe we're going to see them back next month, maybe against someone else. They had some really great showings in this match. I really also liked their draft. It was more conventional almost than Foot Esports teams, which usually you see those new teams coming in, like big talents, showing us some completely new inventive drafts. Foot Academy just went with what is tried and tested. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to beat Foot Esports today.
There was just no control towards the end. It was just kind of everybody of Foot Academy just trying to flood the mid and clustering again. You know, you're facing into a penny, and as soon as that mortar is laid out, it makes your life so much tougher. And then on top of that, you hypercharge that mortar, is even worse, and you can just see there the stats quite poor really on the side of Foot Academy. Some good DPS for Demaster, but I mean everyone on the side of Foot Esports on that left and the blue doing their bit. Nob with 12 as well for a PAM. It's like, I mean, I'm not sure whether he was just kill stealing or, but certainly a really commendable stat.
Yeah, crazy good performance from Nob there. 12 with a PAM isn't the easiest task, but he managed to get the job done, and it feels like normality starting to be restored here. With Humble losing, obviously the other one was a bit of a 50-50, but at least Foot Esports haven't been knocked out in the same fashion.
It has been 3-3-0s so far in the EMEA monthly final. Now, this is a graphic that the production didn't want to show us on purpose. They want our honest reactions. I want to hear you two react to it live, please.
I mean, it's kind of perfection in my eyes. I mean, I'm really loving what we're seeing today. And yeah, I mean, the memes is where I always love to be, really.
Yeah, and buy the foot pin. I think that's what Angel Boy would say in this situation.
Foot bundle.
Foot bundle. Sorry, not just the pin, you've got to buy all of it.
Foot bundle in the store now, sure, let's do that. But yeah, Foot Esports has proven that they are indeed the main roster of this organization. They're now moving on into the semi-finals. Let's have a look at who awaits them there. It's not quite clear yet who is it gonna be, actually. It could be another 3-0 sweep here, but for who, Ark?
I'm favouring Team Heretics. Now, not to discount Madrid, I think that they can certainly be the underdog that I kind of see them as coming forwards, and what better day for it. We've already seen so many things kind of develop within this region. I mean, we've never seen this many 3-0 scorelines in EMEA in the quarterfinals. It's like a real rarity. I mean, 3-2s is pretty much what litter this bracket. So already we are doing a speed run. I feel like this match could be no different. Team Heretics are kind of growing with the competition in my eyes, and really kind of like every month by month making progress. In the monthly finals of February, losing that quarterfinals to Foot Esports, but then last month losing to the same team but in the semis. So there is gradual progression, and that's what I look to see in the EMEA region for teams that are kind of starting slow but then starting to catch up.
There's so many 3-0s today already. If today continues to look like that, I might still make the BSC Challengers qualifiers. This is the weekend where we have those first qualifiers for you for the Challenger Series. The Tier 2 teams can compete in that. And yeah, they can probably still watch the end of this monthly final today. We had so many 3-0s already. Please don't give us a 3-0 now. Heretics versus Madrid. Spo is also back. Well, how did you enjoy that match? Foot versus Foot?
I loved it. Foot won.
And that's the first prediction you got wrong today. Crazy.
Did I? But I predicted Foot would win. I didn't say which one.
Don't think it's quite how it works, but I see where you're going with that.
Foot had to win, and I said Foot would win. So Foot won.
talking about predictions already, let's have a quick look at how we are doing so far here at the desk. You saw us pick live at the beginning of the show. Unfortunately for us, we had a couple of upsets today. The Navi versus SK was supposed to be a 50-50 match, I was told. And then it was a 3-0 for Navi. The first one, Big Talent winning against Humble, was the biggest upset of the month so far.
Literally, quite the upset. But hey, Spoo called it. Spoo was adamant to try and sway us, and we didn't listen, Sonny. That's on us.
Yep, what can I say? You didn't believe in Brother Dompe, you didn't believe in my boy Mine, you didn't believe in this new talents, you didn't believe any of the things I was saying, and I'm not even the EMEA specialist, guys.
This is why we got you in.
I don't think you really believe yourself, honestly, Spoo.
Nah.
When I was getting it with you here today, you weren't too sure. You were like half kidding, but sure. You were right, Spoo. Good job. If you have locked in your predictions over at eventofprocess.com, you can also get rewards. So make sure to still do that if you haven't yet. Head over to the website to get that icon. Next weekend, we're going to swap the rewards out once more, so it's worth to do it every single time. And now, without talking much more around what we really want to have a look at today, let's head into quarterfinal number 4, won't we? This is the last quarterfinal already. We had 3-0s so far all across the board. Let's hope this one is a little closer. It's Team Heretics versus Madrid.
Team Heretics have got a real opportunity this month for sure to make a grand finals. That's their ultimate goal so far. Just cutting it a little bit short in March, making just the semis and losing to FUT Esports, but taking them the distance. That had to go to a 5th and final set, and FUT Esports were just able to get the edge in their qualifying stages of April for their win against FA Kebab. Quite a close call again. It was a 3-2 scoreline, but they are, to me, a team that are growing with this competition quite nicely, but they have yet to show their best, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a developing team for sure. IKEA stepping in as the veteran here to elevate. It's not the first time that he has been in this kind of position there. I think back in 2024 when he was with Reply Totem, they did, procedurally try to get better and better throughout the entire year, eventually culminating in a wonderful LCQ run and then the World Finals run. I'm looking to see him bring that same energy to these two former Novo players and bring that to that same level.
So far, Madrid has been looking pretty good, pretty consistent. They qualified for the 2nd monthly final in a row already. They just seem to struggle still a tad bit against that tier 1 teams that we have in the monthly finals. We had the chance to sit down with Rup, and he seemed mighty confident today there.
Many see you as an underdog in this competition. Would you kind of tend to agree with those people? How do you see yourselves?
I mean, we don't care about what people say. We know what we are capable of, and we will show it and prove it today and throughout the rest of the season.
It's a strong mental attitude to have. And in terms of your matchup today versus Team Heretics, what would a win here today mean for you and your team?
I mean, it would mean a lot since we have training really hard since the start of the season, screaming too much, training, and it would be really great to see that results are coming.
Both of these teams are built around a strong, confident and experienced player from Spain. Funnily enough, Ikeo's playing with 2 Italians, Rob playing with 2 French guys, and both of them have quite some experience, but still, Chaos has double the amount of Rob.
That's Rob, not Guille. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Look very similar, that is true.
I know.
I was thinking of it, and I was like, I didn't want to go there. Is it a bit racist? I don't know to say it, but you beat me to it.
No, it's very, very similar. Almost brothers, I would say. Global Band's coming in now as well for Clancy, Ceres, for Mortis and Crow out of the equation in this one. For me, Madrid, they could definitely have an upset story here. In qualifiers, they actually beat Stu Equals Win, which is Lenan's team, and they almost had a big run and made the monthly finals. Unfortunately for them, just cut short in the final hour. But this is the squad that have shut down big, both in March and now in April. The reason that we are not seeing big is because of Madrid.
Chaos, of course, has been playing Brawl Stars before it even came out, it feels. On the other side, we have Rob, who has been playing in LCQ last year, now alongside 2 teammates who don't really have a lot of experience against tier 1 players. So the poll pretty much shows the same here, 7% only for Madrid. We're getting more and more for the underdog teams here.
1% at a
Big
time.
Talents was on 5%, FUT Academy was on 6%, they're now getting 7%. I said it, didn't I?
The shredding of doubt in the community is starting to just show itself with every match of the day, it seems.
I'm part of that 7%. I'm proud of it. I want to root for the underdog all day long, and these underdogs in particular, they are not alone in EMEA. You know, there's quite a lot of these tier 2 teams, aside from big Metisport, you know, the Foot Academy, which we've already seen coming out today. I'm glad that EMEA is not just 8 giants, you know, like South America last year, where it was the same 8 teams. So I'm glad to see, you know, new rookies emerge. And Madrid, you know, they've filled the spot twice. They've beaten out their former teammates at big twice now to qualify for this position, and it's a well-deserved place here, but they are facing up, you know, against a proper tier 1 team now in the form of iChaos's Team Heretics. You know, it's every journey has to start somewhere, and I think for them, you know, a win here would be huge for them.
Heretics has a huge opportunity today as well. Humble already out of the way. They're seed 3 at the moment in the leaderboard, so let's see how high they can climb. This is our 4th quarterfinal of the day. Heretics with the chance to maybe even climb ahead of Humble today. Not quite, I feel. We still have Brawl Cup locked in already, so Foot and Humble are going to be still sitting in the top 2 slots, but Heretics can close the gap at least. Last month they came close to beating Foot Esports 3-2 in the semi-finals. It was a nail-biter match. Now against Madrid, that rookie roster, I think you can still say here, but they have been looking pretty good. At least they consistently qualify for these monthly finals, and in March they only lost to none other than Humble, who won it all in March, so not too bad from them.
Chester, first pick. Liking the M's double ban, especially on a map like Open Business. Charlie Ziggy banned out on the right side, on the left, the Ruffs and the Leon for Team Heretics. You can see potentially here how they feel about things. I'm open to a spike. I know that Trav gave me a lot for it yesterday as being a brawler, which I give a lot of hate towards, but it's a good safe pair of hands at this stage of the draft. Though Finks, I think, is definitely up there as well for me on especially Hot Zone. Opens up a lot of space. Equals how Team Heretics are feeling towards this one so far, though.
That's a dedicated mid selection for them there. I'd be surprised if they lean back into the Finks, as you've mentioned. I actually wouldn't have minded the Finks myself, but what this meeple, I think, signifies is that Team Heretics want to set up these versatile options, whether it's playing off meeple's mansion, you know, top it off with a thrower afterwards, or if you see assassins come into the fray, you can just pivot, act into that rage quit, play a bit more synergistically like what we've seen, you know, the previous 2 teams already pull off.
What I'm still missing in this draft so far is Pierce. Thank you, Heretics. You're fulfilling my wish before I can even say it. Pierce just super good on the map like this one. They banned out the Ruffs themselves. Usually we want to open up the map so Pierce can truly pop off. But with Chester and Pierce, that would have been a mighty good comp for Madrid. They did not want to let them have those 2. You 2, I've already mentioned, Finks could be an option here. Probably their best choice in mid still. We have some other really DPS heavy options open. Otis, for example, could come in here. They're gonna go with the aggressive route first. So Kenji coming in. I do like what I see here with Mortis banned out. He's probably the best dasher in the game that you can still pick up here.
And it's interesting to see how kind of Ball's trickling away from some of the picks in EMEA, it feels, so far this monthly final. And Kenji's kind of taking that mantle now. I still think Ball is very viable, maybe becoming a bit more map dependent now. And Kenji could be combined with some healing prospects here, I think, as well. Maybe even a Penny wouldn't be the worst of things.
You're so smart, Ark. You're so smart. I mean, you're one of the most statistically, you know, capable casters on the desk. But for sure, this Penny selection, what it does open up possibilities for is, you know, it's obviously weak to throwers here, but they've covered their bases by picking up this Kenji. So it's put Team Heretics in this position of a catch-22. Either you choose to focus more on the Kenji, double down and try and punish that. Maybe you can pick up something aggressive, yeah, like a Shade for yourself. But I think Shade's actually in a good middle point between the 2, you know, being able to have decent matchups against the Kenji, and it's also a way to deal with that Penny turret.
Exactly. That's probably why they pick up the Shade here. Pretty good into every brawler on the right-hand side, except maybe that Chester. Chester's gonna lock down mid. The Penny turret is gonna take care of Shade. Overall, I would probably side with Heretics comp here. If you 2 had to choose, this is your match right now. Which comp are you going with?
Ooh, I'm feeling Heretics.
I'm feeling Madrid.
Okay, let's see who will take it in the end. Of course, it's not only draft, it's also gameplay, and that's what we're showing you now.
So far, Chaos getting tapped up a little bit by Yoko there in the mid. And his positioning there of Justin, who actually gets a takedown as well, is forcing the hand slightly here of Heretics to play more defensively. 20% already on the zone from Madrid. They're not waiting around.
Yeah, not waiting around at all here. Team Heretics now finally getting a little bit of, points on the board with just surging out to the mid with this Subeam's first super. Managing to cycle up to a second there. He's hunting down Juice, but missing that last slap there. Okay, need to be 2 more to bring him down. No, Sashimi Slash is there to evade the damage, and Juice somehow manages to win the matchup.
That's ridiculous. That should have been a player that he took care of. And Subeam is going to have to ensure that these swipes do not miss next time around. And meanwhile, Heretics have been able to come back slightly as a start that was really quite suffering for them. Subeam now starting to tap nicely, so in the hypercharge, landing 3 consecutive taps. Now Penny turret now as well, going to be in peril of going down. Yoko will get a bit of a hit nonetheless, but that's going to give some space and breathing ground here for Team Heretics.
Madrid now neck and neck in terms of the points, and Marco with that super will be able to bring down Rob. Madrid need to regroup here and push as a team. Just is doing just that, breaking out the breakaway plays here, clipping IKeos on the edge there to buy some space for the team. Now Rob and Yoko has returned here, but Marco, he's got this big hypercharge super just queued up and protecting Subeam here. It's like it's a free shade super for the whole team.
Well, despite that slow start, Team Heretics are gaining back some momentum. Rook got tapped, the hypercharge will connect slightly with Chaos the Poison, but nonetheless Subeam now going to rush down this mid with the hypercharge in hand. Just will try to do the same himself, but a lovely, lovely gadget there from Marco. Will get that stun off. And just leave 6% now of that takedown. That's going to make it more likely. That incredible pinch from Marco and the super to hand. Heretics were able to bring it back and look really composed under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, I think if Madrid were being piloted the draft here by a stronger, more seasoned team, they should have been able to hold that advantage at the start all the way. On the side of Team Heretics though, I mean, just looking at that initial interaction between that Shade and the Kenji, I can sense a little bit of nerves here, but look at their reactions on those cams, I think they're starting to settle in and should be a little bit more comfortable in this game too.
Again, Chaos is going to struggle against Yoko in that early outset, and they do not want to feed that penny. Salty Barrel deflect that shot from Marco and keep Yoko in the mid. Damage gear now rolling in for him, and Juice as well, just continuing the advance and being a real pain on this Kenji pick.
Yeah, the whole point of the Kenji by design is just to create permanence in the mid, just continuously pressure both Marco and IKeos, but Team Heretics, they've got a brawler of their own that can do just that. It's going to be Subeam. Gets 2 there. The poison will kick him down, but it's a full team wipe for the side of Team Heretics.
This is where Heretics can start to thrive, especially if Chaos can land these taps. Oh, but Rook on the right-hand side, really going to town. Subeam going to 1v3. Duking really well, though. Actually gets into the wall as well. That's going to help him hand things. We'll lose that transaction on that right-hand side, but that was a really nice play from him.
Marco with the super there, going to be able to tap down Yoko. Didn't have the Salty Barrier to protect him there. Big stun flies out there. The Rage Quit connects onto Juice, and Subeam follows it up with a super of his own. Opting to still save that hypercharge. He's confident he can cycle another here. The matchups that he's chasing, Subeam is hunting Juice and trying to protect IKeos and Marco from the worst.
Chaos evades that nicely. Team Heretics are not far behind here. Juice just surviving on. Stand out as well. Subeam should take care of him with 1 swipe. Almost finds 2. Now finds 2. And Yoko gonna have to survive that Salty Barrel, and he does. That's brutal for Team Heretics for the lovely Mortar to tank some shots for him as well. That's bought just enough time to get Juice back on his own.
Really brilliant usage there, now popping the hypercharge, and it's all of Madrid just securing bodies on the point, tying up the set 1-1. It's not over yet, folks. Madrid can indeed take this set away from Heretics. That will be potentially yet another upset that we're gonna see today.
Well, this is now already quite interesting because, if we see a set go the way of Madrid, And if my prediction comes true and actually we see Heretics take the win regardless, it'll be the only 3-1 or 3-2 scoreline of this quarterfinal stages. But I'm really liking this for Madrid. I feel like this is a comp which can absolutely work. And the way they're playing this, look at that salty barrel there to deflect the shot from IKEOS and keep Yoko able to contest this objective in the mid as Juice goes in the advance on the right-hand side, really aggressing Marco, forces out again another rage quit. The follow-up shot was good though. Both sides there, Marco and Juice battling it out. It's an epic duel.
Super flies out there from Marco there. It's going to be able to force Juice out of there. Meanwhile, Subim on the left side is starting to be pinched, but thanks to the beautiful shots there from IKEOS securing the mid, Subim is safe. Both teams going on the aggressive on opposite side. Juice will be taking down Marco by himself, or can Marco survive this? Nah, the rage quit was just not enough. There was no follow-up from the team, so Juice continue to be at large.
Oh, Chaos now overextending and just kind of like spamming some shots, and Kenji can just evade some of that. Hypercharge from Marco. Not going to get wasted now in the wall, but goes down himself, and this is now really getting quite close. Good taps from Chaos onto Yoko. Sabine low onto 54 HP, going to have to evade these shots to perfection. Gets the mortar most importantly as well, and earns himself a hypercharge.
How is Subim still alive? Yoko needs to get this tap in. Can't afford to miss any more shots. Finally brings him down here. Yoko doing a good job to stay alive as long as possible. But this is not a start that Madrid wanted. There is the Sasimi slash backed up by that hypercharge, but Subim has got one of his own, trying to get back some pressure for the team. Goes for the backline, but not even getting a single kill off that.
Yeah, not much value for Sabine, and now Marco's going to struggle again against Juice on that really tanky shield gear rolling in. Sabine now coming up the spawn, going to miss a swipe though again with these frames that Kenji's able to evade from. Now 80% for Team Heretics. They have got the lead, but this Penny Mortar still raining down fire. A hypercharge for the Chester. Rook will land it. The poison of Marco is going to keep him slowed as well. And now that Penny Mortar can absolutely find the value of which it needs. With everyone slowed, it's going to be really tough. IKEOS down to just over a sliver of HP taken care of now as well. Madrid are pulling it back.
Madrid now counting up to 86%, just another 10 more. They need to stay on the point, but all the hypercharges being committed there by Team Heretics. It's gonna be neck and neck. 4% Team Heretics, they pull ahead, but they do it! IKEOS in the end managed to stay on the point long enough for Team Heretics to just barely take the set.
That's about as clutch as it gets in Hot Zone. And Madrid have got to be kicking themselves on that side of things. So close to starting one set ahead. And Heretics win it by 1%. Honestly, the way that Madrid were playing and the amount of missed shots that we saw from both Chaos and Sabima, I was kind of feeling like Madrid kind of earned that set, in my opinion. I felt like they were playing better, more consistently so. I loved the aggression of Juice, and there was some great gadget stunts from Marco nonetheless, and I like that towards that final percentage earned as well in the final hour. But yeah, I mean, a lot of misses from Heretics, not looking nearly as confident despite earning that set.
There's a gigantic rage quit there from Marco in the end. Yeah, Rob. Oh,
yeah, we feel you, bro.
We feel you, bro. The whole team there. I mean, you can't just blame what happened in the end there. I mean, obviously it was a fantastic gadget there from Marco, timing it perfectly well. And then Rob and Juice kind of, you know, they were two bunched up together, ate a massive Pierce Super, and then they had to fall back so much. They were ahead by 2%, and they just needed to pull it together in the end. But it was more to me about that early game as well. I mean, in game number 3, that was the first time that I didn't see the same level of pressure and permanence they came out. They were 20% behind. To me, it's pretty miraculous they were able to even get close to winning in that third game.
Well, I feel like Madrid have got a really good chance in this matchup. I feel like that was so neck and neck from start to finish. A great draft on both sides, and Heretics, for me as the favorite, didn't look necessarily the favorite coming out. If I'm being completely honest, this could be the closest match in our quarterfinals thus far, going in to bridge too far for Heist and the long-range sharpshootering affair, which could very well come through. Still gotta consider you kind of chucking your melody bands on this kind of map just to eradicate those heavy hitters, and then you've got some options, definitely with regards to brawlers like Angelo and Eve in that mid area. I think that those now going to be considered. Eve actually going to be banned out here, as well as the Ali, thankfully.
Yes.
That's the one that we saw yesterday, just causing so much of a problem on the side of SKC. Chuck banned out, as well as the Pierce on both sides, actually, as well as the Cole 8-bit. I love this brawler pick. I don't necessarily value it as the first brawler pick, because it's not really picked up by many teams, but I think you can get some fantastic results. But as a first pick brawler, it's very slow, it's very sluggish. It can be open to potential counters.
it's a big risk, to draft your entire comp around, and selecting in the first pick, as you've mentioned, 8-bit is not a brawler that typically sets you up for anything. I mean, it's not a particularly, big win condition on the map. It's just sort of a tactical selection that you just throw out there, and you're telling the opposing team, yeah, go ahead and try and pick up tanks. Yeah, Kaze, for example, is something that you're saying that, okay, my 8-bit will be able to chuck in the damage and then convert that into a push in the late game. But I think Team Heretics are not really deterred yet. I see this Amber coming out, this Kaze coming out. It just spells out to me that they're not afraid of that long-range matchup at all.
Amber for Team Heretics could do some good work against the potential Melody later pick on the side there of Madrid. But I'm kind of liking things so far. The Otis is still an option here on the table, so that's got to be a consideration also. Let's see how they're feeling about this one, but the Kaze is definitely one of my favorite picks there on the side of Team Heretics, and a great time to pick it up. Bonnie, wow. I saw this in qualifiers too by SK Gaming, and I'm not a massive fan. Hypercharge can still get some work, but again, especially combining with an 8-bit. I mean, you got two slow and sluggish brawlers that are going to really struggle to get maneuverability. And Lily is my favorite brawler out of those three, without a doubt. I feel like in especially Heist, that ability to cycle onto the safe is going to be really where this comp is going to depend.
I see the vision though. I mean, with these three brawlers combined, there's going to be some triple lane shenanigans that they can definitely pull off here. The alternative is just wait for Subeam on this Kaze to push up, maybe farm up that hypercharge, as you said. Yeah, the Otis coming in as this last selection. Team Heretics, they felt the vulnerability in their draft. After seeing this Bonnie, after seeing the Lily, they know that they need something desperately that will be able to stop a one push. And honestly, I mean, I was thinking about Otis, but I don't even know if it's enough to stop a committed, push from the side of Madrid.
Interesting stuff. I mean, I would love for what Madrid have brought in to work and be proven wrong. The Bonnie might be a sleeper pick, one of those brawlers which, people are starting to consider as the meta evolves. Surprised to not see Nanny coming through, actually. That was definitely, for me, a brawler which I was looking out for, but let's see. Whether Yoko can make it work. He's been playing fantastically well today, I've got to be honest. So, already, though, Juice on that top right-hand side, out, so Beam's going to get some heavy shots, and that's an early crack there from Team Heretics.
I think this is to be expected from the side of Madrid, though. They're using a comp that is designed to lose the early game, but I don't know if you can give away half of your safe as a trade and then maybe set yourself up from a one push. We do see Yoko and Juice now on the other side kicking this base race off, but Subeam, he's not even giving him the light of day. Goodbye, he says, goes to the enemy safe. He knows that he can out base race this. This is going to be one of the fastest bridge too fast sets that we're gonna see as the Madrid save burn to ashes.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
It's an all-in comp, right?
Oh dear.
You draft an all-in comp and then you go 3 separate lanes, you get your save cracked up in the first, 15 seconds? That's cracking like an egg.
Well, what do you expect? You're bringing in the slowest of brawlers and then, you're just opening up the door to being overrun, and I feel like Team Heretics do the exact same thing, though.
This is what the comp is meant to do, putting the Lily together. But I mean, if you're committing Vanish that early just to get into the push, now just putting Bonnie on defense duty, okay, it's gonna get Subeam out of there. They managed to get Rump in the back, but Rump, you're supposed to be the damage dealer. He got clipped by Marcos at the flame at the very end. They do manage to trade it out. At least both sides are equal, more or less, in terms of save damage. But Madrid, as you said, they're the ones that need more tempo. They're so slow.
Yeah, Subeam now. Coming out into that ninja form, going to find... Oh, lovely stuff from Subeam. Should be able to survive on here as well. Get back into Geisha form as the safe takes another crack. Another fan storm as well. As Subeam is all over this left-hand side. Just now finally shuts him down, but the damage is already dealt. And Madrid have got to find some space to get back in this game.
The good news for Madrid, though, is that this one push is starting to shape up. Rob has got this booster inside the back, commits extra credits, lays as it into Subeam. Subeam is goodbye, and Yoko takes another kill on that left side, transforming back into the cannon. This is that one push that the comp was designed to do. They cracked that last percentage of the save. Only 19%, 16%, and counting. Can Rob finish this one off? No! Yoko, he needs just 2 more shots to finish, but the body blocks are good. Juice is coming in to try and clean this one up. No, he gets that save down. And we've got a tie game on our hands.
It's turning into a base race affair, but I still feel like Heretics, if they could still speedrun this, they could go back to that first game's mentality. I think Sabim's getting some great survivor ability. I feel like the 8-bit's got to get set up with the booster to really allow that damage to rain in, to allow the body to get off the back of that as well with some shots. Early Sugar Rush from Yoko. Should be able to farm Sabim here, but they're struggling in that bush as well. And Sabim's going to get an escape. That's ridiculous. Another safe crack, and he burns up in the air. That mark sealed his demise in mid-flight.
A disastrous start there from Madrid, once again mirroring that first game start. You give away 2 entire chunks of your safe, and what do you get in return? Does Rob have a super? Does Yoko have a super? I'm not seeing any. I see a hypercharge there on Juice at the very least. He gets that kill onto Subim.
Rob now going to get some good damage potential. IKL's being scrutinized, has to choose between that and Yoko. Ooh! Just now going to be on the safe, another crack, and now Madrid will take the lead.
Beautiful connection there from Juice. Ooh, hypercharge super flying out there for Yoko. Gets the stun off. It's going to convert it into beautiful, beautiful damage here on the save. Chaos is on overtime here. The whole of the Heretics roster thrown at the Madrid save and all have fallen. Rob's now inside the mid. They just need 1 more % to crack that last percentage of save. Just is going to pop out that hypercharge. It's back to a base race.
And this crack is going to delay the timer down, and all the meanwhile, the damage is raining in from Madrid. They get it done. It's going to be a set, and we are now all tied up for the very first time today. No better time for it. Quarterfinals 4 is not going to end in a sweep. Finally.
He said it would be close, and this could have been 0-2. I just want to point out, coming back to that set number 1, Madrid, they're really, I don't know if this is considered overperforming here, but this is what I wanted to see from, for example, teams like SK. Experiment with the draft boldly, but it's a plan that comes together. We looked at each other, we're like, this Bonnie selection feels like the meta of like, what, 2020, early 2025? But they saw the Amber matchup and they said, okay, that's good enough for me. I think it works.
A very dangerous strategy from Madrid there. An all or nothing dive in. I think this Lily pick for me was kind of the magic, and as long as Rook was surviving, because sometimes he wasn't there for the damage that was needed, and you could see there at the end, it was absolutely needed. It was very, very close, but Sabim kind of getting shut down more often than not in that second and third game, and he was the real reason for me that they were able to get that first game so convincingly. So the Kaze was pretty much on its feet the entire time. And Juice on 9, Yoko on 10. The Bonnie, I'm going to be kind of leaving myself open to consideration moving forwards. It's definitely a brawler that I'm not warming to just yet, but you can't deny the facts that that combination worked out quite well. Whether it's going to be meta, whether it's going to be first pick brawler worthy, I'm not convinced. Maybe it's not even going to be ban worthy, but nonetheless, it got the set for Madrid, and that's what matters.
Worked out for them and now headed to out in the open. Folks, it's all tied up 1-1, and knockout is going to be where it sets up the trajectory of a potential match point for either of these teams. This map is tricky though when it comes to the draft. I fully expect to see, all those pesky water walking brawlers banned out here if they want to err on the safe side. You may even consider a Brock ban if you want to take out that early tempo lead to open up the map. But so far though, I mean, we're seeing quite literally all of them banned out except Eve.
Yeah, good bans for me on the majority of this. Like the Brock ban, often kind of left untouched. Gut's going to be still open here. I think for me the dangerous one is Kit as well, which we've already seen today make some great runs. RT always left out of the bans here. I don't know why. It's always kind of snapped up regardless. So definitely going to be an option as well as the Eve first pick worthy as it comes forwards. So I think it's a great starting hand here for Madrid. The Jean as well, still available. So Byron banned out, which I think is going to deter the idea of tanks.
With Jaeyoung taken out as well, a lot of the pairings that are more common here on this map in tempo have been removed. If Team Heretics really still want to force some kind of a speed-based comp, they're going to have to borrow some East Asian meta and go with the Max, for example, but I don't expect that to happen, especially after you've already seen the likes of an Eve on the other side. I mean, I think they want to lean into, probably more, simple-based control stuff. Bo has been a brawler that, for the better half of today, I think we haven't seen this bird show up at all. Are we both haters of this pick? How do we feel about this?
Super Totem plus Kit, faster charge rate. I mean, that could be quite disgusting. Normally, if I see Bo first pick valued this heavily, I'm thinking they're depending upon that utility. I mean, it's not really going to be doing too much else. So Navi with a long range can sit within that radius and still continue to cycle peeps, get some break. But you know, we often see a peep utilized to break your own defensive wall to allow that kind of middle channel to open up in this map. But you lose a peep by doing so. That's why the Brock ban and that pick being off the table is making that Nanny pick looking more like a tastier one to consider. Mina going to come in as well. Definitely has that ability to push forwards in the aggressive manner. Combined with the Gust too, more survivability, despite the tanks not being really viable because of the Byron ban. That's kind of a nice synergy, isn't it, between the Gust and the Mina?
I love to see it. I think it's also good for a tempo control perspective. Mina can get out of that base just so quickly so that your team doesn't immediately have no information. You're not sure, how the lane assignments are gonna go. And, up against this Nani and the bow, Mina already is one of the most slippery brawlers. If it's really, really well played, honestly, it's gonna be so hard for Nani and bow to hit. Now, just Team Heretics just double down on the control. They pick up this Rust instead. They're not convinced that this Mina really does anything here. I don't know if this is going to be field promotion Ruffs and it's an AFK fest that they're looking for to just stat pad inside the base, heal up to a ridiculous HP and then, push in the end game. Or if he will be running the other form of supply drop or use it as a secondary means to open up the mid so they don't have to waste the peep, as you mentioned.
I like this. I like this from Heretics. The Ruffs can just do so much. I mean, with the bow getting a hypercharge, combining that supply drop, it's going to make bow much more dangerous, actually. Immediately down with the super totem. And Heretics now need to land some shots early on. Sandbags down immediately there for Marco to buy some time and protect that turret as much as they can. And as quickly as that, Rup overextends and falls immediately.
That's just the strength of the Nani. I mean, you can't afford, to disrespect the piercing potential that he has shooting around these walls. And that was honestly completely unforgivable death for me. I mean, Rupp still had his gadget to jump out of that situation. Just completely didn't expect to die there.
Team Heretics should be able to take their time here. Marco going to look for maybe a break, but I think probably going to wait until just as less of a threat. He just sit there. Now he's going to go for it, opening himself up potentially there as well. Oh, Juice finds it. Now Team Heretics is going to be very cautious. Yoko, a lovely shield, but Chaos with the taps. And that's exactly what you need to see when you see the 2v2 itself. It's, you had the advantage, you lost it. Now in a 2v1, just got to do the unthinkable here to come out on top.
And he's not going to find it. I mean, that's just way too much damage poured in from both this bow and this Nanny. It's an undodgeable situation there, even for the Mina without the gadget. Now Marco coming in with a supply drop of his own, and the peep connects in the back. That's a massive tempo lead for the side of Team Heretics. They can take their time to get back in the mid. The mines are giving me anxiety, Arc. I don't want to see pro players step on mines.
I can understand it. It really puts the team's ability to communicate to the test. She's still being on the aggressive, but overextends yet again. And the pinch between Marco and Sabim is there. Rook now might be the victim of this peep. It's actually going to direct towards Yoko, pushing him down to a low HP of 3,000. It's still Team Heretics with a 3 versus 2 advantage. Rook now low. Gonna have to use a gotta-go gadget to get away there just about. For how long?
It's the most disastrous game so far for Madrid, now losing their big frontliner in the form of that Mina. They basically have signed their own death warrant here. There's no way for them to escape this, but yeah, Yoko is done. Ruff is done as well. He's just walking in there to allow themselves to be shot down there. They concede this game number 1, and they make a promise to all of us that they will play better in the next.
Well, what started out as some good early pressure, and then availed into a set for Madrid. It's not looking nearly as strong. It feels like it might not be their game mode, or certainly they're just not valuing their lives nearly enough and finding themselves caught out, just trying to be the aggressor again on the left-hand side. Like the placement there of the Super Totem from Sabine. It's going to be harder to be taken care of, and it'll just have to dwindle down, and just timer will trickle down off it now. Just going to use that time to go in. Actually finds a counter to Marco just about with the help of the windmill gadget.
Overextending there, Marco, for sure. That's a very, very costly mistake for them. But Madrid, the job is not done just yet. They're still going up against 2 brawlers that have an insane amount of burst damage potential.
Chaos.
But Madrid, they're not going to let this one up. Yeah, Chaos, I think he knew that this round was more or less over. Tried to go for a Hail Mary play there, but didn't work out.
Just trying that utility for the next round and accepting the defeat there. But for me, yeah, not sure how I feel about it. Breaking that wall, of course, for Marco, leaving the bush intact, most importantly, going to take that supply drop for himself. I'm cautious around Juice on that top left-hand side because it just takes no time at all for him to just push himself down the map. And now the hatchlings come in, we see Madrid push themselves back actually in, and that break from that mine could prove costly. Look at just go straight in with the spring trap and actually gonna get some massive value, gets a two-piece. The amount of times that we see that spring pad used and it's just someone's demise, and Juice there used it to his advantage.
It's perfectly timed out the hatchlings as well, while Team Heretics were preoccupied about the Eve babies. They forgot, they were like, where's Mina? They stopped tracking her. She jumps in, gets 2 supers chained back to back. I gotta say, game number 1, Juice kind of disappointed me a little bit with his Mina performance. I was about to, you know, maybe egg on him a bit there, but in this game number 2, certainly redeemed himself.
Okay, well, Madrid are clearly listening and making me eat my words, and I'm loving it. Bit of time for Heretics to reflect, but now this is a very, very key moment in time. This is a must-win round. Get that early pressure in. Rook down top right-hand side, incredibly low. The Nanny shot just about missing, though, towards the end, and he should live to fight another day. Another super totem down. Mark going to be healing up again, but not a fan of this positioning here from Team Heretics. It just takes a little bit of aggression, a little bit of utility from Juice, maybe even further back.
This is what I said about the Mina. I mean, these shots are just so hard to connect. Marco almost falls there. Dangerously low there, managed to just barely sneak his way out, but even the great IKOS now being pinched out. One more will do the trick. Rob finds it. IKOS tried so hard to stay alive, and Marco is the next to fall from Juice. This is a different side of Madrid that we're all living to see.
That's very impressive from Madrid. A comp which they can absolutely make work. You can see how much the aggression of which Juice brings to the table. Oh, and almost got himself called out there. Now, not out of the woods, having to dash the mines, and this is where that interaction with the Mina is playing quite nicely into the bow, just deflating what Sabine can try to bring here. But for the first time, really, Team Heretics in a more commended position. Trying to keep an eye realistically here on Juice and that spring trap. They do not want to fall for that trick again, and it's making Team Heretics actually come back slightly, place down another super totem. Just embrace this time in control, I feel, and just try to make it a 3 versus 2 if they can. Now just comes in. Dangerous times for Team Heretics. Marcos is left out of the equation, and there's the takedown. Team Heretics not learning from it, but quick as that, turning it around in their favor. Oh no! Oh no, Madrid, you had it in the bag.
Completely, once again, it's so unexpected to see the bow and the Nani just do so much burst damage, but it's a lifeline much needed for Heretics that's thrown over to them. This last round will decide the trajectory of this match. It's going to start with Juice and the shield once again hunting down Marco. The windmill catches him on the end, and it's a 2 versus 3 for Madrid.
And Juice just jumps away, stays in position now, keeping Sabine and Chaos back. The job is not yet done. Madrid have the advantage. Hatchlings now coming in, and this is now where things get scary for Sabine and Chaos. And Sabine falls, leaving Chaos alone in 1v3. I'm not too sure that a return to sender gadget is going to be enough to win it. And Madrid take the lead. They gain the set. They can barely believe it themselves, but this is a massive moment for them to shine. They could cause a huge upset here.
Wonderful. Wonderful from the 3 rookies here on the side of Madrid. Ark, let's go back to that set number 1 once again and just remind us how close it was. Could you imagine this could have been a 3-0 in the favor of Madrid?
Absolutely ridiculous what we're getting to see this year. All across the board, some rookies outshining what we thought were the best teams in every single region so far, really. Humble losing in that quarterfinal number 1 really just set the tone for how the rest of the day goes. Madrid are about to write history as well. Heretics at the moment is your seat number 3 in EMEA. This is also not a matchup that you want to face in quarterfinal number 1 here for them. But yeah, they're looking pretty consistent, pretty strong. Qualify for their 2nd monthly final in a row. In the first one, they did not make it out of the quarters. Today they might.
Today could be the day. It really could. I mean, you know, the way that Rup, Yoko, and Juice are playing, especially Juice, I mean, he really has been making some seriously aggressive plays throughout every single set, realistically, here for me. Whether it's the Kenji, whether it's the Mina, he's just always putting Heretics under pressure. And that's what makes a great team crack. And just kind of that real ability to not feel daunted or, you know, in any way intimidated by a team that have got more credentials. But, I mean, this is a real open door for Madrid. They've been consistently kind of getting towards a good spot, despite not qualifying in the February monthly finals. Now they've been starting to churn things over.
Yeah.
They're ahead against Heretics. That's really, really great.
Yeah, Juice, as you call him, so far really the aggressive playmaker in the side of Madrid. Then we have Yoko just playing those support brawlers, really solid. And Robe, of course, probably the IGL here, the most experienced player on the roster, at least when it comes down to tier 1 experience, right? He's leading that roster. The game number 1 today immediately fell to chaos, overextended a little bit, but that's what's happened when you look at what are my teammates doing. Okay, I'm trying to micromanage them, and I think he learned to let go a little. His 2 teammates know how to play, and it shows now 2-1 up against Heretics.
Incredible. I could not have asked for a closer series here. I think we're sick of some of these. We're sick of seeing 3-0s on the desk, right? I mean, so I'm glad Heretics lost. I mean, barely won that set number 1 here, but I don't know if I want this one to go all the way up. I just want my predictions to be right.
So you hope for Madrid to win?
Shh, we don't jinx it here on the desk.
Spook!
Anti-jinx, guys. Anti-jinx Madrid. I know that you don't have this. It's IKEOS. It's too good. Just fold here. Just give up.
When was that cost actually, Spook? We had this before. You just voted everything opposite to what we said, and you were right in the end. When was the cost again?
EMEA April monthly final, I think.
I thought you remember exactly what month it was as well. Like it's
You're jinxing EMEA like crazy.
You're the jinx. You're the problem.
I'm gonna walk off the desk now.
So this isn't even the first time Spoo has done this. Big Talents, he already got that prediction right. Again, he's just predicting everything opposite to what we're saying, and you're right today. It's frustrating, but good for the underdogs, which we talked about it yesterday, Spoo.
Right.
If I go with my heart, I'm usually wrong, but I'm always rooting for the underdogs secretly, so I'm happy with today, with how today went anyway. I guess.
Let's do it more openly now. Let's root for them openly. We need a new era of, you know, talents in the pool here. It's time for some of these older ungs to retire, at least for the April monthly final. But we can't jump ahead of ourselves. The draft has begun nonetheless between Team Heretics and Madrid. And honestly, I think Heretics, the way that they're playing today, doesn't, you know, inspire confidence. It's not the Heretics I recognize from the last month that, as you said, had such, you know, stellar performances.
Very true. We want to have a look at the draft here on the left-hand side. Heretics with the first pick. I really love roughs on a map like this one. With the bounce shots, you can so easily lock down a lane, and it's usually a very safe first pick. They're gonna go in aggressively right from the get-go. Lily is one of these brawlers that we see very often on gem grab because she has that comeback mechanic. Come in at the very end towards that gem carry on the other side, pop a hypercharge, then a gadget, get the gems very easily. Usually she's the last pick though. That is a very daring choice here from Heretics.
Kenji going to be open here as well, as we know that Madrid are looking for something of the aggressor, the ball band, the Mortis global band, so that leaves some options. Meg, I'm assuming, going to be playing mid here for some more survivability. Going to have the ability to deflect away from the Lily, as the star power will allow it to have that knockback whilst leaving Mech. Mo could be an option here as well. I think a map that he could work really, really well here for me as well. Sandy going to be an option. I think more so maybe for Team Heretics here, but definitely a brawler which can get a lot of value and some unpredictability. Roughs, like you say, something coming through.
It's a safety pick, right? They go for this Meg as their first selection. It's not, I think, one of the best anti-Lily gem carriers. I think Janet is still probably the safest gem carrier that you can go for on this map. But they're confident with this Meg. What it does is it allows a little bit more tanky presence in the mid and potentially even a little bit of flexibility. There's a world that with this roughs now on the table, you just open up the entire map and you pivot to a strategy that basically is like open map completely kind of style.
Would like to see an open map here on the right-hand side. Meg pretty solid once she's in her small form. Easy target for Lily though. I always love a Janet on a map like this one. On gem grab in general, just as the gem carrier can always jump out of the way, fly off when danger is coming close. They're going to go with Finks here on the left-hand side, so we don't see Janet on either side here today. Finks, pretty solid mid, especially on hot zone. As gem carrier, of course, it could work it well, but this is just setting up a really aggressive pick for the right-hand side now, because we don't really have any tank counters on the left-hand side. Penny, I guess she can deal with them when she has a gadget available, but otherwise she's also an easy target. And especially Finks as gem carrier, maybe also Penny as gem carrier actually, you just go with something aggressive and you run him down, right?
That's the thought process I feel as well, could definitely play a role. At the moment, the Lily is going to be a real tough one to deal with.
There she is.
Going to come through. I mean, I don't know whether I'm a big fan of the BB though, over other potential options there, to be completely honest. I think the Kenji would still be one of those brawlers which could play a better role. I just don't know, since BB's nerfs, and she's just kind of more manageable. I mean, she's looking into the entire draft, so I think that she'll get some value nonetheless. But I don't know if I'm as convinced as I was last month on that particular brawler.
I prefer the right-hand side roster, honestly. Yes, Lily is the better tank in these two, but with Finks as the mid, BB can just rush him and get the gems in the last few seconds. I think they have that comeback mechanic themselves too. Madrid has the opportunity to close it out here in the first 3-1 of the day. Ridiculously enough, it would also be our first 3-2 if Heretics proceeds and prolongs this one.
It's gonna be a tough act to follow. Madrid now, Ju is running off screen. Subeam, he's already dead. Yes, the 3 gems are gonna go in the way of Chaos, but expect this flanking maneuver to come right back. Marco burns a super there onto Juice. Didn't get the connection that he needed, and that's a much needed resource wasted.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of aggression from Madrid, but no objection so far. Objective gems all with Heretics 4-2 now. Rip starting to get some time in the mid. Bit of a body block there, using the gadget. Mock going to come straight out onto Yoko, finds Yoko as well. Lovely stuff from him. And Subeam's just acting as a bit of a deflective maneuvering. I mean, as long as Juice is not getting towards Chaos, I mean, Chaos is quite happy here just to control the mid and get the gems, and Marco there. Going to get some good takedown value as well. Hypercharge now for him. It's like a lot of Madrid's attempts are just not resulting in gems ultimately.
You have to play the objective. The alternative is you have to win all your matchups here now. Double hypercharges. Not even be committed there by Marco. He still saved his hypercharge going into the back, and that's an opportunity to use it onto Rob. Now stealing his gems as we telegraph, but Chaos Marco, double kill there from Juice. All the members of Team Heretics, blood, sweat, and tears spilling out for them as Madrid gets the reset.
A straightforward countdown now, resulting in Heretics having to earn back the gems of which they've lost, or more from the mid. Starting to flounder. Marco then seals the left-hand side yet again. And this is where we've seen Madrid start to crumble slightly as Subeam and Chaos get the ability to maneuver themselves into the realm again, and wasting some swipes there from Juice. And now, Rook in a difficult spot in this mech, forced now out. Marco gonna miss a super there though, that's a rarity for him.
Beautiful dodge there from Rupp there. Could have been an auto aim from Marco and it would have connected, but maybe the nerves are kind of getting to him. It's still going to be an easy reset for the type of Team Heretics, and Madrid Rupp is in this little form. He can't really commit to a push there, but Ju just walked down, picked up the gem, and he gets away with this. Team Heretics cannot be letting this one slip.
And it's such an obvious mistake as well. That gem spawning on their side, you know it because you picked up the gem prior to it. They were spawning on your side. And you know the BB's just going to walk in and just use the tankiness to be able to escape. Like, they were not in the right position to shut that down immediately. There's just complete lack of awareness in a game which should have been tied up before that moment even occurred, because they dropped their own gems. I mean, it's Heretics making some massive blunders here. And they've already proven that they've got an ability to make this comp work better. They're making silly mistakes.
They've got to leave it in the past. At the very least, in this game, they answered the Ju problem. You know, just Subeam and Chaos paying more attention to the pinches and getting him out. But I've got to agree with what Sunny said. This draft from Madrid is indeed just, you know, the better one here. They don't have to play as, you know, accommodatingly. As long as Ju gets a single good hypercharge, a single good push, it could be over. He's repeating it once again now, going into the backline, forcing Subeam to commit turrets in uncharacteristic places. And meanwhile, in the back, they managed to open up the entire of their own base. It's a good haven for Rook to stay in, but Marco could be making the mark against one, can't clean up the rest.
Now, just coming in, trying to get some swipes, finds Chaos again, and Subeam's low, gets a knockback on the turrets, but it's down to Marcus again, it's killing, and he still fails to do it. They can't keep getting away with it. Team Heretics are just giving over gems time and time again, and all their hard work goes down the drain yet again.
Ju is buffed up as well. Rob has a hypercharge at the ready, gets back into that mech form. Doesn't have the super at the very least. Ju's gonna force out the response there from Marco in the vanish. Pops it on the Ju. It's a desperation play, but Marco, he brings the BB into the Shadow Realm and then backs away. He's so terrified of this brawler. It's so scrappy from Team Heretics.
Juice now, that left-hand side does go down to a low HP position. This time warp from Chaos couldn't come at a better time. Yoko gonna have to heal off from that right. And that gem lingering there. They don't want to go for it just yet. They want to keep depriving Rup of getting back inside that mech. And again, a missed moment from Marco. You can't be doing that into the realm. He might get some goods coming out. Rup, oh no! He couldn't get back in mech in time, and Marco makes good on a massive mistake. And now it's down to Juice to be able to do something in 1 versus 3. And he's shut down. Heretics are not out of it yet.
Signs of life from Team Heretics in these last 5 seconds. You see some desperation hypercharges come up from Madrid, but they know that this one is all donezo's. Rob there, if he had just managed to get back in that mech, it could have completely changed the outcome of this game. But what a breather for Heretics.
But not for long. Straight back into the Lion's Den. And a must-win game for them or disaster in a month that is wide open for them to make a statement. At the moment, it's their opposition that is doing just that against them. Got to start to really collect themselves here and prevent this from escalating out of control. Just on the right-hand side again, finds Sabine, leaving Chaos now susceptible whilst he heals up in that back lines until the respawn.
Questionable adaptation there from Team Heretics for Marco to just dive up in the mid. That is the gem carrier, yes, but without a super or anything, without support from the team, there's no way that you can get any value. That was a lost lane from the beginning, and now Marco trying to be the brawler to deal with Juice. He's going to be able to bring him down, but looking at the objective arc, they've lost 5 gems already.
They make up for some lost time. That penny turret now going to helping hand things. Nice evasive technique. Vitamin booster not going to be enough there for Juice. He's going to have to respawn back in. More gems then over to Team Heretics. It is Madrid that need this game to project themselves into the semi-finals. Rup going to be pushed out of mech. No, Marco going to change his mind, but obviously in the realm, they don't necessarily know where everyone's lurking except from that communication from your teammates. A gem that will hand over itself yet again to Madrid, but the mid control is completely lost.
The last game to win is often the hardest, and I'm seeing Ju show signs of nerves here, you know, kind of making the most ideal of rotations here. He finally decides to go after Marco here. He knows that this is a matchup that he could potentially win, but Marco, great use of the hypercharge, now converting into a big push onto the mid, but overgrassing there a little bit, just going down there. At the very least, you get 2 gems as a consolation prize.
Hypercharge for Sabine now as well on the salty barrel to take those shots. Juice knows it, coming on the left-hand side. Oh, this is great from Sabine as well, shutting it down. A barrel. Let's see, though. Chaos in the mid. Actually, not going to be choosing to shoot there onto Yoko. Just going to be able to flank around. A hypercharge wall's going to seal that. Heretics have got the gems, but it's Madrid that have got the position. Pushing now aggressively as well. Hypercharge produce could be absolutely devastating, and Heretics need to hold this strong.
Marco now with that 1 gem going to be going down. That's the reset that they needed. And Ju is on the hunt. The boogeyman is here. Misses! Goes for a swing onto Chaos. Should have been a kill. But at the very least, they get this reset. They get a countdown on their side going.
This gem from the mid will spawn at a good time. They can get another one, but again, they've got to shut down Ju better this time on the right-hand side. Coming forward for this gem that's about to spawn through. Marco gets him down, whittles the HP as well, but a massive swipe from Rup will seal the demise. It's still 11 apiece as Heretics did get that gem. A salty barrel just going to keep Sabine alive on the left, but it's back and full all the way, and 1 gem is enough.
Ju now is looking for his target. It's going to be Marco here. Even picks up the gem, but Marco, good burst damage from him. Chaos was ready this time to support. Marco goes into the hypercharge, brings down the gem carrier, and gets away with all 6 gems.
It's not over yet. Madrid have still got a chance to prevent this from going all the way to the 5th and final set. Getting a swipe onto Marco, but not going to find much at all. That's going to push them to the right, and that's going to be a huge bat to the face, and an absolute team wipe. Madrid get the steal, running back with the gems, and the egg on the face of Team Heretics, who are now flustered and dwindling as the timer ticks down. 5 seconds left on the clock, and no time to get it done. Madrid do the unthinkable, and Heretics fall in the quarters.
A day filled with upsets, celebrations for Madrid and for the entire Spanish community. Rob has shown up his mentor Chaos today. They are indeed the better Spanish team. And yeah, Team Heretics, they don't look too pleased, and I wouldn't be either after a performance like that.
Vamos Madrid and bien joué for our guys from Madrid. Beautiful stuff coming out of these underdogs. Clearly, Heretics drops the first seed of EMEA eliminated in quarterfinal number 1. The third seed of EMEA eliminated now in quarterfinal number 4. What a beautiful match that was, guys. Just a wonderful back and forth. One of the best gem grab matches we've seen all year.
But again, littered with mistakes from Team Heretics. I mean, it wasn't kind of, in my opinion, two teams that were just kind of neck and neck in terms of how, you know, how close it was. It was just kind of like Madrid capitalizing down. I mean, look at this as well. I mean, that was absolutely disgusting. And not to take anything away from Madrid, they played it absolutely on point. Thoroughly deserving of the semi-finals, and just Team Heretics have got a lot to work on.
Going into that summer split, indeed. I mean, they're going to have an entire month off, as, you know, most of these other teams will, to recollect. They're not alone. I mean, they're joining Humble in the little bleachers section now of the loss, but this is a loss that I think is also equally difficult to swallow. You wouldn't be going into this one thinking that this would be a difficult match at all. And you come in with drafts that are just slightly worse all the time, and then you try and make up with it with these Hail Mary plays all the time, and never comes together. You just get knocked out by Ju instead.
I absolutely love these, the underdogs just looking stronger and more capable than ever. My predictions are in shambles, but who cares about those, really? My heart is happy. Underdogs are going all the way. Very similar to East Asia February monthly finals, I feel, where we had every single one of our predictions wrong because just so many new rosters coming into the game this year and are looking really, really strong.
I got it wrong.
You got it wrong.
You got it wrong.
I got it wrong?
I mean,
We're getting predictions.
He's doing all right.
Again,
you
he's
guys,
doing all right.
You guys are getting predictions wrong. Okay.
I was just talking about my predictions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, you said we, and I was just thinking to myself, because like, you hearing this? Like this.
I said my predictions are in shambles. But anyway, you need to learn to listen. But this is the second time in a row where, not in a row, April in EMEA last year, Spoo has also just voted against us in every single match. I was literally sitting with Spoo in the taxi this morning when we were doing our predictions, and he just voted opposite me in every single one, and he gets his predictions right. It's not fair, but again, I'm happy. Underdogs are looking super strong this year. These guys have grown up with Brawl Stars as it is today. They never knew anything other than draft, and it clearly shows.
That's the new age of Brawl Stars. We've entered a point whereby, you have to say it as it is, 70% of the game is probably already decided when the bans come in. That is just how cutthroat Brawl has become. Yeah. Yeah, we've reached the point where draft is so important, and I think Humble, they got punished as a result, and Team Heretics, they were in a similar spot. But with all 4 drafts, even in that first set that they barely won, I sincerely thought that Team Heretics, they had the worst draft.
Kind of feels like it. Madrid, really good draft today. Big Talents also won with draft. That's exactly what I mean. Those new rosters have grown up with draft. They never knew a different Brawl Stars. We have this in the game for a couple of years now already. We see it in Guesty on Foot Esports, and we also see it in Madrid, for example. Now Yoko and Juice have never played in a monthly final before, as far as I know at least. Rob, on the other hand, he did, of course, have some experience last year. He was on NXT, that big roster of this year. They played in LCQ. Now, for quarterfinals out of the way, we have 3 3-0s, 1 3-1. We are breezing through the matches today. And Big Talents versus Navi are going to kick things out for us here in the semifinals. Trev is back. Trev, who's going to take this one?
Back in business, I have no clue who's going to take it. Because I'll tell you what, right now, nothing is going to plan today. I'm 2-2 and I feel terrible, so I'm not sure how you guys feel, but Spoo is on top of the world right now. But I'm just like floundering everywhere. It's like crazy some of the games we've had today. We start off really weird in the first one, and Big Talents take down Humble, and then in 4, like Madrid take down Heretics. I couldn't have predicted this at all throughout today.
I think next time I'm just going to vote the same. Like, I'm just going to do the opposite of what I think is going to happen. And this is our EMEA monthly final today. I think chat is just as confused as we are, by the way. What is happening today, really? Semi-final number 1. We're kicking things off here for our semis with Big Talents versus Navi. Now here, we, again, I'd say, have a clear favorite. We have an underdog team on the left-hand side here with Big Talents. They really shone with their drafts, I feel, in the match against Humble looked super, super strong mechanically. 3 super strong players. Not as experienced into tier 2 players as some of the other teams we have today.
Yeah, I was really surprised, honestly, to see big talent, especially of all people, to knock out Humble. I mean, that was honestly unbelievable. But this is a squad that has been notoriously knocked down in qualifiers to one team really consistently from February to March to now April, and that team is Navi. So this is now really a grudge match scenario. Big Talent's chasing that first win versus the team that have been suppressing them so heavily, the same team that prevented them from qualifying by a single game of Heist in February. And now they've just knocked out Humble. They've got to be feeling on top of the world that they can actually do this for the first time against Navi.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Here are some of the drafts, obviously, as well, from their first one. Really solid picks. And I mean, it just seemed like they outdrafted them in every single game, Big Talents, against Humble. So, I mean, if they can kind of pull off these drafts again, be at the top of the game once again, then I absolutely think they can bring down Navi. I think there's even an argument there coming into this one, their favourite after their quarterfinal. But I think you also got to look at the other side and say Humble probably didn't play that well. They didn't draft too well, maybe stuck in the previous meta. But then, obviously, this, in terms of Nemesis, is definitely something to look at.
They have faced Navi in every single monthly final or monthly qualifier so far, and twice in a row it already didn't look the greatest. They got knocked out by none other than their opponent that they're going to face right now, by Navi in the monthly qualifiers in February and March. Otherwise, maybe they would have faced, they would have played in all 3 monthly finals. Semi-finals now for them, already a big success, but once more, it's against Navi.
Yeah, it's kind of the match that I was hoping to see, but coming in and knowing the matchups and thoroughly expecting Humble to be in the semi-finals instead, I didn't think we would get to see it. Now, I kind of am so happy that we can bring what has been a fantastic epic battle in the qualifiers to the main screen, really. And I think with the way that Big Talents are playing, I think Navi are the team that needs to be careful here.
We never get to see the monthly qualifier matches usually. Now we finally get to see one. That happened twice already. Now it's a monthly final match. And if Big Talents does manage to move all the way to the grand finals, I know Spoo would be happy to have, but it also would be one of the most beautiful storylines we have in all of the BSC.
Yeah, it'd absolutely be a wild one. I think a lot of people would like to see it, me included, just because I love to see these underdogs do really, really well. I think it's a big thing for both of these teams. Obviously, Big Talents coming into today as the 12th seed. They need as many points as they can get if they want to be going for those postseason spots, which, don't get me wrong, it's going to be hard no matter what when you're that far behind there for a couple of months. But it's the same for Navi. They're the ones who are going to want to get points on the board. Now, Heretics are out the way. Now, Humble are out the way. It's like, this is a big catch-up month for them if they go to the finals, so they're going to desperately want to get that done.
Of the top 4, Totem isn't even here.
I know.
But Esports is the only team that is still standing. That is absolutely ridiculous. I love it. I have goosebumps all over. It's perfect. These are our global bans, so we're not going to see these 4 brawlers in the next series between Big Talents and Navi. A couple of the same ones we've seen all day, really. Sirius didn't get picked up so far at all, I feel. And then we have Ziggy banned out. That's the first time we see him global banned.
I quite like it. I think it's quite an underrated global ban at that, and again, I think quite map specific. So it's kind of looking through the entirety of that series and to determine what brawler kind of covers the majority of it. So certainly Troublesome in Ring of Fire, Super Beach. I mean, it's kind of like going to be very dependent upon how different teams feel about things, and certainly not necessarily up there in my kind of like top 5 consistently globally banned brawlers, but it's kind of how they're feeling at the moment.
Super Beach is going to be our first map here. Thrower, maybe not Ziggy, maybe Willow, but then every other map in this series definitely good maps for Ziggy, so that makes a lot of sense for me as well. A couple of those maps we've already seen today. Death Cap Trap was just the one where Heretics dropped out. We will see if these 2 teams have some new ideas. And Big Talent has been one of these teams that has especially stood out to us with their draft, Trev.
And I mean, it was 100% necessary. I was going to say it was going that way to
100%,
start with. I was like,
100%.
Yeah, I mean, that is.
Look how close, though.
I think this might be the closest prediction we've had all year long, to be honest with you, because I think a lot of people will have been like, I don't expect either of these teams to be here in the semi-finals today. So who do I even go for? I'll go for the team who beat the top dog. And, you know, who wouldn't? I think the majority of people who watch, you know, years and years of Brawl Stars probably going to side with Navi just because of the names on that roster. World champion in Gero. Drage obviously been around for a long time and enraged with a great debut year last year. But speaking of debut years, I mean, you've got to look at those big talents and be like, all right, these guys are absolutely rookies to the BSC, and they're doing so well.
I hope you're ready for this one. Finally, we should have a 50-50 match here. Maybe it's going to be a 3-2. We're hoping for it. Big talents standing in the semi-finals, their first monthly final appearance, and immediately they make it through the quarters. Now up against Navi, who's actually also never played in a semi-final, so a first for both of those teams. Two rookie rosters, right, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of this year maybe, but obviously we're looking at some good history on the side of Navi especially. Ban-wise, we brought in the Charlie, the Willow, and the Shade. Obviously, Willow was one you touched on as a thrower that can be played here, was played a little bit earlier on today. Crow, Willow, and Chester banned on the other side. So we're seeing a double Willow ban, no surprises there. We saw some great performances early with the Crow and the Chester on these kind of maps as well. Shade was one that was championed by Navi, so no surprise that that's banned out as well when Enrage played it to such a high level. We've seen this here today as well, funnily enough, and I know I keep on saying today, but Pierce was incredible when Guesty played on this map.
Super, super strong. Let's see if he's going to be paired once more with Meeple. Otis would be the one I'm looking forward to. My Willow, unfortunately, double banned here. By the way, Ark will get a well-deserved break real quick. We got Spoo back on the desk, so it's Spoo and Trav for this match for you guys at home watching. Again, Otis will probably be my pick here, and Otis is going to be picked up. You know, my predictions are bad today. At least I can still know draft.
We're casters, we're not allowed to talk about draft, but I'm glad that I'm back on to cheer from my boy Dompe. I mean, of course I have to cast this game. It's big talents.
Much needed tough Spoo on the desk when big talents are around here, but we'll see if they do last any longer. Obviously, a big opponent against them, and a grand finals will be a huge achievement for both of these teams who have been seemingly underachieving on both sides this year. I do like the Otis. I think it's very solid. Ruffs to be able to have the ability to break up some walls if the draft does kind of go that way in the future, but against a Pierce, I don't know if you want them down at all, to be honest with you.
Ruffs is going to be next. They want to open up the map and make sure that there are no throwers on the left-hand side whatsoever. They also want to have that wall break on their own side of things. They can decide if they even want the walls broken open, because against Pierce that would be maybe not the way to go, you know? Let's see if on the left side we're now going to get some close range too. Meeple once more was the pick for their previous match. Bull is gonna come in here, that he even slid through the bans. This is one of the first times we see him today. He's still so strong despite his nerfs. Now for the other side, Ems maybe? Just to make sure that Bull doesn't really have a counter on the right hand side apart from that Otis.
It's still a really, I think the Otis is kind of insufficient against the likes of the Bull. And wow, big challenge. I mean, Dompe, stop cooking up these really East Asian drafts. You can only make me so happy. I know that he had a little sabbatical with RNTX and, you know, with Sergeant Clash. Maybe he rubbed off him and learned this hyper-aggressive Asian style where you just don't care about what your opponent picks and just go with the two most aggressive brawlers in the game. And honestly, if you're Navi, what do you even go for?
Yeah, Dompe was the guy who led Revenant X-Spark into a top 4 finish in World Finals last year. And now he's cooking for big talents. Shelly on the other side now, the answer to Ellie and Bull. Yes, we won some tank counter. Almost expecting a Gale here, but Shelly can again open up the map. It's a tough one there. If you open up the map completely with Ellie and Ruffs, Pierce is just going to pop up. And if you don't do it, then Ellie and Bull are just going to have field day here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough decision to make. It really is, because you've got to balance it out and question whether you kind of want to have a nice day against two of the brawlers or let, you know, one of the better brawlers in the game at the moment just absolutely destroy him. What a start that is from Mine. Brilliant stuff from him, getting a nice early kill. Shelly still on the back lines here, but they'll get another kill and make that 3 as big talents walk it past all of Navi.
They have a massive early game lead compared to Navi, which, as we have mentioned on the desk, they basically have to play for overtime, open up the entire map. At least Dompe's been immediately answered though. Mine is causing a bit of anxiety there, and Rage is trying to scout him out here. But Big Talents, they're playing very disciplined here. They're waiting for the bull to join the fray before Mine makes his move.
Yeah, well, Drage got the ability to break up some more of the map, and that seems to be the route they're going. Don't want to have the alley and the bull to be able to just sit behind these walls, and they've switched sides, but they're still doing exactly that. Nice little invis coming up here from Mine, but misses his first shot and chooses to retreat. And Rage with a super now as well. Pierce will get the double connection, and Gero slowed down, so got to be a bit cautious in the backlines here.
Mine here inside the backline. Dompe was looking to pass the ball over to him, but opting not to, and then Rage gonna tear into Dompe, just completely denying the value of that charge. Navi are slowly but surely starting to work towards the win conditions of their comp.
Yeah, I mean, the walls are broken down. If they manage to get a goal now, they're going to be in a good spot. Oh, did he miss the wall break? You can get both of those down, right?
Yes, 100% you can. That's a sort of small minor pixel error there made by Drage, but we gotta let this one go here, and that's a huge one because look at Big Talents in terms of the ball positioning. They managed to get that corner, and it's a lot easier to play defense when you're hiding behind these unbreakable walls.
I mean, that's the opportunity missed as well, because the power-up bounced into the side as well, so real tough one here. Hypercharge being used by Enraged, and this is the time to go. Pierce super to the right-hand side, but Drage has another break. Can he do it a bit better this time? Ali cleaning up, and Pierce will kill Gero too. 45 seconds on the clock, and control in the hands of Big Talents.
Who cares if the entire map is broken up when you've got the ball in your pocket? Navi have to climb an entire mountain now to get here. Mine is hunting Enraged, and that just allows Dompe to continue to stay stalwart here on that right side. Even Hypercharge is being popped out. They collapse onto Drage. Yeah, Gero can stun up on Mine, even jumps in to block it for Dompe. Forces Enraged to commit the Shell Shock super there. And as you mentioned, open up the entire map. It's a Pierce, paradise now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? If they get that goal, they're in a great spot. But if they just, miss the break and don't manage to get it, now they're in an awful spot, ball in the corner, and there's no way they're getting to it. 5 seconds left, and Navi just stood watching. A really disappointing start for Navi. They seemed to bounce back and then just kind of choked the one opportunity they had.
Yeah, they had one goal, and it started from that very, it's a pixel perfect super that you do need to get, and maybe Drage flicked it a bit too hard or something, and you could tell that they really were disappointed and they flubbed it, because after that you can still opt to just pull the ball back. You don't have to pass it to your opponents and make an amateur mistake with poor ball control. They gotta leave it in the past though, because in this game number 2, at the very least, okay, we come in, Mine hasn't gotten the double kill.
That's a better sign. Here's the super coming down now as well, and Dompe is sent a bit further back thanks to that bounce. Power-up just lingering on the floor now, waiting for someone to pick it up, and I'm sure it'll be Drage if he wants to get as many as he can, providing to his team as well, and there's going to be the wall break a bit further up too. Enraged. Not the best look on his side with the bull and Ali both there, but he's going to rotate over the right now for Mine.
Mine is just flanking the back line, trying to ignore Enrage as far as possible. Gets damage onto 2, gets 1 kill. But Enrage is still managing to create the space between the ball. He's going to be hunted down there by Mine, but that could have been much, much more disastrous if Enrage didn't make that play.
Absolutely. Well, this is much better for Navi. They haven't conceded in the first 5 seconds. It's definitely a better sign. Here's the hypercharge drop now from Drage. He's going to throw that straight down and break up some more of those walls on the right-hand side. Dompe just waiting with a super for the right moment. Might even go towards the ball here if Drage goes for that as well, but waiting at the moment. Enraged wants the matchup against Mine, but doesn't really want it whilst he's around those grassy areas.
Slow and steady, Navi are tearing up more and more of this map, but that, as you mentioned, it's allowing this Pierce to just get so much value. He literally is one of the few brawlers that can play 1 versus 3 at range, because we've got this unlimited ammo mechanic. At least we've got the hypercharge online for Enrage. Navi are looking at Pierce like they want him to stall potentially all the way to overtime.
Gero with a super here, Fat Splatter as well. So just holding on to that for now, but hits both of them there. It's a nice connection. Forces Mine out of that little pocket with the grass, and a hyper super with Enraged on the left-hand side gives them a bit of an opening against this bull. He's just waiting. Dompe going to go for it now. A bit of communication across the board as they all spray into action. And Drage with another hyper charge. There's Enraged going forwards now. Gets a couple of slowing shots, moving in still. And Dompe just getting heal up, and that's a kill on the right-hand side. Now the hyper super comes in. He misses both of them. Actually, I think he maybe just clips Gero. But 3:30, he's picking up this ammo as it goes, but they can't find the connections. It's still 0-0.
Greedy play there from there, tried to get the connection onto 2, could have potentially got on 2 taps there onto Drake instead. But they are running out of terrain gradually. Mine is running for the last bit of push that he can find. That goes onto Drage, but not going to bring him down. The supply drop, that extra 700 health, changed that interaction. And that is gonna send us into an overtime where it's basically Ness versus Navi.
Great dash from Enraged to be able to stop and get through that super from the Pierce. Dompe moving forwards now. Ball in hand, might look to do a little 1-2 with his teammates and the hypercharge. He's got hypercharge against him over Gero's head, and all of them powered up is a dangerous thing to be looking at. A lot of this is going to lie on Ness and how many shots he can connect from the ball in the left-hand pocket. They might just be playing for the next game in Rage. Getting some good shots in. There's the Band-Aid as well. Down goes one, just Ness alive, and Gero is going to be able to run him down and get those kills. Really nice stuff there, and a great answer from Navi.
Very disciplined from Navi as well. You know, in game number 1, they maybe rushed the issue a little bit too much, too excited, and maybe they made the call across the board to just tell the entire team, just chill, guys, just chill. Take it a bit slower here. We do have the better comp, the less risky comp. Play for the overtime. It's just Ness's Pierce, guys. We can deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, the game can go totally differently if Pierce just starts hitting. That's the issue. That game can be very different to this one. And Mine making the move early on as well, and Navi in the backline so swiftly. The Drake gets the super, throws it down, and Enraged tried to dash through the Pierce super, but I think he got clipped by it anyway.
Now 2 versus 2, they could potentially try and force this Dompe. He tried to go for that sneaky goal there, but I think if he just waited a bit more, it would have worked out in their favor, but they've managed to cycle their death perfectly. Mine is going the fray here, and Rage is not gonna be enough to stop this. And Big Talents, they even hold it there for a little bit longer. They want to be able to stall out as long as possible. That's what they did in game number 1.
Still, because they were pinned so far back, like none of this map in the mid area has been broken up. Drake gets the super now, Dompe goes in, but it actually gets baited out. The mute is there, sorry, and Mine goes in. Super from Enrage will get him low, but he still jumps out and survives.
Dompe here. This wall is just stopping him from getting. JJ will get pinched out here. The ball is cornered in the Navi side. They get to decide whether they want to bring it out, but they don't really have a choice. It's not 0-0 anymore. It's a 1-0 scoreline. Very similar to what Big Talents did in game number 1. They're set up for success here. Navi are now the ones under pressure.
Enraged. The hypercharge too, so he's going to be the one who wants to make the move along with his teammates helping him out. If Drake can get another super here and break up some of these walls, it'll be a nice opening for Navi to have. Got to ensure he gets that wall break perfect. There's the fat spots and forces Mine left, but I don't think he minds that because there's a lot of grass there to work with.
Rage is holding on to this hypercharge, is trying to find the opportunity to go for, and you can see Big Talents aren't really too concerned. They're just leaving Dompe to stand there and deal with it. So Navi make this huge shift here, sending the entirety of the roster to the right there. The Pierce gadget almost brings Enrage down. Dompe now threatened the charge, but it was a feint. It forced Enrage to pop the hypercharge preemptively, and now that's going to allow Mine to just dive the backlines.
Yeah, well, he's been hit quite hard there, and there's a couple of members of BGT low on the backlines. Now the Meteor gadget comes down. That's going to knock Dompe into a bit of an unfavorable position. That's a miss super from the Pierce along with the hypercharge. 3v1, they can't get the ball out. And Navi are going to find the goal. We're going to burn down a bit of time here as well. They want to make the most of those walls going down in overtime as soon as possible.
They're happy to go into overtime, but they will be contending against the likes of this full hypercharge. Gero doesn't have a hypercharge of his own. That's the only resource that they have that can stop Dompe. It's unstoppable. Goes in, stun super, the mute comes in time, but can they stop Mine? No, they cannot. The ball was a distraction play, allowing to clean the red carpet for Mine to just whack it in.
Yeah, no ammo left there to be able to deal with the alley on the left-hand side. They tried to throw down the super, but it just wasn't enough. That's going to be a really disappointing loss for Navi, and another great draft from BGT, it really is. They do it against Humble, they're starting to do it against Navi, and they're having a great day, this team.
They're so creative, and they're kind of doing what Fit Esports did earlier against Fit Academy as well. They're baiting them into picking roughs themselves, making sure that if they break open the map, well, our Pierce is going to be good anyway. So let's just, if they decide to not break open the map, pick 2 tanks. So whatever they do, they will lose. And that's exactly what happened. They tried at first not breaking open the map, and Dompe and Mine were just running circles around them. Afterwards, map's broken open, or we just wait until overtime even, and we can easily win this one. Nez and Mine with 9 and 10 kills. The Bull didn't have as much to say in this one, but Dompe, regardless, you cooked with that draft.
I loved it. And you're looking at this DPS, honestly, Bull's got the best stat line here, in my opinion. It just goes to show that he really just did his job there. Fanned out his entire body, blocked for his team, and he played so tactically around Enrage. A lot of times you'd see players rush into the Shelly as the Bull. You don't want to do that. I mean, especially when the Shelly's got a hypercharge there. Feints, other ways to play. He's showing a new level of complexity that I don't think we've actually seen so far from, Bull players in this region, even in East Asia.
I tell that to the players very often. You need to fulfill your role. And sometimes your role as a tank is to just wait it out. You're just there to put pressure onto the opponents, even if you don't get any kills. And it's more important that you survive. You don't necessarily need to get kills. And Dompe did just that. It was perfectly played from BGT and also well drafted once more. Let's see the draft for this one. Ring of Fire is our next map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this map a few times today, and the drafts have been quite good. We saw it from, I think it was Foot Esports, who just played not the most normal comp ever, but it was just a load of turrets, either Pam turret, Penny turret, and just rip through their opposition. Bans-wise, looking at the Ems, the Finks, and the Crow over the other side. Penny going to be banned out, so won't be seeing that. Chester the first pick then for Navi as well, and the Ruffs and Ems going to be double banned by that Navi side.
Pierce is open, is all I'm seeing. First glance here. Very good brawler on a map like this one once more. Anything with range is going to do you well. Pam, I really like her here too. She's left open. Penny, you mentioned her, unfortunately banned out, so it's not just going to be a turret spam here. But yeah, those two definitely on the top of my list here. I would still like to see some aggression. We also still have a lot of counters to do. So we have Chester, Otis, and Clancy all slip through the bans here.
I wouldn't mind the side of Big Talents to snatch up both the Pierce and the Pam, as you have said. Leave the final last pick selection open to what you want to do aggressively, whether it's in the form of Kenji, Ali, Kaze, the likes of... There's so many different aggressive options you can go for the last, and you want to wait for that last pick, because at that point then you can evaluate a little bit better about whether that's something they can deal with Chester, plus I'm assuming Navi will pick up another anti-tank to boot.
What's the best counter to Pierce, Trev?
Why are you calling me out like this?
Sorry, it's Charlie, because you have the spiders against him, so picking her up alongside it, super clever.
Yeah, I mean, you just bring in a lot of stuff with some spawners, to be fair. We'll see what they do choose bow. I mean, like, that's a great shout. I like the bow play. Going to be able to get that Chester super hypercharge really fast, pair those up quite nicely. So should be able to rain down a good amount of hypers on that zone, which is obviously going to be great on this map.
Wouldn't mind to see a Lu here as a supportive anti-tank that comes in from the side of Navi. That's something that East Asia did do yesterday. The double hazard system between the Bo and the Lu can be absolutely annoying there. But Big Talents, at the moment, this Charlie is a bit suspect to me. I mean, they kind of activated their trap card a bit early in revealing a tank there. But okay, Navi still walk into it. They don't really mind it. They believe that, Bo plus Charlie as a math sort of covers all the bases inside their comp. But as I said, that does leave Big Talents wide open to decide. Do they want to just double down on control, punish the Bull as hard as they can, or pick something aggressive and just meet it head to head?
Exactly, the Pam would still work, that we mentioned already, against that Bull with the Scrub Soccer, or the Lu we mentioned already. Both of those great options to just defend against him. They can still go the route to just play something aggressive.
We forgot.
I forget about that.
Wow.
We did not.
Did we? I forgot about it.
I mentioned that Chester, Otis, and Clancy, all three of those very strong mid-range DPS brawlers are actually left open, and they're going to go with Clancy here in the end. I feel like whatever they did here, I don't love the draft on the right-hand side. If they now would have picked up Pam, Lu, something aggressive, or Clancy, I think we would have liked the draft on the left-hand side, no? I really like that Pierce. They're going to have such a good matchup at long range, and then they have the Clancy now to also come in close and comfy.
Terrifying to go up against as well. Clancy so far has had a 100% win rate, I think, in today's monthly final. With all the balance changes that's come in, it's become really one of the strongest brawlers on the planet here. And Dompe, he's not even, I think, using the gadget that charges the super fast. He's opting to take the dash here because he knows he will be able to farm off that level 3 so easily up against Enraged.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. With Bull, you've got to get in their face, and that's exactly what Clancy's going to want off the start. As soon as he gets to level 3, he's going to be able to thrive as well. And now, just dashing forwards. Don't think he got too much of a connection there, but a super available now. And Drage doing a good job of handling the right-hand side against mine. He does have the cocoon now, which makes it a bit more difficult. He is low, though. Might need a bit of help here. Just puts a bit of range and hides in the bush a bit further out so he doesn't know where he is and does get the kill. But in that time, Gero still getting some of that percentage from mid.
Really expected there for Navi to have a slight lead there in that early game, but that is the weakest point of a Clancy comp. He's now halfway charged up in that level 2, getting to level 3 very shortly. Mine will get pinched out here, and we do see the lane swaps going out here with Enrage trying to infiltrate, but Dompe immediately responds, pushing Enrage, preventing him from getting in that bush.
Yeah, just can't let him get this level 3. They're going to swap again. Drage moving back over to the right side. Dompe throws out a super, and they evade it well. But all members of BGT now back on the zone. Drage pushing them off. There's a hypercharge cocoon, and that's going to bring in a few more of those spawnables. Mine moving up now as well. Drage slowed out of it, but actually gets the trade. Lovely little shot around the spiderlings. But percentage-wise, Big Talents are back in the lead.
Excellent rotations that are made by big talents, and Navi are kind of over-rotating a little bit too much. Whenever you make these lane spots, you give up tempo, and tempo equals percentage in this mode. Finally, Mine is gonna stop. He's gonna turn off his aimbot on that super. He goes down, but Dompe's already hit that criticality. Level 3 is on board, and Rage, yeah, Bull is really survivable, but this new Clancy is a little overtuned.
Yeah, that's the hype from Gero, and actually gets the super off as well. So 5 mines placed, and Ness going to spend a bit of time baiting these out before they can get back into the mix. Hypercharge Super Veil from Enrage. They might just use it to get through Dompier, but he's going to dash away. Surely Bo's got to pick that up, and he baits out the mine. Lovely. Hypercharge goes in, round the back now. Enrage getting some shots in. Ness surviving well, but Drage will eventually clean him up. And now it's going to be a big battle for this late percent.
Only 11% left on the side of big talents. And to get a mine, critical mistake. They're stepping on, well, a mine, unfortunately. But Dompe is still capable of making the plays here, unless Enrage has something to say about it. Gets cocooned up, though. Jero's is desperately trying to stay on the point. He is forced out of range, gets back in there, and they have just enough to stay on that point. Navi take game number 1.
I mean, those 5 mines just take so long to bait out, and it eats up so many moments. And the thing I love there, Drage threw down the bomb, knew that he was going to have to move to the right-hand side, and, you know, as you said, mine walks on a mine, and that pretty much secures the game right there. Even when Clancy was level 3, they still had some good moves. They just had to get that control, take charge of their bush, and just keep it for the rest of the game.
I'm still a believer in big talents comp here. I think with a slightly better grasp of that Clancy hypercharge, they could have had it. There were, I think, 2 suspect supers for me from Dompe that he used at certain timings. One was committed on a hypercharge Bull. That guy has 99% damage resistance in that form. You don't really want to do that. And so instead, in this game, it's a bit more of a passive game. Mine is going really aggressive, wins the auto-aim war up against Drage, and an early lead starting to appear for big talents.
That's a super aggressive Boto there, I will say. Just thrown into the mid and Enraged, broken out of that cocoon on the right-hand side. Dompe, I think, at this point in the last game, was at a much higher level and closer to level 3. But then again, they're doing better percentage-wise.
Yeah, it's all because of the rotations here. You see Enrage is just avoiding Dompe like the plague. Finally, though, he's gonna disannihilate. Nope, he's not. He's going back. Nope, he's going back in the mid. And meanwhile, while all that's happening, the rest of the players are playing Brawl Stars 2 versus 2 in the mid. Ness now, though, having to go on the aggressive up against Jero. Can't pinch with himself. He is pierced, but doesn't get the connection. Navi, after all this, finally a kill happens. They lose control of the point.
Gonna be a tough one for Navi to regain this now. Enrage gonna need a real good super in these backlines, but doesn't want to feed Dompe at the same time. Mine just trying to keep them zoned out in this mid. Here comes the hype charge. Rage gonna get hit by that, but will survive it narrowly. But a lot of ammo lingering on the floor now, and Enrage gets battered by it. And Drage should be up next, but some wonderful juke to keep him alive for a bit longer.
Oh, Dompe is in an indomitable position now. He actually chooses to get out of the bush there, respecting Enrage's possibility and flanking back instead to a defensive position. I think he's opting to make this tactic to protect Ness. Now Mine going aggressive though. With this hypercharge, it does not connect. And that's going to be a small opening for Navi.
Yeah, Drage clearly not got the best of supers in that situation there, as didn't use any of them to try and win that 1v1 against Mine. A much better showing in terms of zone control from big talents this time. 30% lead now against Navi, and Mine over the right-hand side, cocoon in hand. Here comes the hypercharge as well, going to make one connection onto Ness, and it does zone them out a little bit, but the Pierce super is there, and this might be a little bit out of hand for Navi.
Starting with the beginning of the end, Dompe's not even level 3, and yet he's just been holding the super the entire game. Mine comes back from the north, pinching from behind. Now they're going to bring him Jero down with this Dompe super. Getting back on the point, and Rage is still thinking, fumbling. Should I go in? Shouldn't I not? I have to do something. Gets it, bang, a double kill, but it's not going to be enough. Big Talents have secured too far of a lead, and now they tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, it's a huge moment for both of these teams here. Desperately going to want to get on the board for both of them. It's either going to be 2-0 or 1-1. Navi in a more dire situation if they do lose this one. But honestly, after that one, it's not looking great. It's so hard to be able to manage all of these lane swaps and keep some form of control. They've got to do one or the other.
There's a lane swap counter compilation for Enrage. I think he's in the hundreds at this point. Just, yeah, I mean, he can see where Dompe is. Like, right now is an example whereby he knows, like, Dompe is literally showing, like, Enrage, you're coming out, or you're gonna double out Mine's lane. He doesn't have a place to go. He has to go into the mid. The best matchup is against Ness. Now he's conceded. He goes out, beats Dompe level 2, but at the very least, Navi have a better early game here.
Yeah, Rage going to go in and actually dies as well there. Pierce super will find a connection onto Gero, and a nice super from Drage will get the kill on the right-hand side. Think about Gadget there as well, so some heals along the way. And now Mine's being thrown in as well. Honestly, it's a better start from Navi than in the previous 2 games.
They got to get on the point. That's the name of the game here. And Rage, I think he's figured it out. He realized that he just needs to be a sponge for the team. If he can't really do anything beyond that, at the very least, he can block shots for Jiro, block shots up against Ness. Mine and Drake continue their love story on the left side. It's just been an endless affair back and forth here between these two players. Mine doesn't win this one. But in terms of percentages, Navi is still slightly ahead.
Yeah, it's not the most compelling love story when they're both trying to kill each other, I don't think, to be honest with you, Sabu, but, you know, we'll go with it anyway. There it is on the left-hand side as Ness pinches in, some more mines into the mid, and the percentage a lot closer this time. Dompe's still not level 3, but I think probably closer than he has been in the previous games to that stage. Drage on the left-hand side, trying to make a move, a little burn through. The Cocoon's there, though, and a hypercharge onto Gero. We'll find a couple of shots. Drage goes down, but Mine's still burning. Brought to one shot in these backlines.
Mine's unhappy marriage here with Rage continues on that left side for Jero. Wants a little piece of the pie here on his own. Commits the hypercharge, but then just gets brought down by Ness's Pierce immediately. Dompe continues to be a big threat there, preventing Enrage. Enraged, you gotta do something. You have to try something.
More mines down on the zone, and Enrage going towards the mid now, but can't get anything done. Still 2 mines lingering, so BGT gonna have to be a bit cautious of that. Hypercharge ready for Drage. He does throw it out. Mine gets... I don't think he actually did get hit by it. Maybe just got hit by the bomb, but nothing else. Dompe on the right-hand side, super in hand and level 3, but Navi starting to get a bit closer in percentage, but this is looking like it's going to be a massacre in a second.
The Big Talents is playing really, really disciplined. They're not over-aggressive. They don't have to. They know that they have to comp here. Finally, Dompe unleashes that super, opting to save the hypercharge there, which I think is fairly disciplined. He knows that he can cycle one back, and Drage, once again, has to go to the beyond here. It bought some space for Enrage to make this flanking maneuver, but there's just so much. Mine can just, auto in my super. You are now a Cocoon, and there's nothing you can do. You can pop hypercharge, do whatever you want, but you can't stop this push.
Desperation super there from Drage, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Gero's one shot, and they're getting on the zone. Mine's there as well. Hypercharge popped, and Mine and Dompe will get it done. That's going to be the second set going their way. And who would have thought BGT wouldn't be dropping a single set so far against Humble and Navi?
I'm just looking at Mine's face, and I can't read lips, but if I could, he's probably thinking, are we doing this? Are we actually doing this, Sunny?
They didn't believe it themselves, but yes, they are now standing one more set away from the grand final of their first ever monthly finals. We had that story before with Geshti coming in February, you know, but he had 2 very experienced teammates at his side. Now these are just 3 players that have never really played, at least in an EMEA monthly finals, and they're just showing up big time, and they might actually finally get their revenge against Navi. We showed it before. They have dropped to them twice in the monthly qualifiers. Navi has been one of the reasons why we haven't even seen them this year in the monthly final.
And they're playing phenomenally. It's not just off the draft, I might add. I mean, if you honestly remove the names of all the teams here today, just ripped it off, I wouldn't have known that Humble was Humble, right? And I would assume that this Big Talents roster is probably some world-class team. They're so disciplined, the drafts are just so on point. They're finding the best last picks ever. And look at these stats, just remarkable performances from all 3 players. They're all contributing to a single objective.
It's true, you can't win because of the draft alone, but the draft is really what has been looking the best so far of all teams we've seen in the corner of BGT here. Right now, all of their drafts have been phenomenal. Again, whatever they picked there as last pick, Clancy was a top pick, but I feel like if they would have went with Blue, with Pam, it would have came out to be the same result. Namely that BGT is now 2-0 up, and they're only 1 step away of the grand finals. I can't believe I'm saying that. I'm really reminded of that East Asia monthly final in February. Trev, you were there with me, where all of our predictions were wrong, and in the end, only Zeta Division, as the only teams who was statistically the better team, actually performed, and they won it all in the end. It could be a similar story today, where we have BGT in the finals, and then Foot might still be able to win it, but they would be the only team in the top 4 who has actually performed this month.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a ridiculous performance from BGT. It really is. If they can win this next set and 3-0 Humble and Navi, you know, there's not a deserving team, not a more deserving team in the grand finals, realistically, because they're 2 of the toughest opponents you can really come against in this region. So nobody could really say they didn't deserve it. Obviously, nobody can say they had the free bracket because they played the quarters against the #1 seed. So I mean, it is really just an absolute spectacle to see these fairly new players to the monthly finals and Brawl Esports in general do so well.
coming into this monthly final. Again, they've been sitting in that 13th slot in the leaderboard. Now they already took down number 1. They're about to take down another really high scaling roster.
Don't jinx my boy Dompe. They are not
I-
Reverse sweep now.
Reverse sweep on the way, and
They
Rage
might.
is the best rookie from 2025. He's gonna win it all. Pack it up. Navi's the better team. Big talents. Who are these guys anyways?
It's Spoo, actually. Spoo's fault that today's EMEA monthly finals are looking the way they do. We're on Death Cap Trap now, a map where we have seen Finks and Meg as the gem carriers before, something we haven't seen at all yet or in quite some time. Meg used to be a good gem carrier, but now we have something like Goss, Janet, you know, those that can evade any incoming aggression. We had a Lily first pick in the previous match. Now Lily, Kit and Shade are banned out, so big talents don't want to see any aggression. Once again, my pick on this map would always be Ross as the first pick. He's just super good, already banned out though by Navi. Penny, I don't mind it. I really like it, honestly. Pretty solid pick there from them. Clancy once more, slid through, and if I was Navi, I would pick him up this time.
I am not a fan of the Penny. I think after I saw what Team Heretics did with it, I think it opens up more vulnerabilities than it is flexible. I don't think it's good on side lanes. I think it loses so many of the matchups there. And I think up against the mid, we're in an era whereby, yeah, I mean, you will get gapped by a lot of much more power-crept mids. And it doesn't really have a, you know, a good escape mechanism. Yes, you have the Master Blaster to push back, or maybe Salty Barrel can have some anti-assassin potential, but you get it run down by tanks.
Yeah, it's a tough one, it really is, but Penny has been showing its face in so many different matchups. You know, we've seen it a lot on Safe Zone, a lot on Ring of Fire, so definitely a lot more versatile than it was, and 100% deserving of showing these, you know, them popping up here and there, but I feel like it's definitely got its matchups. And Pierce is a much more preferred, like, long-range brawler for me at the moment. Ems, another really good shout as well. Going to be pretty good against the tanks that possibly can be brought in here.
My route, if I was Navi, would have probably been to pick up Clancy and Bull or something like that to just run down the Penny once more like we've already seen before, and also pick one of the best counters to it. They're gonna go with Ems instead. I don't mind her. I don't love her though. She's okay, but yeah, there's just so many other lane brawlers you can pick now that have a bit more range. Penny, if she does play on lane, she's also going to be fairly good into her. And if you don't pick Bull Clancy like I would have, Bull is just going to be picked up by big talents. Now, they have the option to also just pick a counter towards it, like the Clancy, and make sure that the other side doesn't have him, or they can go with anything other that is just super solid. Mo, for example, also a brawler that is super strong in this map. I fear the worst here.
I don't. I think Navi got this, guys. The last pick is
Stop jinxing!
The last pick is so good from Navi. I mean, you've got this Mo. I mean, you're gonna run it down with something like a BB, right? I mean, it's so easy to run down Mo as a BB, or just go something that's an assassin, right? Okay, what do we have? We got no Mortis. You still got Kaze in the pool. You still got Kenji as well. Just go for that. Run down the Mo. I mean, easy stuff. Easy stuff. Just chill, Navi. I mean, you've got the better mid. Ems is, you know, such a good brawler, a good check up against the Bull. They're gonna go for Clancy instead. I mean, I wouldn't have recommended this in Navi. If you're gonna lose now, it's not on me.
Again, my predictions today are in shambles. At least the brawlers that I mentioned that I would pick up show up sometime in this draft.
Yeah, I will say, Spoo, it does seem like I'm feeling a slight bit of bias coming here, just trying to like anti-jinx your own team, you know? Like that's just the kind of thought process I'm going for. I don't know if you've got, you know, a defense that you want to put up for that, or if you're just going to kind of accept it.
We're all on bias, Treth. We're casters.
Yeah, I won't speak without my lawyer. But we're going to be jumping into this one. It could potentially be a 3-0 for my boy Dumpe and Big Talents, going up against a very difficult opponent in the form of Navi.
My boy says the unbiased caster.
Could be the start of a reverse sweep for Navi.
Well, Ness here through the mid, trying to make some moves, but just getting burst down there. And a bit of overcommit with the super from Enraged, I feel. Could have just pinched him down with Gero regardless, but Clancy making some moves down the right side. I think if he dies at this point, but actually he manages to survive and almost got level 2 already.
Yeah, the challenge here, honestly, on the side of Big Talents is that they just have really bad matchups on both sides. I think mine would much prefer to be up against Enrage, but this is still a very skill-based matchup. Ems versus Mo, they share that same mechanic of having a golden rule, the Goldilocks zone for the range, and this time mine is going to be able to take this matchup while Ness continues to corral and aggress. Jero now shoved into a corner, nowhere to go. Dre just the last man standing, and he's enough of a deterrent for Dompe to just break away here.
Yeah, Enraged trying. He thought about picking up the gems there. He was like, oh, should I? But actually just going to wait here for his actual gem carrier to come back up and get all 6 of these. Level 3 Drage now as well. Not going to be the easiest move for Ness down this side, but has a super of his own, but gets hit hard and slowed there by the Pierce from the back of the map as well. Petty turret established, but Gero evading it nicely, and Drage in a wonderful position actually gets it down.
Lane swaps were considered there from Mine. They're stacking up both Ness and Mine here. I think they're kind of spring a trap here. They're inviting Jero to come in there. Ness gets a nice connection there on Enrage. Slow on the trigger there, but Mine isn't. Jumps straight into the back. That is why Mo hypercharges are one of the scariest things you can deal with a brawler that isn't Janet.
I mean, it's an absolutely perfect bait and twist there from Big Talents. They bring Enraged in, they kill him. Bull has used his super, so Mo just goes in up top. It is brilliant, like it really is. Drage trying to make something happen. Hypercharge super, they're so low, but they can't get it in time. That's going to be match point to Big Talents. What a huge moment this is for them. They're about to sweep through 2 of the best teams in the region.
Dompe really learned from Sergeant. He just drafts no gem carrier. I was flaming this Penny selection, but the more I think about it, maybe it was a bait. We start with a really rubbish first pick. We make them hyper-focus on that. Pick up this Clancy, whatever, you know, you think the Bull is the problem. It never was. The real problem is mine and Jiro's matchup. The Mo, the assassination potential. How can Navi stop that?
It's going to be really tough to do so. I mean, they were dominating the majority of the game. They had a level 3 Clancy, and Rage was doing a good bit, but they just slightly overstepped. Another super coming in here as well. Ness will go down, but picked up his super along the way for the troubles. And Mine over the right-hand side, just trying not to feed Rage as fast this time.
Dompe's Salty Barrel, they're going to protect him up against Jiro. It's the same story as game number 1. Navi will lead in the gems, but they're just so scared. Charged there by Ness going into the backlines. They still managed to pinch out and Rage in the end. And that's going to give Big Talents the first 2 gems of many.
I mean, Enrage wasted his super up close and personal there with the Bull, thinking they maybe could have survived with the invulnerability. Drage not having the same, success as in the last game with this brawler. Not close to level 3 yet, barely even level 2 at that. And Ness just chilling here, and they can't push until they get him. But they can't get him.
And Rage there tried to push him away there, but it's into a wall, and that's when M just has absolutely no damage. It's the beginning of a spawn trap developing here for the side of Big Talents, and they've still got all the resources available for them. Yes, they're going to be able to pinch out Ness here, but that's just so much valuable time lost.
I mean, they needed to get Ness out there. He's been a real thorn in their side throughout the entirety of this game. Hypercharge being popped somewhere down below. Looks like the Bull on an Enrage, not going to be able to get the knockback in time. Ness goes through, and he's going to be able to super straight out here. And he doesn't even need to. He can save it for the defense.
It's just running back to the base now. 9 gems and 6 on the side of Big Talents, counting up to 16 here. Hypercharge supers committed there from Dompe. The Matcherino pins from Mine. He is no longer just the Lord of Matcherinos. He is now the gigantic Lord of upsets. This team, Big Talents, making a big splash in EMEA. They are going to the grand finals.
Listen, I'm not even sure who this is, but if he's beating these teams, he can hold him up to the camera. I don't care. This is incredible from BGT. They beat Humble 3-0. They get to the semi-finals. They beat Navi 3-0, and they're going to the grand finals. This is just incredible. And that's a team who's had them in their pocket in the qualifiers all year long, but something just seems to have clicked for these guys.
Yes, you heard it right. Big Talents is walking into the grand finals. Not actually walking. They're taking big steps here. 3-0. Completely unbeaten so far. Not a single set dropped against Humble, #1 seed in the region, and against Navi as well. Incredible what we've seen from these guys today, really. Navi sitting on that 4th spot right now, also out of the competition. This leaves now definitely Foot Esports as the only team of the top 4 still in the race today. Dompe, once again, not the most kills, but he's the gem carrier. He did a phenomenal job at holding on to those. On the right-hand side, I mean, Gero, 21 gems, but it still was not enough.
Yeah, they all just got stolen in reality, so it doesn't matter how many gems you've got if they've all been stolen. Yeah, really disappointing here for Navi, 4-1-4. Like, it's not the worst stats in the world. Drake just got prevented his level 3 in the third game. The first one got turned on them, and they were just in control for the majority of it. It really is incredible. I think for Navi, though, they've got as far as they expected to get today regardless. They probably thought they were going to go out in the semis, but I think they probably thought they were going to lose to a bit of a different opponent.
I assume so. Well, whoever makes it to the grand finals now may be happy that they're going to face up against big talents, but what they've just shown us, I would not want to face up against them, honestly. Let's have a look at that bracket that I just mentioned. Big talent 3-0 against Humble, 3-0 against Navi, now standing in the grand finals and waiting for their opponents, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's going to be a big one for FUT Esports, like, and Madrid especially. FUT Esports now with, you know, even Humble out the way early, so they've guaranteed themselves that first seed. That's the first thing that they wanted to do today, done. And now they're going to be against big talents in the grand final if they manage to beat Madrid, and they're going to lengthen their lead massively as well if they get to the grand finals and win it too. So they want to get the points on the board, but Madrid are a team who have shown up a couple of times in monthly finals now, and they're getting to the semis. It's like they're a team who can do it a bit later on in the season if they keep up with these performances. So the points mean so much to them as well.
FUT versus Madrid is our next semi-final. These are our predictions, and the story just continues. The three of us are going with the obvious choice based on statistics, and then there's Spoo, who's just doing the opposite, and he's right with it too. I think he's doing it just out of spite at this point.
Spoo's going FUT, so I'm going FUT. You know, I'm just going to follow what Spoo does at this point.
Now, he's changed his strategy now, so it's going to completely fail.
Yeah.
FUT are going to lose because...
It's actually interesting.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden he's predicting the favourite. So we're probably all getting it wrong again, realistically.
This is the first time Spoo is not just picking whatever we're not picking. So yeah, what does that do now? Madrid is going to win? Or not, because Spoo...
I mean, what a final it would be if they do.
At this point, I don't know. I mean, it's been another fun day in EMEA. I mean, it's just, again, a crazy, crazy region. It never fails to disappoint.
We don't really know what to predict anymore at this point. I hope you do. Head over to event.brawlstars.com if you haven't yet to lock in your predictions and to get those beautiful rewards. Once more, we have different rewards every weekend, so we're going to swap those out next weekend. It really is worth it to do it every single time. And now, let's head straight into our semi-final number 2. It's FUT Esports versus Madrid. Once more, a team that we expected to stand here versus a team that we all thought would lose against Heretics, but in the end it was a 3-1 for Madrid. They played and picked phenomenally, and today's really just a day of the rookies.
Seemingly so far. FUT Esports, though, have faced Madrid in qualifiers and have stomped them every time in sweeps, both in March and April, coming into this very monthly final. So it feels like the meta may be favouring FUT in that regard. I feel like for Madrid, it's going to be a really, really big ask now to kind of put a stop to that kind of pattern. And hey, I mean, that win versus Heretics could be the very wind in their sails. But for FUT Esports, they are, you know, now the #1 seed going into Brawl Cup. They're going to want to end today with a grand finals win going into that Brawl Cup. So I feel like for them, Madrid being in their path, it's just going to be more target practice.
Another day in the office.
Yeah.
for esports. But I think the thing for me is as well, like, Madrid are going to be pleased at getting through that first round at least, right? So they've already, you know, beaten their biggest opponent throughout today, really. And the same would have been said for big talent. So I think there's 100% a chance that they can go that little bit further and do what needs to be done on the side of Madrid. And as I said, what a final that would be, big talents versus Madrid. I don't think anybody would have been able to predict that coming into today. In terms of draft, though, obviously only got 3 sets here for FUT Esports. It was quite a quick and convincing 3-0 sweep against FUT Academy in the quarterfinals. So listen, I like the drafts. You can never argue with the drafts, really, because no matter what they go, I think they'll win regardless, this team.
I've been really liking what FUT Esports and Big Talents have been showing us today. Some creative new drafts, and then and then Guesty just absolutely popping off on that Pierce in set #1. Really, really well done. As I mentioned already, we have top teams here also in EMEA. Of those top 4 teams, only 1 is still left standing, and that is FUT Esports. They are now at the very top after today. They crawled their way up the leaderboard and are standing in that #1 seed for the Brawl Cup. Versus a team that is currently standing in the 6th slot. Madrid started the day as the 11th slot. So they made up 5 whole slots and are now, on their way up the mountain. They're now in the top 8.
That's insane.
So Totem and Navi aren't moving any
I was
further,
gonna
are
say,
they?
well, SK Gaming as well, off the map. I mean, it just feels like every month by month in EMEA, the leaderboard just gets completely rearranged. And I mean, Humble and Foot really still are that kind of top 2 despite Humble's defeat today. I mean, kind of thankful, I'm sure, looking for the sidelines that Team Heretics didn't progress further through the bracket, really, because their points would be even closer now.
We also have a highlight prepared for you of Madrid, that gem grab back and forth between them and Heretics. It really could have been anyone's game at this point. Heretics were so close to actually turning things around here and prolong to set 5. But Juice is just too good on that baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unreal performance from the amount of really influential kills he got on this brawler were incredible. I mean, you can see them just getting absolutely obliterated here on the side, and it shows that BB hasn't really been, banned or global banned anywhere near as much as the previous month due to those balance changes, but still so brutal in the right person's hands.
Really well played from Madrid. Really good draft also on their end, so I'm excited for this match. This could be one of the closer ones of the day, actually.
I think that, I don't know, I'm waiting for that grand finals, really. I think that's where I feel like we're going to see a real battle. I'm still going to be siding with Foot here. I just feel like for Madrid, there were some mistakes that could be capitalized on better by a team like Foot Esports, as the global bans coming through the Leon, the Ziggy again, and interesting to see how that brawler is starting to creep further forwards into those global bans, the Crow and the Mortis. And I'm always looking for that global ban of the Mortis versus a team like Foot Esports, and we've seen just how dominant they have been with that kind of brawler left untouched. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far here, but the Sirius is the one that stands out to me, and it's going to be left open potentially here if it's not banned.
80% of the viewers are saying, 80 versus 21%, that's an interesting one, are saying that Foot is gonna take that one. Again, the underdogs are getting more and more percentages. We started with 5, then 6, then 7, now we're at 21. Very, very well played by the viewers at home. They're also getting confused. Beautiful. But yeah, Madrid, I think they can at least take a set. They looked super strong against Heretics, and they have now claimed slot number 6, like we just see. I said it already at the beginning of today's shows, with so many top teams missing today, like Totem, like Novo, there's just the door wide open for some of these underdog teams. And so far, Big Talents and Madrid are showing us that maybe we underestimated them.
Yeah, it's all for the taking this month. I'm really enjoying these event polls, by the way. I feel like the Spoo effect is pretty real at the moment, to kind of bringing the sway of the underdogs even further forwards. And I mean, I'm kind of here for it. I feel like this could still happen. I feel like at some point that we have to get back to some normality. No, I mean, for Esports, who have always been in a grand final, for them to not be might just be too much for me to take.
I'm almost sad Spoo didn't go for Madrid in this one to cause even more upsets today. It's Foot Esports versus Madrid. And we are on Dueling Battles. We have seen this map before already. This time around, Sirius isn't global banned, so he's gonna be regular banned immediately. I don't think we're gonna see this brawler here today at all. It would be one of his debuts. We did see him a couple of times last day in East Asia slip through, but yeah, it would be his first BSC showing. Right hand side now has the first big gestures left open and is immediately gonna be picked up. Once again, I see Clancy left open, and that would be my pick at some point in this draft.
Yeah, for me as well, Ruffs and Pierce. I mean, that would be a nice, juicy combo. I mean, the Chester first pick is a nice, safe brawler to have for sure, and definitely a deterrent of tanks. But if you open up the map here, you're going to give much more breathing space for a brawler like Pierce.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the Sirius is just respected a lot more in Europe than it has been in East Asia, and I'm sure other regions as well. Obviously going to be banned out in, when a team's experience is this. They're going to take the little quick two-piece of Ruffs and Pierce. Good shouts there as well. Obviously going to be able to break up the map, and Pierce can thrive that little bit more. Yes, we've still got the unbreakable L walls on this map, so not all of it can get broken up, but it definitely helps to have one of those sides completely open along with the grass as well. And Chester, I'm sure, along the game will accidentally help that out at some points too.
Now we need some more range on the right-hand side as well. If you want to go with thrower here, maybe not the best if they break open the map on the left-hand side. So we'll see what they are going with instead. No range whatsoever. It's going to be Mina, super aggressive, go in. And of course, with her gadget, she also has a little protective shield against any incoming shells from that Pierce. I think I'd like to see a Pam here, maybe even a Lou, just something to put up against that Pierce. Or, I mentioned it before, I think Charlie is a super good counter to Pierce because there's spiders. He just doesn't get as many shells, and he has a super slow reload speed when he has fired those initial 3 shots.
Meeple going to come in from Madrid. Brawlish I quite like here. Definitely going to have some unique abilities to shut down the objective play with the mentions of Meeple gadgets, a third and final pick now available to Foot Esports. The question is, do you still want to consider tanks, especially looking into a Chester? That's a really dangerous prospect, and a Meeple that can just shoot you whilst you're in cover. Or do you go with some control? Sometimes Foot like to bring in Juju here with the Ziggy Global Band. It leaves little to say more for throwers than that, really, but Stu is a fantastic choice. I think that that's one that we've had with a pretty high win rate today as well. So very difficult to land shots, and especially with a brawler like Meeple that's kind of slow and sluggish in landing them in that respect, then I feel this is a good comfort pick here for Foot.
And they're doubling down on the wall break as well. Can now do that with Ruffs and Stu. Really like the left-hand side comp. Madrid is showing us some more, creativeness once more. I didn't really expect that draft, but I'm super excited to see what they can do with it. This is the first map of our semi-final number 2.
Well, into it we go, obviously starting things out on dueling beetles. Foot Esports coming into this one as the favourites, but so were Madrid's last opponents, and they managed to get through regardless. In comes the Meeple's mansion on the right-hand side, breaks up a bit of that grass as well, and Angel Boy cut out of this at the moment, made it a 3v2 just momentarily, and now make it a 3v2 permanently as they managed to bring Guesty down early on.
Yoko there just duking to perfection, and Angel Boy just missing a lot of taps as a result. Nob now going to be aggressed by Yoko, who pops a cheeky heal as well and doesn't outstay his welcome. Break from Nob will allow Guest to go on the aggressive. Gets 3 consecutive taps there onto Rupp and shut down there by the windmill gadget.
Yeah, it seems like Meeple's entire job this game is just to try and cut Pierce out of it. And it's not going to last too long as they do manage to get the kills and the control. I'm sure they'll be wanting to kind of try and break up this wall and have this long-range matchup against a lot of these brawlers on the opposing side, but at the moment, no super to do so. Nob will get it now and actually choosing to hold off. Try and survive, but a good pinch from Yoko. And Rupp up the top managed to get it done. Now a lot of these shells being dropped and Guesty left all alone once more. They've managed to close this percentage down, but still haven't got back into the mix just yet.
Nob they're going to choose to actually break that gadget and give himself a supply drop. Yoko going to be really in a tough spot here with Angel Boy as these taps continuously dodging though. Survived a lot longer, but now with his teammates falling, has to come back himself. As just now looking to push and aggress to the left-hand side. Gadget not far away, I'm sure. The hypercharge here from Rupp is going to allow to bring his entire team forward and utilize that wall for cover.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I feel like Nob kind of walked back into that box, if anything. But just in the mid now, doing a great job. Angel Boy going to need to eat these shots on Rupp, and he does, just left without that mobility with no ammo. And now this is the time Foot need to really knuckle down on the zone and keep them back. There's only 10% in it, and it's closed down massively. Rupp with no super, and Yoko over the right-hand side. Guesty now trying to hypercharge through it. Gets a heal spam against the wall, keep him in the mix. But during that time, a bit more percent for Madrid, but it's all square now.
What a huge play from Guesty in his ball. Foot Esports back to tie, and now that's sort of take down the Rupp. This might be the chance for Foot Esports to actually get the steal in the final hour. Just 2% one now as well. That was amazing. Oh my word, Guesty with the hypercharge, and that Stu just opened up the door for Foot Esports to walk through it, because prior to that, that game was going the way of Madrid, no doubt about it.
Yeah, just spam that Gasser heal against the wall. It was absolutely beautiful. Just making sure he's healed up whilst he's got no ammo on the Meeple. Really nice stuff coming in there. Just back on this left-hand side, trying to get the job done. Meeple's mansion over to the right now, and a few ammo already being dropped by Angel Boy. Rupp through the mid, getting hit by Guesty now, has the range to be able to deal this damage. Mobility now being used. He might want to break through this map in just a second.
Again, nice windmill gadget there from Juice, and it's going to be in a tough spot here, but with the ability to juke these shots from that Mina, going to get some valuable objective for his team. Sandbags from Nob, going to be looking good against Rupp there. And it allows Guesty to come further forward, going the aggressive. Manchester people going to shut things down, but Angel Boy still going to be continuously capturing that objective. Not really the best use of it there. And with Rupp falling, his teammates look like they might be in the tough spot as well.
I've only just realised he's actually using Speed Zone. I don't know how it's taken me that long, but obviously not using Breakthrough as a result of that, so I won't be able to take those walls down. And the map is just shaped perfectly to FUT Esports so early on in this one. Rupp placing the super down, and they'll just back off. They've got the range advantage at the moment, so just making sure he's going to waste that super rather than getting any value out of it. And there, the Meeple's Mansion comes down, but Guesty has the super and are ready to get away.
Oh, nice tap there from Nob as well. He's earned himself a hypercharge at the back of it. Nice pinch as well with Angeboy. And Guesty can just go so far forwards. Lands down the speed zone. Can't quite get out of that situation. But nonetheless, for valuable time to allow Angeboy and Nob to get back to full HP. And it's Madrid now that are struggling to escape the spawn.
Yeah, this just seems unwinnable. It was tough for them to be able to get the game done when they had a 50% lead. They didn't manage to do it in this situation with the map open. And there's no chance they're going to do it now. Guesty with a hypercharge again, just Gasser healing all over the map and trying to get the HP back. And now he's just doing it for the sake of it. All of the bots, but it's too little, too late from Madrid as FUT Esports take the first set. First game, close. Second game, pretty convincing for FUT.
Yeah, far more convincing as FUT get warmed up yet again. It's been a while since we've seen their semi-finals match, so I think it's allowed. I think it's allowed. Madrid, I like still the way that they are drafting, the way that they are approaching things. And again, it just took a little bit more composure toward the end of that first game to really secure it. But Esports, oh, that squad, absolutely ridiculous. And by the time that Angel was able to tap the juice, it was a 2v1. And nowhere realistically for Madrid to bring that game back. There was no more time. And like you said, second game, far more convincing. But Esports just knew that they were able to make things work far better. And here are the stats. I mean, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Here's the stats, and yeah, they're very dominated by FUT Esports at the moment. Angel Boy with 13, Guesty with 10, Nob doing what he needs to do. You know, I said this at the start of the show. I think it was like Nob doesn't really need to do a lot to be able to win these games because his team is Angel Boy and Guesty. Like, nobody on that team has to do a lot because those guys make the plays no matter what. Over the other side, not the most convincing stats or the most convincing performance from Madrid. I expect to see it be a bit closer after their performance against Heretics, but you know, FUT Esports is just a complete different beast.
Exactly that. A beast that did fall in the grand finals last month to Humble. Were nowhere to be seen this month. Exited in the quarterfinals to a sweep, no less, for a team that have now made the grand finals, and we'll see them later on. Will FUT Esports be their opposition? That's the question. Or will we see the battle of the underdogs, the ultimate battle of the underdogs in that regard? Bans are in for Safe Zone. Angelo, Byron, and Penny. Pierce, Chuck, and also Penny there then by FUT Esports. Gonna leave Colt then wide open here as a brawler, which I thoroughly suggest Madrid consider heavily going with the Clancy. I'm not a fan of Clancy here. I'm really not a fan. I feel like it could be outranged quite easily. I mean, brawlers like 8-Bit are definitely a brawler which could see themselves alongside a Colt here, combining those two, utilities. I'm not sure that Clancy, unless they can really close the gap and bring something to add to it, it's going to do too much. If an 8-Bit shows itself, a Bell could be the response, and that Marcus course can do a lot of work. But I don't know how I feel about it here.
It'll go either one of two ways. Either he'll get those levels early and absolutely dominate everyone, or he'll just not get any levels because this is more of a range map and then do nothing. Colt and Ruffs over the other side then for the side of FUT Esports, and this is a real decent couple of picks from them. They're going to be able to break up the walls that can be broken. Colt going to be able to deal a lot of damage onto the safe. Ruffs providing power-ups and hypercharges, so it leaves quite a few options for them. I guess still the mid here. Colt can play it if, let's say, Madrid don't bring something hyper long range, then Colt will be able to have a good battle in the mid, but you expect another long-range brawler from FUT as their last.
Ooh, interesting. Lily for Madrid. And again, a brawler which I do really still love on Heist. I mean, definitely I think Gem Grab, just by a little bit of a whisker, is her best game mode. But for Heist, I think it can work really, really well to keep you under pressure now with that Chuck so commonly banned. It is still that kind of brawler which can cycle that damage onto the safe. And you just have to have then a defense for it, and so far FUT Esports don't have that. So in a way, it's really smart by Madrid to kind of force that third and final pick for FUT to have to be something to take care of it as the Bonnie lands as their third and final.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long, a long time since I've seen Bonnie really being played to a good level in competitive. It's been played here and there, occasionally, not too often, but I also feel like it never does anything and it's always questioned quite heavily. So I'm going to question it heavily. It might do a lot. I won't say this is the most orthodox comp I've ever seen on Safe Zone, bear in mind, from Madrid, but I think unorthodox is kind of going to be the name of the game for Madrid. Kind of show up, throw some weird comps, hope for the best. You know, they didn't expect to even be in the semi-finals in my eyes, so why not try some weird and wacky stuff and try get to the finals as well?
And this is what I was saying, you know, the Melody was open here. It could have been a pickup. Maybe FUT Esports could have gone with that and just countered the Lily with just sheer aggressive pushes as well, but they've had to consider their options here. Do they defend against this Lily, or do they kind of battle against it with aggression? They've chosen to defend with the Otis, and I think that I like it, but I think I like it, but you've really got to be so quick on the mark to land that mute. And I just hope for Angel Boy's sake that he's really paying close attention to when that lady goes in the realm and when it comes out.
Well, you think Angel Boy's not? I think Angel Boy's probably one of the players I'd trust the most on any brawler, to be honest with you. Guesty going to take down Just nice and early on. Some sandbags being placed in the mid by Nob, trying to stop Yoko from finding connections and getting super early on. He's super low too. One shot now as the pinch comes in from Nob. They get that kill and control all in the hands of FUT so far.
That's what I'm saying. Rook doing quite well though in this class to get as far as he has in terms of those stacks. Get some more value of Guesty here as well, and that's a good starting hand for the class because you do need to get up that mark quickly now. Just in the realm, Angel Boy gets the mute and actually didn't really need to, but I think it's a good insurance policy, he can earn it back. As Guesty breaks the wall, not just that, but breaks down Yoko as well. Be forced to respawn. But Rook is giving himself the best chance in this class. He's shut down there by a fat splatter gadget. Just gonna, oh my word, just seal Guesty's demise so swiftly. But as quickly as that, the response from FUT is fierce.
I mean, this just seems like a respawn cycle from Madrid, to be honest with you. Like, they're just going and going and going. Hypercharge. Drop being placed down through the mid. I think Angel Boy's already got the power up, so he might be waiting for them to go down and then pick it up along the way. Just onto the safe. Should be able to get that first crack, but Colt was dealing some damage along the way. I think just didn't use a jump for Bonnie unless he went down prior to it. I think he's hypercharge as well there. And just trying to make a move around the back, but will be pinched down. And it's still FUT Esports with a 20% lead.
In a good spot. Going to depend on Yoko here for Madrid to defend this. Gets into the hypercharge, tries to get the maximum value that he possibly can. It actually doesn't come back with much at all, except as death for his team. Supply drop handed over by Nob into Angel Boy. Just now, have to dance around and will still fall down. The map's so open, it's not really giving much for Madrid to be able to utilize. Yoko just trying to find this jump, trying to get something of a connection, but finding nothing.
Yeah, Rook's just one away from this level 3 now, so FUT Esports need to establish themselves, get some kills and get some damage on the safe. There's the crack, that's a big one for them, just super low as well. Guesty might not be able to get it and doesn't. This is a huge opening for Madrid now. Going to be able to surely get this second safe crack, but it's taken a bit of ammo to do so. Still haven't got it, still might be able to get this defense just super low, gets the crack, and now they need to get up. It's 50-50 on the dot. No further shots found so far. They need to go, and with that jump in, they might have the opening, but a good kill from Rupp, and I don't think Angel Boy will be able to get there in time and get 8% damage. Great stuff from Madrid. A wonderfully well-kept game, I will say, from them. Just stayed in the mid, waited for the opportunity when Clancy got level 3. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the Lily made some big moves and opened up the gap for them, but managed to win it nonetheless.
So well executed. I mean, the timing towards the end of that was down to a T. I love the Lily play, going into the realm when the rough supply drop came down and ensuring the crack, but then the damage to follow as well, leaving no time for Esports for any response. The game on the board. They've got to turn it into a set just on the right-hand side. Waiting his time in that push for that gadget to cycle round again and coming straight down to the safe. Getting some early damage, but it's just the 3% there. Defense by FUT Esports. Yoko low as well and should fall here and does. So FUT Esports will be able to retain this control.
I mean, FUT just need to do more earlier on because they were in control for so much of that game, but it's just single pushes that do so much damage from the side of Madrid with the Lily, with the Clancy when he was leveled up, and he's going to go down. I don't think he's even level 2 yet, so that's big for FUT Esports. Good kills coming in and full control. Jump available now from Yoko. Might want to use it onto the Colt here, but I think he'll be able to sap a bit of that ammo, and that might be the second crack already, and much better from FUT.
Another break from Guesty, but no more than that. Couldn't find the lineup. but opening things up is the biggest advantage for Foot against this class. Rob then dashing forwards and getting some shots off towards Angel Boy's got that hypercharge waiting in the wings. Foot Esports though so far, oh, he couldn't time it in time. It's just so aggressive, so fast in his response, and now bringing his whole team forwards. So this safe damage has been long awaited.
Yeah, hyper drop thrown backwards by Nob, and he picks it up to get his hyper back to be able to provide it once more. Yoko jumps in, gets the crack, but that's only the first for them, and Gesty might be able to get the third for Foot Esports here with a super onto the safe. He does just that, but a good super yet again from just keeping them in the game. I
love that from Gesty, getting that gadget and that super, which sometimes I would say is not worth using onto the safe, but in this example, absolutely so. Nob trying to find that final 14% of damage whilst the defense is there. For Angel Boy, a lovely mute there, beautifully timed as well, and Gesty wide open for the final shred of damage. And now Madrid are in a bit of trouble. They can absolutely win this set, but they've got to keep this pressure rolling in, and that's giving an open door for Foot Esports to potentially be 2-0 up by the end of this set. And that can't happen. This is going to be a close affair because Foot Esports are not a team that you'll be just wanting to give away a set to.
Yeah, and I think after what we've seen over the last two games, Foot Esports should come in and win this one. They've dominated the last two, just got it turned on them in the first. But the second one, absolutely pristine, no mistakes from anywhere across the board, just going to go in, get about 8% damage, but it is equalized and taken over by Foot Esports with the Colt getting it done up top.
Nob using those sandbags to heal up just about by a pixel. That splatter for Angel Boy there on that top left, forces back Rook, and this is the time that Foot Esports know they need to get set up for that class. He's able to get that additional speed and range and the new rework that is those clustered shots. And oh my word, Foot Esports made that look easy, and I can assure you it was not. There's a hypercharged supply drop over to Angel Boy already there from Nob, but just is on the left-hand side. He's a problem. Angel Boy choosing to ignore him as well, forced into the round by Juice, and he's going to be punished. It's actually going to be a trade, though. That's good for Angel Boy.
I think that's a good trade. They both kind of wasted the hypercharges because of that kill. Rock still level 1, now level 2 as he gets that good hit through the sandbags onto Nob, trying to get a super down onto him, but actually just throws it kind of into the most inconvenient spot to pick a power-up ever, I think. But still waiting for one of his teammates to get great view, and that's a brilliant, brilliant super from Angel Boy upon landing, and 50% damage done by Foot Esports again. They're looking like they're going to run away with it, and a hyper super should be following up on the safe too, and is.
Well, he says coming in, will Angel Boy be fast on that mute trigger finger? And you did say yourself, word for word, that there's no one finer that you trust than Angel Boy. I mean, that just demonstrates it beautifully. Angel Boy again with another hypercharged super to hand. Doesn't really bit of a miss there as just forces into the round, but didn't find more than that. And now I think Foot Esports, yeah, just going to focus around this save. There's a bit of an effort made from Madrid to no avail at all. It's never going to happen, but Yoko thought he had a dream. Foot Esports, all three members on the save, getting it done and looking really convincing here.
I don't think a Colt and an Otis are really the two brawlers you want to leave on your safe, are they really?
Not really.
Probably two of the least brawlers I'd want to leave on my safe, to be honest with you. But Foot, 100% deserving of this set and the first as well. They're now 2 up against Madrid, looking to try and make their third finals of the year, and obviously that's out of 3 as well. So big moves from them, really taking advantage of that early humble loss, and the rest of the teams in and around that top 4 have lost as well. So Foot putting themselves in a wonderful, place for Brawl Cup and further on into the year. But let's not count on Madrid. There's still an absolute chance they bring this one back, but against Foot, it is very unlikely.
Yeah, Foot Esports are just the standout team in this region from the scrims. I mean, they are top by 74%. I mean, the next down was Big Talents at 59. That's a massive differential. And Real Madrid played about the same number of sets as Foot in those scrims, and they're the bottom. Their success rate was not to be, and look at those stats that just go on to say the same story. This is starting
Don't question Angel Boy. Don't question Angel Boy, all right?
I mean, I tell you what, I never question anyone from Foot, let alone him. But I mean, it's been a crazy day where, even the best, even world champions have fallen at the first hurdle. And Foot Esports have never been able to lift a trophy. This year is looking really much like it could be their year, but we are still not even halfway through the year. But they still want to be that team going into Brawl Cup that everyone fears, and a Grand Finals win here today would solidify them in that respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Otis then going to be Madrid's first pick. I think it was a roughs on the side of Foot, which it was, and after the last performance, who can blame them, to be honest with you? It was really nice from Nob to be able to play that brawler, and they're the kind of brawlers he does usually champion, the more supportive brawlers, and as I said, when you've got Angel Boy and Guessy on your team, who needs to play anything aggressive? Otis over the other side then for Just on the side of Madrid, a great brawler. Angel Boy's just showed us exactly why that's so good. Bull being brought out, and I think early on this can be a risk. It really can be. Don't get me wrong, we've seen it double down with an alley and absolutely destroy Navi in that previous game. But at the same time, it's a risk to take it there when there's 2 picks still against you. But Bull, you know, he's just inevitable, I feel.
One of those counters being Mo that we've seen a lot in East Asia as a really strong counter to that Bull, and even, you know, a Shelly I would be okay with on a map like Sneaky Fields to break the bush, and as time goes on, we know that Guesty especially loves that particular brawler. Pierce is going to be the pick from Foot Esports coming forwards. Brawlers like Rico are still available here, potentially to try to use that vision gadget to seek and destroy the Bull, but I'm just kind of more savvy and more opposed to just opening up the map, really, to allow that Pierce to thrive. Something like a Shelly would be a wondrous way to complement this draft for Esports here. But I wouldn't mind a Spike either. I know you gave me a lot of stick yesterday for it, but, you know, that's another brawler that can really shut down a Bull, because so far,
Don't you hate
they
it?
haven't really got it other than the sandbags and the roughs.
Well, you hated Spike.
I don't know. Hate's a strong word, Trav.
Yeah,
It's a very
but-
strong word.
But yeah, I feel like it was definitely you could infer that from what you were saying yesterday, to be honest with you. So Stu is going to be the last brawler of Foot. I think just choosing to kind of run away from the Bull rather than face it head on, and honestly, I can't blame them for it with how good that Brawl has been over the past couple of days. So we are over to Madrid of their last pick. It's a question of now, do you just double down and run straight at them? Because in my eyes, that's not massive DPS from that side, and it's Sneaky Fields with a lot of bushes. So a Pierce can do a lot if he hits every shot in terms of damage. Stu and Ruffs? Not really. So I feel like there is an opening to run it down, but they're going to Lumi, which is not a brawler I've seen in a long time.
So it was not on my bingo card, I'll tell you that.
The last brawlers that I suggested to me.
Yeah, it can have some results, but I just feel like the Stu is going to provide so much of that breakthrough for the Pierce to land more shots. And that's the brawler, which, like you say, is the one that's going to have to carry a lot of this DPS. The Stu, of course, great for evasion tactics, but not really for actually taking care of the bigger challenge, which is that Bull. So I feel like that Stu's going to have to open up so much to allow Guesty, who I'm sure is on that Pierce pick, as we've seen time and time, especially Angel Boy. But that's kind of nice. I like that about that they're able to kind of like always kind of mirror each other, but also kind of allow each other to thrive. Guesty's amazing on the Stu as well. So already Madrid behind here. Could even be a goal. That could have been. Guesty didn't quite get it, and probably should have done, really.
Yeah, I feel like he should have as well. I think there was a little bit of lingering there. Maybe they kind of thought, do we go for the goal, do we not? Because it was obviously on those kind of like ice rings that Lumi had created, but I'm not seeing a lot from Madrid so far. Like, they've just been getting killed and killed and killed again. And back in the spawn now, Bull does have a super, and Guesty goes for a little bit of a break. Wants his super back, and Yoko will give him that for free.
Yeah. This is not looking fantastic, just doing his best. I mean, doing a fantastic job, no less. And we'll get through. Ooh, just about to say 3. Guess he stops me in my tracks, but nonetheless, that's what it took to defend. I mean, if it's down to 1 man versus 3, I mean, how many times can you keep that up? Inevitably, I'm sure, if Esports keep up this aggression, it's a matter of time before a goal.
And if they get the entire map open, which is well on the way, just back in the left-hand corner, getting it hit hard, Guesty breaking through the mid, and you'd expect this to be a goal with how low everyone is. I thought he just missed that. I really thought he did. But Guesty gets the ball and puts it in the back of the goal. That's only the first. It seems like they've been dominating for a bit of a longer period than that, but Guesty going to pop up the map with Hypercharge. Angel Boy goes for the Hypercharge of his own, which does hit Yoko, just maybe clipped on the way through. Hypercharge from him, but great shots all the way, and this is surely going to be... Oh, he actually got muted. Is he going to be able to get it in time? I think Yoko kind of half gave up there and didn't realise he was muted, but Guesty gets it in the goal, and Madrid put backs against the wall now as Foot Esports go to match point.
Yeah, big smiles from everyone from Foot, who are normally very reserved until the very final moment for sure, but I think that they know that they've got this well under control. Not yet in the bag, but certainly under control. Didn't give Madrid a look in.
Yeah, I mean, it was straight off the start, just had that one incredible play with the ball, almost got all 3 of them, but other than that, didn't really see much at all from Madrid, and this time, starting a lot better, but Guesty will be able to clean that one up, and Nob trying to do more of the same, but slipping and sliding on that Lumi ice rink. Guesty forced to maybe try and get this ball out, but just goes in for the kill, and Angel Boy might be able to get the goal, but just cut short. No ammo for him, and Guesty cleans up once more.
Great place from Guesty, muted out now though. They get a nice little break on that right-hand side before his health dwindled down, just going in. We'll be able to cycle maybe here, but Angel Boy's so tanky in terms of his HP. He can stay put and be the rock that is needed in this position here, as Gessy's slipping and sliding there. Coming back in, Rook just trying to lurk. I was going to say, is he actually moving? But I mean, he probably should have been, because he went down very quickly as a result. And now Foot again on the advance.
That might be a goal there as well, and just had the super, but I think he just thought, you know what, not worth it. I'm not wasting it on trying to save that one. It could still very well going anyway. Here's the hypercharge coming forward, overshoots it a little bit with Gesty trying to get the job done. Might be able to walk this one here, but Angel Boy has a load of ammo just sitting and waiting. The rest of the team have been cleaned up, and Gesty goes for the super shot straight in and sends Madrid packing. Foot Esports going to be going to their third grand final out of 3.
Incredible from Foot. They've made that look so straightforward. We're not going to see the battle of the underdogs in today's grand final. Just the one. For Madrid, a fantastic result, no less. It's got to be said. Escaping this quarterfinals against Team Heretics was a massive result for them. Possibly even their best result to date. But now, Madrid could not do the same in the semis. Foot Esports just had an answer for everything. I mean, their drafts are absolutely impeccable. Can Big Talent really go all the way and do this?
I'm not even going to comment on that. I'm really not. I'm not even going to try to, because Big Talents have upset 2 Titans already, never mind 3. So there's definitely a chance of having it done. If they can 3-0 Humble, if they can 3-0 Navi, they can beat Foot Esports.
Very true. Foot Esports coming in today as the number 2 seed are now sitting at the top spot. Whatever happens into Brawl Cup, they're looking like the strongest team in EMEA right now, even if they get beaten by Big Talents today. So maybe they can also just lean back, in the finals. Whatever happens, I hope Big Talents at least takes 2 sets, because we had way too many 3-0s today, guys.
It was ridiculous, the bracket in the quarterfinals. I'm kind of grateful for that 4th match that we saw that actually kind of went at least to the 4th set. I mean, but for Big Talents here, I mean, as Trev's saying, beating Humble, who coming into today were the number 1 seed. Well, now Foot are the number 1 seed. They could do a crazy thing here and actually beat the number 1 seed twice in the same day. Just putting that one out there. And the way that they are playing, it's believable. I think that Foot is still my favorite here, but it is still a possibility on the table.
And we see the bracket once more. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0, 3-0. That has been our day today. Unbelievable what EMEA is showing us today. So many upsets, and they haven't even been close. Some of the biggest teams we have just dropped 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking at the day so far, it's just like walkover after walkover after walkover. As Ark said, that 4th quarterfinal was the best one, and that was a 3-1. So we've had no close games really today at all. A few big upsets at that as well. Like, it really is upset after upset, at least in the top portion of the bracket. And I don't know, I think kind of now we're going to come back to normality, and Foot Esports are going to take it.
I kind of believe that has to go that way now, right? I mean, after today, obviously, we don't really know what's going to happen. But I feel like Foot is just too strong. Even Spoo got convinced now, right? He stopped just predicting against us. He didn't pick Madrid. So he's still pretty good with his predictions today. I think the only one he didn't get was the Foot versus Foot match.
Yeah, he knows that his luck is running short now, and it's time to bring things back to order, isn't it? I mean, nothing but donuts in that bracket. I mean, that's such a rarity to see in EMEA. Normally, it's the region that are the 3-2s, and it just goes to show how the competition is evolving here in this season of the BSC. It's really incredible to see that you just never know what to expect when you tune in.
Nothing but donuts in our bracket today. Nothing but hot dogs in Berlin. As you all know, May 15th and 17th, we're going to go to Berlin for our Brawl Cup. Step up and go on the global stage. Humble and Foot Esports are the 2 teams that go there from EMEA. I went there a month earlier to check out the community.
We are here today in Berlin at the Dog's Dog truck, and we're giving out free hot dogs to all these wonderful Brawl Stars fans. And we're here to get some opinions of them. This is Hot Dogs Hot Takes.
I believe that Brawl hockey is a good mode. That's very unpopular indeed, no?
And would you like Brawl hockey also in competitive esports?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see what our pros have to say to that. So guys, any hot takes in Brawl Stars?
I think Edgar is the best brawler.
Why is Edgar the best brawler?
Because he's good and he can heal when he make damage.
Delayed Sirius out of the game.
Delete him completely?
It's too OP every time in every ranked game. The enemies picks them and then we lose.
I would say Jessie is the best brawler.
Jessie's the best brawler, really? Why is that?
She's a damage dealer for me, and I like her skins.
Sam is the best brawler of 4.
Why is that?
I like them.
I think there has to be more prize pools, tournament for every player, not for the pros.
Have you ever heard of Match Arena?
No.
That is exactly that. What's your favorite brawler?
Cold. I have it on Prestige too.
So we need more cold tournaments.
The best brawler is Leon.
Leon, okay. Especially now with the buffies, right? Was Leon strong already before?
Yes.
Willst du am Handy oder Tablet?
Handy.
Ist Handy besser?
Ja, finde ich.
Okay, das ist eine kontroverse Meinung.
I would say more skins should be exclusive.
Which skin exactly would you like to be exclusive?
I think almost everyone, because almost every player has all of the skins.
That is true, so reward the OGs. We take that. Do you have any hot takes in Brawl Stars?
I would say you can counter Melody with Nani.
Melody with Nani. I think we discussed that before. That's not happening.
When she dashes into you, you can't win with Melody against Nani.
Well, you gotta show me that next time.
I can.
I think that Knockout is the best mode and should be played a lot more.
Knockout better than Wipeout and Bounty?
Absolutely, yes. Bounty gives me a lot of anxiety, and Knockout is just a lot more relaxed.
And what about you?
Probably like matchups don't matter that much. If you can play a brawler really well,
Then you can win any lane.
the most I'd say.
So Dynamite can win against Mortis.
Tricky one, but yeah, sure, he can do that.
This has been the community in Germany. Actually, some people just traveled there to get some free hot dogs, to meet some of our content creators that were there that day as well. Bulgarians, Italians, we had so many different people there. Super exciting. What was the most controversial hot take for the two of you?
I mean, unique skins just like for everything. I feel like that's been a big discussion in the community, which the team themselves came back and decided that we should keep some exclusive, but keep some more available. That was probably my biggest hot take.
Nani and Melody. I can see where that comes from in the auto-aim direction, maybe in Diamond Power League, but I think past Mythic and above, not really possible.
For me, it was Edgar and Jessie, the best two brawlers, and then Brawl Hockey in competitive. We'll see if that's actually going to happen one day. First, we are ready for our grand final now of the EMEA April monthly finals. It's someone we have seen 3 times already. Foot Esports versus Big Talents, the rookies that have made it to the monthly finals for the first time in their career, at least for 2 of them, and they're immediately in the grand finals. How about that?
Yeah, not what I thought coming here today, waking up this morning. This is very, very strange times for EMEA, but I'm all here for it, and they've absolutely deserved this spot. You know, knocking down Humble, who were the #1 seed coming into that quarterfinals match today, and then Navi in the semis as well. Like, if they are just continuously taking down these giants, what's one more to add to the tally?
Gotta say, Foot is the ultimate final boss of the region, though. I have been in the back looking at the way that Foot have been playing. I haven't had the opportunity of casting those games myself, but let me just tell you, if I'm a big Talents fan. And I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this matchup at all. My heart is still with them, but looking at the drafts, which is one of their biggest strengths so far, Big Talents, they've shown up in a really big way. I wasn't a fan of the Death Cap Trap draft at all, but they really showed that it's not just about the draft for them. They've really also elevated the level of play to a level that is, you know, akin to these world-class teams.
If I would have to choose 2 teams today that showed us the most creative drafts, it's definitely those 2, and both of them love Pierce. So I'm excited to see who will actually get their hands on it in the end. They global banned Leon and Mortis here. Probably also good choices against Foot, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to consider those kind of brawlers specifically, you know, and again with that Pierce pick, I think that keep banning it or global ban it one way or another, just keep it out of the hands of Foot. I know you love to play it, but sometimes that is the best answer. They're going to have to keep their guard up massively so here in this matchup. I'm loving their technical abilities that I'm seeing here today. For Esports, haven't really bled too much. That's the scary prospect here that is making me kind of worried. And they just seem like they've just got ice in their veins.
It's terribly clean. The way that they've been playing, yeah, you can see Rup You know, I would have a similar reaction playing up against Foot, where it just feels like no matter what you do, there's just another play to be made, another playmaker to stop you in your tracks. Guesty, we hyped him up in the first 2 monthly finals as this sort of new age prodigy coming into EMEA, but we can't neglect the fact that he's got the backing of Angel Boy, that experience behind that belt, the drafting capability coming from this team. They play at such a high level. I'd be so surprised to see big talents win.
The way this looks, you almost have to global ban Ruffs against them. For Esports really puts a lot of value on that Brawler and Pierce. Once again, both of these teams have played them twice in their semi-finals. Unfortunately, we've only seen them in 3 maps total. It has been a 3-0 sweep for both these teams all day long. They didn't drop a single set so far today. For one of them, it has to start now in the grand finals.
Or does it? That's the thing. Or does it? That's the.
I mean, one will eventually lose.
Hopefully, I want to see it go the distance. Honestly, I mean, we've had too many donuts here today. We really have. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I can't remember the last time I saw an EMEA bracket look like this. The only match that went the 4th set was Team Heretics versus Madrid. Again, for Foot Esports, a chance, a massive opportunity here to go into Brawl Cup, being the team to beat. If they can get 2 grand final wins in this first portion of the season, it'll be massive for them.
And we haven't seen it this year so far. Humble not in the grand finals, and they've lost to big talent. So they're probably rooting for them at this point. At least they can say then, well, we only lost to the champions, you know?
Yeah, I'm rooting for Foot as well, obviously, coming into this. I expect them to fully win. Totally not a bias for certain players on a certain team here. But being realistic here, it's a tough mountain to climb. Foot indeed are going into the Brawl Cup as the absolute favorites. I think this is mirroring something that we saw in East Asia, where Zeta was indeed upset and Crazy Raccoon usurped the throne, became the #1 seed. Foot didn't even have to try to usurp the throne here. It was just handed to them on a silver platter, with Humble just going...
And you're trying to anti-jinx once more, Spoo, but there is your official jinx. You're voting for big talents once more. Spoo's just continuing and voting against the rest of the talent, and so far, you've been looking better than us today with predictions, so it seems to work.
Production, yeah. Roll the next one. We were supposed to hide this.
Longer.
We were supposed to hide this until I was inevitably wrong. All right, but look at him. That is my boy Dompe. Introducing him to him once again. For you guys who don't know why I'm so biased, it's because he coached the top 4 team in the world, RNTX, and I have honestly not too much interactions with him. But when I spoke to him, he's just such a humble guy. Didn't really expect too much of himself in EMEA, and yet here. He's in the grand finals.
And I actually called it. Ruffs is going to be global banned against Foot Esports. They picked him 3 times in the semi-finals. Interesting global ban, honestly. We haven't seen a Ruffs global ban at all yet in any of the months, I feel. Mortis is going to be banned out as well as Bull and Pierce. Both of these teams love this brawler, but he's not going to show up in our grand final of the day. Interestingly enough, by the way, Dompe has been the coach and I think also drafter for Revenant X Spark. He's not for them today. Ness is actually their drafter.
I was about to say, what is this? There's no way you're having that much influence on the event.brawlstars.com website. But that was almost looking like an 80% in favor of big talents there. 84 siding with Foot Esports, which I still feel like, considering their credentials, is kind of low actually in this matchup. But hey, I'm all for the 16%. I'm sure that at the beginning of the day, if anyone had been told that big talents would be in the grand finals, that would be looking lower. But considering their journey, considering their path to get to this stage, I think this well at 16%.
They were at 5% against their match, their match against Humble, and then I think it was a very close 47% though in their match against Navi.
Yeah, so they've basically tripled their supporters, and
you've tripled their supporters.
They lost them again in the grand finals. Just saying.
I had nothing to do with this. It's all relative, right? It's all relative. Maybe Foot has got a much bigger audience proportion. We don't know the numbers. We only know the percentages. Maybe the magnitude of Foot supporters are way bigger. But I'm glad that I've raised some big fans for big talents, and they understand the might of Dompe, Ness, and mine now.
They can be happy either way. They finally made it into a monthly final, and they also broke the curse. They broke their nemesis today. Navi has knocked them out in the monthly qualifiers twice. Now in the monthly finals, big talents are the one that love lost. Against Foot Esports, that's a different shoe size, I just feel. Foot Esports still the winner for me here, despite Big Talents looking unbeatable today. I think Foot is just that, different shoe size, as I said.
Yeah, they are, in my opinion, the team to beat. The favourites, and have been my favourites from the start of this season until this moment in time. And that last monthly final in March, where they made the grand finals against Humble, it was down to like a single round. I think it was knockout as the final set, but it was either way a double match point. And I mean, one slip, that's all it took, and they were not able to then be the champions last month. But I think this month it's going to be more convincing than that, and I feel like they've earned it if that happens.
Much like in February, their scrim rates have been skyrocketing again. They're in 70% right now. Absolutely incredible. And they are going to Brawl Cup. So I feel like they're also going to be the team to beat there. Now I almost hope that Big Talents would be the other team representing us. They're looking so strong today. They could also step up into the global stage. The thing is with Foot Esports, in that regard though, they have Guesty on their roster who is really good in online matches. We're going to see how good he actually is live in front of an audience.
I'm excited for that performance, but for now I've got to focus on this match ahead of them. And for Big Talents, this is really going to be the biggest challenge yet. So far, they've been able to get away with some subpar, drafting from their opponents, but against Foot, I don't expect that at all.
Well, we're going to see what's going to happen. This is the grand final for EMEA April monthly finals. And we are starting with Hot Potato. And on a heist map, let's see who will complete their run today and come out of this one still not having dropped a single set today. Colt is left open this time around and immediately going to be picked up here. You can open up the map. Despite Pierce not being on the table, that's still a good strategy on this map. And you have a lot of damage with the Brawler as well. Clancy's left open, picked up from the left-hand side. They're probably looking into some tanks here, Ark.
Potentially so. I'm looking to see Kaze here myself. I mean, I'm so upset that the Colt was let through on a map like this. I mean, it's just so scary as a brawler. I kind of also have a few question marks as to whether Big Talent's even prepared for these maps at this stage of the competition, because no doubt they did not expect to make the grand final. So draft-wise, I'm going to be reserved slightly. Sorry, Spur, I know you're looking at me like that, but, sorry.
They just need to pick Nani now, right? In our hot takes from Berlin, Nani's the best counter to Melody.
Yeah, they need to make all skins exclusive, including Challenger Colt, Golden Colt, Silver Colt. There's all the Colt skins, more skins than on the planet. Coming back to the draft there, I have to agree with you, Ark. I think it's a risky proposition to allow the Colt through in its current buff-feed, steroided state. There's just so much potential with this brawler, whether you want to angle it as a wall breaker, as just main damage dealer. Yeah, you can even stack it up with Rico now, yet another brawler that recently saw some slight reworks. The projectile speed is a lot closer to Colt's now, so even in a completely open map, you've got so many options.
And they might not even want to break open the map right now.
Yeah.
With Rico on your own roster, that's such a clever draft. If you pick Rico first, your opponents are just going to open up the map. If you pick Colt first, you get a Rico for free because nobody in their right mind will still pick him up next. We still have a couple of aggressive options open. I fear a BB here. Just something to deal some really hefty damage onto safe. It's going to be the opposite. It's going to be something to defend that Melody on the left-hand side. So they have Rico and Colt now to deal some damage. It's going to be a very slow game, which we don't often see from Foot Esports.
I like that Otis pick. It's a great shutdown with the Melody. They could try and bring something to the table like a Lily, which is banned out here though, having said that. So they do need something as some force potential. And tanks now...
Kaze still?
It's, yeah, but again with the Colt, I just wonder can Kaze kind of push forward the map, but people are going to be able to play. And I'm not a massive fan of it. I would probably have preferred the Kaze over that, honestly.
Pretty creative. I can understand the support behind it. They already have a tremendous amount of damage in the form of Melody and Clancy. They need some kind of anti-control potential. But Ark, when that map gets torn apart by Guesty, inevitably, it's going to happen in the first minute or so. Big Talents don't really have much of the range to compete. They're a massive timer.
Last match of the day. I'm ready for a banger, and Big Talents and Foot Esports sure will deliver one. This is the first map of our grand finals here in EMEA.
And here we go for Esports. on the top side. Surely going to be looking for an early break of the map, but Mine immediately puts Nob in that Mansions of Meatball Gadget. Got to heal himself though. I mean, Ness with a pinch potential here between Guesty and Nob. Can't go too aggressive just yet.
Yeah, just playing a really passive game at the moment. But it's Foot's Esports that are firmly in the driver's seat. Angel Boy already encroaching here on that left side up against Dompe. All these angles making it impossible for Clancy to do anything here. It's a terrible matchup, but Dompe somehow holding his own.
Angel Boy gonna have to retreat back, and the Bouncy Castle Gadget will give him some additional heals to allow him to stay in position. Guesty there in the mid does clear up and gets straight onto the safe now with damage. It's also being returned as Ness gets on the safe and gets that first crack and actually puts Big Talent slightly in the lead by 3%.
Both teams going blow for blow here with that first layer of shielding still online. It's a slight advantage for Big Talents, now taken away. Guesty is in prime position to just lay into the save, but Dompe, a good dash there, brought him down.
Nice there from Nob, got the mute to hand but didn't use it. Decided to just accept defeat there. Angel Boy through the mid, looking fierce yet again. Ness, no super, not really going to be that much of a threat. Nob trying to keep his distance, using a fat splatter gadget as well for helping hand. And now he's on a hypercharge as well, so he can go back on defense in just a moment after. Well, nah, maybe he's going to respawn in and go on the defense. Good there from Mine.
A good usage of the super there, didn't even commit the hypercharge, opting to save it for a better, perhaps one push that could happen down the line, maybe when Clancy gets up to level 3. But nonetheless, though, Ness here now gets muted up there by not. Beautiful usage there of the hypercharge by Mine to once again stop Guesty, but his move speed is just too quick here. Ness is gonna have to come in for that cleanup.
No way is Guesty get this. He gets this! Ridiculous, and he's still there! They've got no answer for him, and he's surviving on by a thread, but just bought so much time for his team there as well, and unbelievable stuff there from Foot Esports, who are just now looking so confident in the lead. There is still time for Big Talents to get a push done.
It's the last push of the game here. 19 seconds on the clock here. Guesty pops the hypercharge though. Goes for one, goes for two.
No!
And a triple kill for the Wonder Child. Shutting down my hopes and dreams and Big Talents as well in this game number 1.
That man is untouchable. Unbelievable survivability from Guesty. And it's just the first game. That felt very, very strong. A great showing from Foot Esports. Big Talents though, still absolutely in this. Just not a massive fan of the draft so far. We need to see more from players like Ness on that Melody pick to get on the safe to bring home the goods. He's the playmaker here.
It's very difficult here though. All 3 lanes just kind of bad matchups, honestly, for all 3 of the brawlers. There only Mine was really holding their own there. And the only reason why you see Foot Esports just going so slow is just how disciplined this team has been playing. They're respecting the Melody, they're respecting Dompe, not feeding any supers on either side.
Nice chip damage there from Angel Boy and just getting a little bit of chip onto Mine. Now the follow-up kill himself. Dompe onto the save. Guesty still remaining untouched on that top right-hand side. Still surviving on as Angel Boy. He's not moved. Like, they've got to start to deal with him now, and Mine does finally. But it's cost them a crack at the safe.
Well, they are shielding down. Big Talents not going to be too pleased about that. They have to get one back on their own. At the moment, though, the strategy is sound. They are waiting for Mine to slowly come forward, perhaps get a Meeple's mansion down. You know, block down Angel Boy, though, but Dompe gets committed on by Guesty. Mine takes down Angel Boy, but the flank on the right is wide open.
It's the Trojan horse to allow Guesty to get onto the safe, isn't it? So focused on Angel Boy on that top left-hand side. And that damage gear is brutal. It just is so slimy. Guesty, what are you doing? Dompe only just survived the interaction. It's ridiculous. Ness now, though, on the safe gets a crack, but still so much work to be done here by Big Talents.
They need an excellent one push. They need hypercharges to come online from all 3 brawlers to make it happen. Mine is trying to pinch out Angel Boy, but he's just so sustainable with that healing. Now we see Nob with a hypercharge of his own. Gets the stun there onto Mine. Gonna auto-aim him down here. And once again, the Trojan horse, the Wonder Boy Guesty, left unchecked to rain hell on the save.
There's always not there to get a 3-piece as well. For Esports are just... again, like I said, coming into the match, target practice. This is what it feels like. It just feels like it's child's play. And now just 4% left. Nob can't quite get it done, though. But I feel like it's just a matter of time before Angel is going to push his way forward. He's got a hypercharge too. Gets on the right-hand side as well. Going to find a super, and this might be the moment when they get it done. They do. But Esports take the first set, and it wasn't even close.
You allow the cult to go through in the first pick. You grimace at it, you think to yourself, why did I put myself in this drafting position? And then you pick up Clancy Melody, neither of the brawlers, and any kind of address to that call. And yeah, we're gonna see this interaction once again where Gesty, I don't know how he survived that even.
But Esports is just continuing to show us draft truly is an art in itself. Picking up that call first and then deciding to not open up because you also have a Rico on your comp. Just, yeah, so creative, so intelligent, really, really nice from Fit Esports. They, for me, had clearly the better draft in this one. They also just played out of their minds. The two of you were absolutely going off here at the desk at Gesty, just surviving and surviving. And finally falling to Dompe, but he already did so much damage to save that it was just too late.
I gotta say, for Gesty, he took a lot of criticism last month as well because, they just went to double match point in the grand finals and didn't be the one to come out on top. I mean, people were saying and questioning, is he overrated? No, he's not overrated. It's exactly what we're saying this whole entire time. His mechanics are just unreal. And, what has he got to do to win over the majority in that regard? He's unstoppable, and I'm just so pleased to see a rookie like him this year be as consistent as this.
The critique that Fit Esports was facing after last month was that they play a bit too over-aggressive. I feel like they slowed down a lot. I was already saying coming into the draft, they're now picking a bit more, support brawlers, slow, passive, and they're playing and showing us a different style of Fit Esports, and they're still winning with it, so keep it coming. Big talents this time around with the first pick here. Sirius, Crow, and Chester are going to be banned out from the right-hand side, so Rico is their first pick on Hard Rock Mine. It's a tried and tested brawler here, has always been super strong on Hard Rock Mine. I just feel like we have reached an era where maybe there's a couple of other brawlers that are even better now. You can still open up the map, you can still play something aggressive against him, just chase him with a kit, for example, maybe a Leon. And what does Rika do then? Leon, of course, first needs his super. That could be a little bit of a struggle until he has that. Rico is going to win the lane matchup, but as soon as he has it, he's probably just going to cycle it.
It's going to be a disgusting brawler. Super on the aggressive, assassination attempts left, right, and center. And we've seen it so often globally banned here at the BSC as well, not just in EMEA, but also in East Asia, to let it escape through. I was thinking Clancy to come through as well here. It's definitely a much better place for that brawler. Definitely could be a good EMS map here, potentially. RT on the cards here, but what Foot are already bringing to the table is just so scary.
Yeah, and you lead out with Rico, it just kind of spells that you're not really cooking up anything that's like what we've seen in the past few comps. They've slowed down as well. Like, big talents are no longer just going double assassin and disrespecting Foot in the same way that they disrespected Navi and Humble. And Foot are not making it easy either. I think they found the best combinations of picks here. They're covering all their bases really nicely, and they're not letting big talents get an easy draft. They're still going to lean back to a little bit of that flair that they've displayed going back to this alley selection, but it's a double-edged sword, right? Yes, it's something that can dive the gem carrier, but we haven't even seen Foot reveal theirs. They could just go for something like a Janet now, and it's going to be so easy to deal with this.
Penny is going to come in here as the gem carrier of their choice. Once again, a brawler we don't see too often, but has showed up quite some time this monthly final. Clancy is going to be the gem carrier on the right-hand side now, with Kenji being the last pick. So they have two fairly aggressive brawlers once more. This is an old Foot Esports special. I just mentioned, maybe they were a bit too aggressive last monthly final. But they're doing it again. Let's see if it works out this time around. With Penny in mid, I think it could work. Penny can't really evade a situation where Leon and Kenji just collapse over her.
Yeah, it definitely could work. I feel like Kenji, though, is so dangerous. It's kind of like the obvious pickup where you've got that ball ban as well as the Mortis. Where do you go after that? Ali, though, I think could have an edge here. It's just going to come down so much to how big talents can handle this. But the draft isn't a bad one. It's against a team like Foot.
It's a bit too formulaic for me, and I'm not a big fan of the Penny here. I love the team, but this pickup, you can see Dompe just struggling against Angel Boy now. It doesn't even have that great of matchups, and the whole idea behind it is to try and delay Nob as long as possible, but in the modern bit of Clancy, can't really do that. At least, big talents are getting quite a lot of kills here. Huge connections being made here. Mine dives in there with all the gems. Somehow manages to get out.
Only just Gesty is on the hunt. Now has to reveal himself, but Mine is still low. Angel Boy, though, forced back as Ness coming back in off that spawn. Big taps from Gesty, but he's got to time these shots now. His alley jumps are just so fierce to deal with. But Esports now have to re-earn these gems from the mid and buy so much time for themselves.
Difficulty with Mine holding all the gems. I think he'd much rather find a way to die safely here, but there's no safety when you're up against Angel Boy and Gesty, especially when you lose your actual gem carrier in the mid. Big Talents, slowly but surely, they're losing ground.
Gesty owns a hypercharge, but is now taken care of by Mine. The hypercharged mortar of the penny and the gadget as well. Good measure. Will put Big Talents back in the middle of the map here. Mine wins the left-hand side, still doing very well to hold these gems, but Gesty finds Dompe, but Dompe finds the wall in just the nick of time and saves that gem.
Gesty's biggest counter is indeed the wall, but nah, he beats out Messi. He just runs straight to him that time. Mine now, 6 gems, can't play aggressively as he would like, but he may be forced to do so. They're being pushed back against the wall, no way out. Mine goes aggressive onto Gesty, but it's 11-6 in gems.
Angel Boy can still go on the aggressive here with his hypercharge. Sucks in Mine and gets the kill, oh my word! By a pixel, no less! And he's still not done yet. Nonetheless, those gems for Foot are safe and sound with Nob, and there's no time. I didn't think that Rico Subu could have maybe had something of a play, but he would have had to have just dissipated the entirety of that HP, and it was not able to do so. For Foot Esports still, regardless to losing those gems, that's really the only glimmer that we've seen from Big Talents. They bought so much time for themselves despite it, and that's what I'm saying. This team, they're just impenetrable.
I think you have to see bigger risks being taken by Big Talents here. Mine, he just played so safe after he got those 6 gems and never really wanted to do so. At the very least, he's winning his matchup here up against Gesty on the left, and the mid situation is developing to go in Big Talents' favor. Big super there from Ness. Should be able to get the pinch here onto Nob, but no, Ness, last minute staying alive. Dompe's got to get the pinch here. Gesty swaps lane, takes down Ness, and all said and done, Gesty's got 4 gems to his name.
Now it's Gesty who's going to be carrying the gems, of which he does not really want. Goes down now at the perfect time for Nob to come in. I mean, that's perfect. If Nob can just escape these mortar flames on the map. Angel Boy coming in, support, and that right-hand side is now clear. Ryan is lurking, Nob finds him. That's great game sense. It really is.
You can just smell him, and even with Gesty, the timing when Gesty chooses to die is picture perfect. This guy not only knows when to go aggressive, but even when to feed, and it's just so, clinical for Esports. As I said, they're just this impenetrable force right now. But Big Talents, they have one more shot to do this. They have only 2 brawlers at their disposal now. They need to choose a target between Nob and Angel Boy. Can't seem to decide on a single one. Can't seem to do anything either. Okay, Mine takes down 1, but it's just a gem transfer back to Nob, and we're back to square 1.
Gesty won't have the hypercharge coming in for this next push. The Big Talent. Oh, look at this positioning from Nob. I love this. Oh, look at that. The escape as well. That's just absolutely disgusting. And rubbing it in with the Protesto. I absolutely love that. The Buffy's gadgets now allowing that invisibility turret to be aimed. That lollipop drop acted as the perfect, vanishing cloak. And they know it themselves. It was such a cheeky way to win it. I mean, that's just, I think even Big Talents find the funny side of it, honestly.
Getting humiliated like that, though. Foot are not playing around. They're not playing with their food. They know that they had the better comp there, I think, at least the one that's a little bit more coherent. And on the side of Big Talents, they're not playing confidently as they did in the last 2 matches. And I don't know if that's just the Foot effect, coming in knowing that these guys are the Titans, the Goliaths. You look at a wonder child like Gesty, and that's who you aspire to be as a rookie, and maybe that puts some sort of pressure on you.
I think Ark also made a good chant before how they might have just not prepared these maps as well as the quarterfinals and the semis, because yes, maybe they were hoping to get into the semis. They might not have thought they would actually make it this far. So far, so good though, still for them. It looks like they have some fight still in them, and I do hope we get to see them take the next 2 sets, because I finally want a close match today. We had so many 3-0s, I don't want another one.
I'm with you, but it's again that same thing between my head and my heart, and my heart says, let's go all the distance. Let's end the day all the way. My head, though, sadly, from what I've seen so far, it's just all with Foot still.
Yeah, my head says, Big Talents are very good, but it's for the Esports. They're just
different beast.
They're even better. They're just the best in EMEA right now. they made that clear today once more. It was all about seeding in the Brawl Cup between Humble and them. Humble unfortunately dropped to this exact team, Big Talents, in the quarterfinals. So now Foot Esports, for now, have cemented themselves as the best team in this region.
The Talons have a long road up from here if they still want to keep my dream alive of being EMEA champions. But it's not just for me. I mean, I think it would be a big statement for them coming into the season. They are ranked 13, and a single win for them could skyrocket them up the leaderboards for that summer split. Yeah, Ness is still not looking pleased. I think he's really having a headache here drafting up against Foot, and honestly, I don't blame him.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if Big Talents can just do something, maybe not even win the whole thing, but just kind of demonstrate that Foot Esports can bleed going into Brawl Cup, then it would be, even in itself, an achievement to be said. But so far, Foot Esports are just one step ahead. Ziggy going to come out then on the side of Big Talents, a brawler that I love. But again, it's just all about the practice coming into this, and this is not a map that they would have had to have done otherwise.
And Ziggy has been one of the global bans before of Foot Esports, so good choice picking him against that team. They seem to not like him on the other side now. I really love a Rico on a map like this one, just super strong down the mid. Byron is a brawler we see very often, and pair it with something aggressive would be very good into a Ziggy, I might add here. Maybe we're gonna see some more aggression later from them. Angelo is gonna be their first pick though. It's an interesting choice. We see him very often on Goldarm Gulch, as there is some water where he usually shines. He's now coming out also on Bell's Rock. I guess he's just the best long-range brawler when Pierce is global banned, so that makes sense. Byron is still going to come out, so still the potential for some aggression on the side of Foot.
They've left it open for them. They've just snatched up two of the, I would say, not just the best sharpshooters, but also the most versatile. Set themselves for a last pick, perhaps go for aggression. Or if Big Talents draft themselves into a corner, you know, you could have some surprise throwers come into the mix. Maybe you just go for a Rico mid, keep things nice and clean and simple. I like this setup there from Foot. Doesn't leave vulnerabilities there, but Big Talents though. They're gonna snatch up this Ollie plus the Ziggy. If they go for the Pierce here, this is effectively a repeated draft from an East Asia comp we saw last year.
I think Gus to combine this Ollie could be a good way to get that push forwards potential. I'm sure that Foot Esports were looking for this Ollie. They pick up the Bio, and it's like that perfect brawler to combine with it. So Big Talents know that they kind of have to consider something like this to take it away at this stage of the draft. So how are they going to fare? My shout out to Gus. Go Bell. Wow. Not kind of how I saw it going, but a brawler which can absolutely get value on this map, cycling those nest eggs as time goes on. It's not bad.
No heals for this Ollie. Still, they're very good at the beginning of the game with the Ziggy and the Bell. And then they're also pretty good at long game. Once the smoke comes in from the side, they have the Ollie in their hands. Right hand side now with the last pick of Brock. I kind of saw that one coming because they now can just freely open up the map. There are no throwers on their own end. They have two long-range brawlers already. All three of them will heftily profit off that open map. And then Ziggy will look a bit old. Nowhere to hide behind Ollie as well. I really like the draft from that right-hand side. I do want Big Talents to win that set though, please.
Let's see some back and forth, you know. Let's not end the day on a sweep. But for Big Talents, they have got so much to do here. They haven't really had too much back and forth to be able to write home about. Though some big tests from Dompe, but immediately punished there with the poison, and that's not the start, is it?
As soon as he went out there, I let out a whimper in my heart. I knew that he was dead. I knew that the timing was off. Mine was already on the retreat. That's just not how this comp has to play out. Yes, I think Sunny is kind of more or less on the money here. Foot Esports have found the perfect solution to all their problems. The Bell just wasn't it for me, and Guesty's going to tear up more and more of this map. Big Talents, this is a comp that needs to win the first round at the very least, then trade it out for, you know, a hypercharge in the second and maybe win the third. With one round down now, it's Foot's ball in their court.
Yeah, like the first round is the one that's so pivotal for Big Talents to win. Mine going to come in, trying to connect the Hypnosis, and does so to Nob, and the mark is going to seal Guesty's demise, leaving just Angel Boy now all alone. This is good. I don't know whether the Angelo can realistically here 2v1 this, but he's going to make a good attempt to at least, if nothing else, earn some utility at the back of it. The gas not going to be coming in for a while still, but Ness not taking any chances, trying to keep that range just at bay, to not feed over, as these Dompe shots are still landing here, nicely so. Yeah, Angel Boy now in a tough spot. It's got to submit, but it has handed over Hypercharge to Ness.
And Dope's got his super as well. They've managed to claw back a really, really important round, and they've got the resources to boot as well. Look at mine. He's got the super active, could combine it with Dompe or Ness. Hypercharges at the ready, and Ness as well, just making this lane adjustment now. They want to swap over Dompe, potentially try and get him in front of that unbreakable wall, and then have mine lead the charge.
I like that mark. Onto Nob. Ideally, you want to eradicate the Byron with a lovely reverse polarity gadget as well to seal it, but Nob still steps standing. Angel Boy goes now with the hypercharge. He connects a lovely poison onto mine. He's got to jump away, but that's going to seal it. Beautiful tap there, but it is a 2 versus 2 here. Angel Boy low falls as well with the help of the mark. Dompe and Guesty, and Guesty's by far the taller in HP. And for Esports, despite all that back and forth, still seal the game. It's match point for Foot.
I never thought I would see a Brock better than Milcreos, but Guesty, my man, is there anything that this guy cannot play? He spotted an immediate opportunity with that rocket fuel, got that instant double kill value, and then at the very end, managed to secure it as well. Big Talents are up against the ropes, but there's some signs of life. At the very least, we know the combo reverse polarity almost connecting down to Nob.
I mean, they're not just up against the ropes, they're almost throwing in the towel, aren't they? Let's be honest. Nice. Oh no, that's not what you want to have happen in the first round again. It's yet another 3 versus 2. And for Esports now, we're going to absolutely farm this for all it's worth because they got so much time on their side. Let Nest heal back up. They can't escape to the gas. Big Talents now. They're just waiting for the inevitable.
Guesty's just gonna keep chaining off rocket fuel after rocket fuel. He gradually opened up the map, and Dompe, he made the call. He said, let's try to snipe out Nob here, but it's a gamble that doesn't pay off, you know. For Esports, they're paying attention. These kind of cheeky plays, they may work against lesser teams, but they don't work against the overlords of EMEA.
This is turning in to one of the most one-sided grand finals that I can remember in my memory in the EMEA region. For Esports are just another monster. And Big Talents took down 2, but this is just seemingly too much to handle.
Without a worthy opponent, Humble were the only team that could have potentially posed a threat to Foot Esports. Big Talents, they have to step up now if they want to join that palette. But no resources at all for them. Mine is so far from a super, they're just being pushed further and further back in the base.
But Esports are in a very advantageous position. That's a mark from Ness that could prove worthy. But Guesty has got the Rocket Rain and the Hypercharge now, and he's going to land it straight onto Ness's head. 3 versus 2 now, and surely Foot will be able to seal it from here.
The protesto comes out, the sad phrase from Guesty. You know, it almost feels personal, directed at the fans of, you know, Big Talents of today. They know that they have the numbers, they have the late game. Big Talents, though, they still want to try and hold on. They're not going to concede just yet. Dompe making a Hail Mary play here.
Guesty's in peril on that top left-hand side. Mine's going to come in, finds the Hypnosis, but still Nob stays standing. It's a 3 versus 1. Dompe falls, and Foot Esports have gone and done it. Your April monthly final champions in the EMEA region and going into Brawl Cup as the #1 seed for EMEA.
Cool, calm, and collected as well. They don't even look pleased with that performance. They're like, what kind of a grand finals was this? It's a simple 3-0. How did these rookies even get here? Where's Humble? Where's my, you know, difficult grand finals? We prepped for Humble. Who are these guys?
They wanted to have a really good opponent, and I think they got it today in Big Talents, regardless of the 3-0 in the end. It doesn't really pay justice just how well Big Talents played up today. Still, this is the first time in EMEA we have a 3-0 sweep in the final, so at least we got our money's worth in the last couple of months. Today I feel like we didn't really. We had way too many 3-0s. This was one of the quickest monthly finals we had all year.
Yeah, I feel like we were kind of pushing it, weren't we, really? I mean, going back to last month, we had 4 3-2 scorelines. We were due a couple of 3-0s in the EMEA region. I feel like going into Brawl Cup, though, for Esports are, in my opinion, the team to beat so far. I mean, we'll see, of course, how things fare in other regions before the month is through, but I mean, they've just been so consistent. I mean, a Grand Finals appearance in every month, 2 Grand Finals victories, and their closest opposition of Humble wiped out in today's quarterfinals. I mean, this wasn't the script that I was expecting coming into today, but boy, oh boy, does EMEA continue to surprise.
I am very surprised. It's been an absolute pleasure to witness this firsthand and to witness the rise of Guesty as not just a rookie of the year that's, pushing into new frontiers here. I mean, we talked about how is this kid a little bit overhyped. He was just a sort of Maturino farmer and he was playing with Angel Boy and not a whole lot. How many times are people going to doubt him? He's won now 2 monthly finals in his debut. The only person that could ever gap him mechanically is probably no one. I didn't see Humble beating him mechanically. I saw them punching him as a team, and I saw Guesty fumbling in over his own, under pressure. This is not what happened today. He was so chill. Angel Boy, they were smiling the whole time. They said, there's no Humble. This is a free 3-0.
And we have always talked about Guesty, the wonder child, being so good on those aggressive brawlers of the last month. Many people were saying maybe they were a bit too aggressive. And then he shows up today with a Pierce, with the Brock, dropping 7 kills now also in that last knockout set, and proves to us that he can literally play anything. At any time. Maybe, hopefully, also for them in Berlin at the Brawl Cup. We're gonna have one last look at our bracket of today's EMEA April monthly final. It was a short day, wasn't it?
It was very quick one. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is honestly crazy. Absolutely crazy that only one match went to the 4th set. I honestly think this is historic for this region. And just, I have no words. I really don't. I mean, it just donuts all around except for that one match is just insanity.
That's very true. The only winner today who has ever dropped a single set was Madrid in the end. Such a surprising day. And I'm very happy to say we now once more get Angel Boy in our winner interview. Congratulations to you. This is the 2nd time this year I get to talk to you. I'm blessed. Hello, Angel Boy. After falling short against Humble last month, how satisfying is it to bounce back immediately and reclaim the monthly finals title now in April?
I mean, with all due respect to the team that we faced, but it's nowhere near the competitive teams like Humble or Team Heretics or like Navi. I mean, I think those teams had a really bad day, and I wish it was like we would face them in the finals, in the semis, because we prepared a lot for Team Heretics, for example. But yeah, just to everyone we faced, for example, Big Talents, I was actually very surprised by their drafting, and they weren't really nervous. So it was a pretty good tournament anyway.
I mean, after they took down some giants already, maybe they were not as nervous as they should be against you, but I promise you, anyone would be nervous facing up against Foot Esports at the moment. Foot continues to look like one of the absolute strongest teams in the world. What do you think separates your roster from the rest of EMEA?
I think we are all hungry for the wins. And we are very open to each other in terms of how we communicate with each other. We work a lot on our mistakes, and we don't really hold back when we talk about it. So we are always trying to improve, and I hope that we will get better. Day by day.
Talking about mistakes here, a lot was said about Foot maybe playing a bit too over-aggressive after the loss against Humble last month, especially under pressure. Do you feel like that coming into this month, you have learned from the past?
No, I think we just had a bad day that month, and yeah, I knew it, so it's fine. It happens. If our worst day is 1 game away from victory, I mean, it happens, but we will work to not make it happen ever again.
Foot Esports has a bad day, and then, oh no, they only come 2nd in the monthly finals. How unfortunate. With Berlin and the Brawl Cup now getting closer and closer, how confident are you that this team can carry this performance also into Elan?
I mean, the key is to play calm on the stage, and it will be the 2nd one to Guesty, the first big one. I just hope that I will be able to be a good example by being calm with him, and I hope he'll be not nervous. He will play to his level, and also Nope. I hope he will get Visa. That's all I want. So yeah.
All right, celebrate well, Angel Boy. You deserve it. Your whole team played out of their minds once again for the 3rd time in a row.
Thank you, Sam.
And I hope they take their quick break before the Brawl Cup also to get even better. Let's see how they will do on that global stage. They truly deserve that celebration for the third time in a row in the grand finals, for the second time now, the winner of it all.
I thought it interesting as well to talk about the teams which Angel Boy felt he was expecting to face in that grand finals. And he mentioned Navi. Well, Big Talent beat Navi. I mean, you can't say they didn't earn their place in that grand finals, but I feel like, I think for all of us here on the desk, we weren't expecting that to be the grand finals of the day. But for esports, they're like going now into the Brawl Cup. They've got their eye on first place. I feel like anything less than that is kind of going to be a bad day in the office for them. They're the team to beat so far, and we haven't even secured all of our slots yet.
We had some phenomenal drafts across the board today, and in every single region so far, we've seen different global bans. Last month, for example, we had in East Asia Glowy banned out every single time. Now, this month, it looks very similar between East Asia and EMEA. The only one that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb here is Mortis, who EMEA seems to value a lot more than East Asia.
I think they've realized EMEA is a region that likes to play it very strategically, and as I mentioned, Mortis is a brawler that just throws all those plans up into chaos. But by banning out the Mortis though, it did allow for certain other teams to capitalize. I think I'm still gonna go back to Big Talents here and the way that they drafted throughout the day. Angel Boy did just say that Navi had a bad day, so did Humble, but it's a bad drafting day in particular. I think the gameplay wise, honestly, they still tried their very hardest. It didn't look too bad, but when you've got global bans like this, it makes me question, like, was the Mortis ban really that necessary?
This is the last time we're seeing EMEA before the Brawl Cup. Next is Berlin, at least for Humble and Foot. Brawl Cup in Berlin is coming to May 15th and 17th. The two teams that go there for the EMEA region are Foot Esports and Humble. Now with their official seeding, we also know who they're going to face, Ark.
Interesting stuff, yeah. A0 from Humble in that Group A. For esports down there with Toxic Lotus in Group D as well. Revenant Xbox Boo down there in Group C against Crazy Raccoon, and Zeta Vision over into Group B also. And we'll see how things shape up to be as more and more teams kind of get confirmed. But I've got to say, Group D for me is looking spicy. Toxic Lotus as well, a team that, for me over the years has been growing from strength to strength, and I feel like deserve a spot at the World Finals. Obviously, in that region, it's a tougher thing to manage, but I feel like Toxic Lotus could definitely show some worth actually. For esports, are going to definitely be the team to beat in that group so far, though. For me.
It would be an absolute underdog story for sure. I think I said it time and time again that Toxic Lotus are always an underdog story, but this, because of the fact that Foot has just made seed number 1, it is truly the biggest of gaps of the region. And I have to bear in mind that Toxic Lotus didn't even finish top 1 in China, which is why they ended up in that seeding position. So Group D, I mean, I don't know who's going to come from NA to join them. It could be the Group of Death.
Some spicy groups already, and by the end of this month, by the end of next week, and actually, we will know just how exactly all of these groups are looking for our Brawl Cup. One last look also at the leaderboard of EMEA, and I'm sure a lot has shifted. Coming into today, I did say today could be causing some huge upsets and a shake-up of this leaderboard, and it's looking very different than from the beginning of the show.
This is really, really wild. I mean, Madrid, Big Talents, shoving their way forwards. I mean, Reply Totem, I think they're fortunate to still be in 6th, considering they weren't even competing here today. For SK, who were, they're now down in 8th, and I mean, I'm sure Nova Esports can't be, far behind either, who are just off this leaderboard. It's just wild, absolutely wild, and I feel like we're going to see some serious heartbreak in this region as the months continue forwards.
I'm excited for the Brawl Cup. I'm so excited for the summer split as well. And thinking back to last year where EMEA did snatch up both the extra world finals and
It was
it was pretty greedy, you know, getting both of the slots. If that happens again this year because Humble and Foot are just a step above everyone else, if Crazy Raccoon doesn't do their job like they did if Crazy and Zeta basically fold under pressure, or if the new North American squads don't seem to rise up to the rest of the world, we see a repeat of that, then maybe we could see Big Talents make a land.
We're gonna see if they qualify. Again, they came close twice. Today, they showed us that they have what it takes to make it all the way through to the quarterfinals. And maybe in the future, they're the ones to finally take down Foot Esports. What a story that would be. Humble, after today, kind of felt like they threw away their efforts from the last 2 months. But honestly, looking at that leaderboard, guys, it's okay. You're still 70 points ahead of everyone else. Calm down. That's just like in the interview before Inge Boy. You know, we had a bad day last month. We lost to Humble. We had a really bad day. They still were second in their region. So if that's my bad day, I'm quite happy, honestly. You make sure to lock in your predictions next weekend once more. We're coming back with SA on Saturday, NA on Sunday. You want to get those rewards. And as I said, after next weekend, we know how the groups for Brawl Cup are going to look. So make sure to tune in again. Thank you so much for being here with us today.